And a very good morning to you. Welcome along to the county ground here in Beckenham. This is Jamie Reid, delighted to say Michael McCann alongside me. And the news from the middle, the Northern Diamonds have won the toss and elected to bat first on what's a glorious morning here in South East London. The Diamonds with 3 wins and 2 defeats so far. It's been much better going from the Stars. Wins over Vipers, Lightning, Sparks and Sunrisers. The only defeat to Western Storm under DLS. The two sides, Bryony Smith, Tash Farron, Alexa Stonehouse, Sophia Dunkley, Alice Davidson-Richards, Ailish Cranstone, Phoebe Franklin, Chloe Hill, Kalia Moore, Bethan Miles and Danny Gregory. We'll give you the Northern Diamonds side very shortly, but commentary comes first from Michael.
Here comes the first ball of this one then. Tash Farron. Oh, and that's a beautiful start. Just shaping across Lauren Winfield Hill, who is no doubt the prized early wicket that the South East Stars will particularly desire here. Diamonds winning the toss and choosing to bat. Winfield Hill continuing her regular excellence in this competition. 200 runs at an average of 50 already this season. For a best of 69 not out. Very good morning to you all, whatever you're watching across the world. We're set there for a gorgeous day of cricket here. Guided away out to extra cover by Winfield Hill. Two teams who, as far as starts to the season go, will be relatively content with where they sit. Of course, South East Stars table toppers ahead of the Southern Vipers on net run rate, both with 18 points to show from 5. Northern Diamonds fourth with 13 points. There's 3 wins and 2 defeats, as Jamie alluded to. Flicked away out to deep square leg. I was about to mention that as well as Winfield Hill gets off the mark. Interesting field here. It was a 6-3 for Winfield Hill with the 2 allowed sweepers out during this power play period at deep fine leg and deep square leg. Looks like it will be the same for Marlow.
Tash Farron bowls with good control. She's been a brilliant addition, a great return with the couple of injury-ravaged spells that she's had, but great to have her back out there, both as a player and a sounding board for Captain Bryony Smith.
Yeah, had that fairy tale return, of course, against the Vipers back on the 20th of April, following that 2 years or so out with stress fracture. Marlow with a very open stance against Farron. And that will be rebowled. Farron just slipping down leg. Farron with a couple of wickets so far in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy at the cost of 86. Bowled with good control as well. Economy rate of 4.7, which, given the time of the innings she's often bowling at, isn't necessarily easy in terms of having to deal with often just 2 allowed out. Shorter, and Marlow can only pick out cover.
Our umpires for this fixture on field, Surendiran Shanmugam and Julia Jarvis. Peter Such, the former England spin bowler, is acting as match referee. And both of us have commented on the beautiful skies. Not a cloud, well, slightly away to our right-hand side, a few fluffy clouds, but so much blue sky. What a beautiful morning it is.
Oh, that's a lovely looking cover drive. It's a big old boundary out towards that side of the ground. The ball will tease the fielder but not quite get to the rope. Tag team effort deals with it at the expense of 3. That's a really nice shot to get Marlow off and underway. There's no real short side here, but just having spoken to a few when it comes to all things boundary dimensions, marginally longer on that side of things. We're on one of the middle squares today, which is why I say that there's no boundary that's overly accessible. Short, and Winfield Hill picks it up very early. Just helps it round the corner to deep fine leg. End of the first over from Farron, who couldn't quite find her rhythm after a peach of a first delivery. It goes for 6 without loss after 1. 7 without loss, I beg your pardon. Oh, it's front foot no ball. There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. Changing my assessment of the over as it happens. So it is 7 with 1 more to go, and the unofficially known as the lasso signal comes out from Surya Shanmugam. So Marlowe, having already played a lovely drive through the covers for 3, which has caused an adjustment in the field. Fine leg has come up and a deep cover has gone back. Now has the luxury of being able to face this free hit. And chips the free hit straight to cover, which of course is inconsequential. It's a dot ball, and it is now the end of the first over, and it is 7 without loss, an eventful first over at that.
It really was catching practice in the end, wasn't it, for Sophia Dunkley, who was at extra cover there, just drilled straight into the arms, and a nice little early sighter, certainly much warmer than the last outing, or the outing before last, I should say, here at Beckenham, which was a very, very cold start. I was talking to 1 or 2 people coming in to watch, early starters, walking all around, and there is genuine belief that the South East Stars can have a real special year this year. I don't think few would disagree, Michael.
Yeah, they've made an excellent start. If you're top after 5 games, you've set the platform, but it is a long old campaign, 14 games, 8 teams, round robin. Got to get yourselves in that top 4, and as of this season, newly added semi-finals, 1st versus 4th, 2nd versus 3rd. For now, here comes Phoebe Franklin. Back of a length, nice enough start, and worked her way out to point by Winfield Hill. Franklin so far has bowled with excellent control in this competition this season. Second lowest economy rate for any Stars bowler, behind only the captain Bryony Smith. Has gone for just 3.52 and over. Just hangs that one outside the off peg. Trying to tempt Winfield Hill in early on.
Yeah, Winfield Hill has been watchful, as you would expect. You want to try and get going in the power play overs, of course you do. But you also need to watch that new ball shaping around.
Oh, off the inside edge, well bowled by Franklin. Just moved a touch. And Winfield Hill will be all too happy to scamper off to the non-striker's end. And it's just passing that advice back to Marlowe about what that one did. The general consensus is this is a pretty flat and true surface. As flat and true as you could reasonably expect a cricket pitch in England to be in early May. So to that end, it wasn't much surprise that Diamonds won the toss and said, yep, we'll have a bat.
It's generally a bat first wicket, isn't it, here at Beckenham?
Nice looking drive from Marlowe. Straight back to Franklin, who protects her at figures with all the figure that you would expect a bowler to do. Looking to keep her stats in good order. Phoebe Franklin, who already has 4 wickets in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy and has bowled more overs than any other Stars bowler in the campaign so far. Stars do have a real luxury of bowlers. Used 9 in one game. Little too short, cut out to deep cover. Very different feel for Franklin, and that's owing to the fact that she's a touch more military medium than Farrant at the other end. So the protection is in front of square on both sides of the wicket in terms of the 2 allowed out. There's a deep mid-wicket and a deep cover. Lovely shot. It sounded so good off the bat. Well, Lauren Winfield Hill made the cursory trot down to the non-striker's end, but she must have known as soon as she hit that that was for. First boundary of the day, glorious shot, 13 without loss after 2.
She just leant into it, used all the pace of the delivery, got that bat and pad nice and closely together, and then, as you say, straight out the middle of the bat, and it raced away to the boundary's edge. It's been a good, decent start for the Diamonds after winning the toss and electing to bat first here. The ground's starting to fill up, and one thing I love to see away to our right-hand side, children enjoying themselves. There's a little activity class taking place. And I know that everybody involved is thoroughly enjoying themselves with those hula hoops.
It's Farrant from the city end. Touch short and cut away nicely by Marlowe. It's a decent sized boundary, but that will go for 4. Marlowe's first boundary immediately follows Winfield Hill's first from the last ball of the previous over. And that is another really nice touch shot from Marlowe.
Short and wide, there's not great pace, is there, in the pitch, and it just sat up nicely to be put away. And Marlowe did the necessary.
Now, how does Farrant respond? Short again, and it's guided through that point region again. It's not quite as much on it this time. We stopped at the expense of 2 by Alexis Stonehouse. Marlowe into double figures. Has had a few sort of contributions with the bat so far without playing a knock of real extended significance. 58 runs, beg your pardon, from 3 innings thus far with a best of 29. He's looking in fine fettle here though. Floater. I think that came back just a little bit as well. It's definitely a variation of some kind from Farrant. Forgive me from the commentary box right at the far other end of the ground for not quite picking up what it was. Marlowe was a little bit outfoxed too, so good response from Tash Farrant.
Yeah, slower ball out the back of the hand. She was through the shot, which is good bowling, mixing it up, making it difficult for the batters to settle because they've got off to a good start.
Oh, well bowled again by Farrant. Touch high potentially with the LBW shout, but again a good comeback from Farrant after those first 2 deliveries, which went for 6 off the bat of Marlowe.
Quicker into the surface there, and you could see the batter was just trapped on the crease.
Just to give you that Diamonds team news as well, Leah Dobson, Phoebe Turner, Esther Callis, Holly Armitage skipper, Erin Burns, Lauren Winfield Hill, and Marlowe out there, of course. Short, and again Marlowe guides it out, but there is protection out there now, which means Marlowe will get just 1. And then Jess Woolston, Katie Levick, and Sophia Turner, as well as Grace Hall, who is in for Abigail Glenn. That is the only change to the Northern Diamonds side from the team that had that epic win against the Central Sparks by 1 run 4 days ago. The extraordinary defence of just 4 to win from the final over. Played away watchfully. Cricinfo headline writers enjoying that one. Central Sparks short circuit with 4 runs needed from the last at Edgbaston. 20 without loss after 3 then. In terms of the Stars, there is only 1 change for them as well. Claudie Cooper is coming for Paige Schofield from the side that had a 4th win from 5 in seeing off the Sunrisers by 5 wickets with 13 balls remaining at Northampton 4 days ago. Franklin to continue after a probing first over. And that's a nice spot to be in. It's deliveries like that that are why Phoebe Franklin's been so dependably economical for the Stars so far this season. Do remember as well, you can get in touch on social media at SE Stars Cricket for all things South East Stars, at North_Diamonds for the Northern Diamonds. Lovely sounding drive off the bat, well fielded at mid-off though, making good ground to her left to ensure that there was nothing for that. Good shot for none though, and good signs here for Marlowe.
Yeah, she's been the aggressor in terms of the runs scored, 11 from 12 so far.
Ooh, well bowled again by Franklin. Just testing and probing in and around that inside edge in particular.
Franklin certainly mixed her pace up well so far. It's a better over than the first, with just the one from it, from the 3 balls bowled.
This is one of 4 games active in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy today. Again, very nice spots from Franklin. The Vipers are in bat against the Sunrisers. They're 13 without loss after 4. Thunder are 10 without loss after 3 against Central Sparks at Manchester. That Vipers Sunrisers game at Radlett. And Western Storm are 7 for 1. They've lost one early against the Blaze. Just a touch wide. Winfield Hill lent on it well. Knew there was deep cover out there. There's no real need or purpose to trying to hit it any harder, and just takes the single.
It's the job of the support staff to keep an eye on other games, and that is a big game, isn't it? The Sunrisers against Southern Vipers. All eyes will be on what goes on at Radlett.
Sean just guided away and was enthusiastically fielded by Cranston, but there was always one there in that gap between cover point and sort of wide mid-off stroke extra cover. End of the 4th. It's been a nice accomplished start for the Northern Diamonds. 23 without loss.
Yeah, on a wicket like this, when you win the toss, you expect to get off to a dominant start. I don't think the Stars will be too concerned, allowing the opposing side to run along at just under 6 and over. I'd like to try and make an early inroad into that top order. As you say, this really is the partnership. If you could get Winfield Hill or Marlow early, gives you a good opportunity of going on to hopefully control the game.
Farron again getting that traditional shape that you see bowlers from left arm over so often do with the new ball, trying to attack that inside edge. Well worked away though for another single. Remember as well, if you want to get in touch with your commentary team, you can do so. Yours truly, Michael McCann, at This Is McCann. This is McCann, M-C-C-A-N-N. Jamie Reid to my left is on.
Yes, indeed, at Jamie D. Reid, which is R-E-I-D.
Let us know what you're watching, where you're watching from, how you're watching, what you're up to today. Winfield Hill just is content to see that one off from Farron.
Slightly different angle, isn't it, with the left arm variety from Tash Farron, who does offer great contribution at the top in terms of batting and bowling.
Yeah, it is that cliche that's often overused in a sport that uses slightly bigger size ball, but it is with Tash Farron that classic she's like a new signing sort of vibe. That injury comeback. So that's worked way out to deep cover for 1 from Winfield Hill. Solid early accumulation here. Reminder, of course, for those unfamiliar with the wider format, this is the final game in this block of Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy games. Then, from a regions perspective, as opposed to the 100, it is effectively 10 Charlotte Edwards Cup games in a row, and then back later on to last 8 Rachael Heyhoe Flint group matches. Shorter, and again Marlow content to just free her arms, but Stonehouse at deep point now means that that shot only brings 1, where previously it might have brought a touch more.
Well, she was waiting for it again, the batter. Just sort of gripped in the surface, and it just means that you have to be watchful. You hit it slightly uppishly. Suddenly you bring those fielders into play. Fortunately, from a Diamonds perspective, it just evaded anybody close in.
Farron just holding that one back a touch, trying to tempt a drive from Winfield Hill.
A real strong side for the Stars with Bryony Smith at the top and Farron, who we've mentioned. You look at some of the players who can't get into the side or not involved today, and that shows the great strength in depth. You are, of course, watching the live stream provided by South East Stars, and what a start it's been for Johan Myberg's side.
Oh, that's a nice looking shot from Winfield Hill, but again, Farron bowling to her field nicely, so it does only bring a single. That is the end of the 5th. 27 without loss after 4 singles from that Farron over.
Alexa Stonehouse is the boundary rider out there at deep cover. Everybody on their toes, as you would expect. 1 or 2 making their way and starting to filter in. The grandstand is open. Down at the far end of the ground, the city end. We're at the Beckenham end with the Crystal Palace training ground. If you are a football fan, just over the road, or just behind us, the first team training ground, and just over the road is the Academy complex.
Franklin to continue. Has been testing so far, getting a little bit of shape with that new ball. Winfield Hill using her feet there, just trying to ask questions of Franklin's length. So with 14 games across this, to finish in the top 4 of the 8, it's fair to say you're probably going to need at least 8 wins, more likely 9 or 10. Stars already have 4 from 5, so themselves in a very good position in the league. Touch too short, knocked away, not to deep mid-wicket. And a player of Winfield Hill's high class might be a touch disappointed to have picked out the only boundary rider on the leg side.
Well, the only defeat so far was rain intervened, of course, and that makes it difficult for both of the teams. The Stars will feel that they might have done better from that game had we not had the contribution of the rain.
Into the pads. Yeah, I think even the most adamant Western Storm fan would have agreed that they'd have rather have seen that fixture played to a natural conclusion. For those unfamiliar, reduced down to 44 overs. Stars piled up 293 50s for Schofield, Davidson-Richards and Cranstone. And then the chase in full flow. Western Storm won by 8 runs after rain finally put pay to further play, with an exciting finale well and truly set up. And the other thing to remember for Stars is one of the big things that was being talked about pre-season, and rightly so, is what a stroke of genius it was to get Tasman Brits back. And of course she's not been around. That's a nice looking straight drive from Winfield Hill for none. Brits, of course, unfortunately having that pretty bad knee injury that means that she's unavailable.
It's the age old though, Michael, isn't it? One person's misfortune, somebody else gets the opportunity to come in and you try and really stake your claim.
Well, to deep cover for another single to end the 6th. 30 without loss after 6. Winfield Hill and Marlow looking very solid early doors.
Yep, they've got off to a good start, and you would expect it on a wicket like this. It's always a bat first surface, as we've mentioned, and when you do get the chance, you have to try and go big, and if you don't go big, you know that you've got some real impressive performers up against you in the Stars ranks. Nothing to worry about so far, I wouldn't suggest.
Yeah, Diamonds haven't necessarily got away. Stars will be all too aware of how nice it would be to nip a couple out before the ball stops swinging. As Farron continues from the far end away from us. Winfield Hill will get nothing for that. Straight to short mid-wicket. Still the same broad plan that Farron's been going for through much of a spell. Deep square leg and deep point. Got that deep point in play after Marlowe got some joy against a short outside the off stump. Previously had a deep fine leg. Slightly mistimed. Winfield Hill trying to drive one that was a bit more back of a length. And then there's hesitation over the second. And they'll scramble home. Well, it wasn't the most convincing shot, and it wasn't the most convincing bit of calling between Winfield Hill and Marlowe, but it worked out in the end.
Yeah, I think the second run was always there. Winfield Hill slightly slow setting off, but you'd always expect the batter to get home. And that's exactly what happened. The umpire just comes to rearrange the castle.
Bouncer from Farron, and Winfield Hill doesn't quite get all of this, and you would say it's more power than timing necessarily, but it loops over the head of short fine leg for 4. So Winfield Hill's second boundary. You can see here, bouncer from Farron. Winfield Hill Farron looking to get, doesn't quite get all of this, and you would say it's more power. Probably a demonstration there again. It looks to be playing quite true as a surface, but relatively slowly, which, given the weather in England in May, is something you'd probably expect. And well, this time it's come a long way. Marlowe setting off for one that Winfield Hill decided wasn't there. In that area that can be awkward sometimes for batters around the point region where it's not quite clear whether it's in front or behind square. Winfield Hill seems to be just gently making the point that it was in front of square, it was my call, and I said no.
And in fairness, she made the right call. There was no single there for me. The last thing you want is any indecision and a run out.
And this time some faint LBW appeals, and they do scamper through for 1. Which has given Julia's a leg bye.
Yeah, it did hit the pad, but it was on the slide going down the leg side, and no chance of the bowler even contemplating a call. Would have been turned down by Surendiran Shanmugam, who's standing at the city end.
Fountain Stars still hunting a breakthrough. It's another bouncer from Farron. Marlowe content to duck underneath it, and Farron will have to re-bowl that one.
Surprisingly, as good as it is today weather-wise, we have had a fair bit of rain in and around southeast London. It's slowed up the outfield. Still looking lovely and lush and beautiful. Perfect cricket weather.
Yeah, it absolutely bucketed it down on Monday.
Absolutely.
And there's still a slight residual effects of that, inevitably. Oh, well bowled. That kept just a touch low from Farron. Nearly snuck underneath the bat of Marlowe. One of those slightly awkward ones in terms of length where you're not entirely sure whether to go forward or back. Marlowe keeps it out. 38 without loss after 7.
The bottom hand came into play there, just playing across the line, and one bounce to the fielder who got in behind it in the long barrier. Plenty of bowling options that will be required throughout the innings for Bryony Smith. She's kept faith with Tash Farron and Phoebe Franklin so far, and both have bowled nicely.
Yeah, certainly not a team short of bowling options. You've got Smith herself, of course. You've got Stonehouse, you've got Moore, you've got Miles, you've got Gregory, the braided wonder. Oh, well bowled off the inside edge. That's testing from Franklin. And with that little bit of movement she gets, it's a slightly risky shot from Winfield Hill, trying to work that away behind square on the offside.
Always good for any youngster watching to look at Phoebe Franklin. Always plays with that smile and things you like to see.
Locked out into the covers. Franklin, you would say, of the two, has created more problems than Farrant and has looked the more likely of the two to find that breakthrough.
Yeah, into her 4th over. She's only gone for 12 so far. 2 dots in this over. Mixing up her pace and taking plenty of advice and encouragement from Bryony Smith, who's at mid-on.
Nice spots again from Franklin, who is, when she's not on the field representing the Stars, a GLL Sport Foundation ambassador, which is the largest independent athlete support programme in the UK. It's a charitable social enterprise, and like a heck of a lot of cricketers, is affectionately referred to by some as one of the Crocky girls, as a big hockey player as well. There's a heck of a lot of crossover between those two sports, unsurprisingly so.
Yeah, you need those fast hands, good eye speed, or good hand-to-eye speed, and they've all got it, these girls.
6-3 field, short extra cover's just gone in, whipped out to short mid-wicket. So Franklin's got a deep point and a short mid-wicket, but it again has been encouraged all the more just to hang it outside the off-stump with that field change.
The only thing missing so far from a Stars perspective is a wicket. You look at the run rate, just under 5. Happy with that.
Nice looking shot out to deep cover. Winfield Hill gets 1. Period of generally quiet accumulation so far for much of the contest.
Yeah, that's not really the place to bowl, is it? Giving too much width like that. You are, of course, compensated by those sweepers either side.
Straight to short mid-wicket. Tidy over from Franklin, the cheapest of the innings so far. Concedes just 1, and at the end of the 8th, 39 without loss. So what do we reckon's a good score on this? Batting first at Beckenham.
I think you've got to be looking at 275.
I was going to go a touch higher, but yeah, that's the sort of region we're in.
I think you probably would look to go 6 and over and get up to 300. Depends if you can keep wickets in hand. That's always the big aim.
Yeah, it's traditionally one of the highest scoring grounds on the women's cricket circuit, Beckenham.
You get value down the ground, don't you? You mentioned about how long the boundaries are either side of the wicket. If you can go straight,
yeah,
that's where you can pick up your runs.
Still remember it was a hallmark of Tasman Britt's very impressive 100 here last season, targeting those straight boundaries impressively. Farrant to continue. Straight out to cover from Winfield Hill. Of all the names on both team sheets today, that is a name that, imagine, unless you're very new to women's cricket, doesn't need much of an introduction. Winfield Hill, 33 years old, such a seasoned campaigner at both domestic and international level, of course. Short and gone. A big early scout for the Stars. Farrant gets Lauren Winfield Hill for 19. Winfield Hill not quite timing the pull shot. That is a very important early scout for the Stars. Player already with 250s in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy this season. One who's so often so impressive in this competition has to go 39 for 1.
Good to get the wicket. We're just going to have a little look at the replay.
Short and gone.
I'm not sure there was any
big
bat
early
involved.
scout
I
for
wasn't
the
sure if she got a
Stars.
little
Farron
bottom
gets
edge, but it
Lauren
might
Wood.
just have gone straight through the gate.
I think it did. It may have kept just a touch low. It certainly came back on the angle from Farron, that classic left arm over angle. Might have just taken the pace off it a touch with a slower ball too.
Yep, slower ball into the surface.
Farron can certainly take a lot of credit for that. Her third wicket in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy this season.
Well, she's really mixed up her pace. I've been impressed with Tash Farron. The more expensive of the two bowlers, but she's looked to bowl wicket-taking deliveries into her fifth over. She's gone for 25 so far and picked up the crucial wicket, and believe me, that is a crucial wicket. Michael mentioned about Winfield Hill's contribution to the women's game over the years. It's been plentiful.
Yeah, when you've got someone playing in a domestic fixture who's played for England more than 100 times across all three formats, that's someone you don't want to see batting for a very long period of time.
Correct.
Otherwise, that's going to be a long day for you. But there's plenty more where that came from the Diamonds' point of view. Out comes skipper Holly Armitage. Of course, got her maiden England cap in T20I over the winter, having been previously part of that England A squad on the tour in New Zealand. Armitage facing up to Farron. Oh, and that's a nice one first up from Farron. Was one of those sorts of appeals that was kind of like, well, we know it's missed everything, but it's a really good ball, so we feel like we should go up, and why not? Here it is again. Oh, and that's a nice one first up from Fox back in. Armitage was nowhere near making contact. Might have been a sound of bat on ground.
Yeah, that was probably the noise that they heard. Alice Davidson-Richards with a stifled appeal at slip.
Oh, and again Armitage left uncertain outside off. Well bowled by Farron. Armitage, much like Winfield Hill, is in some nick so far this season. 191 runs at an average of 47.75, including that incredible match-winning ton as well as 50 as well.
Difficult to play that last delivery. It just kept low, made it difficult for the batter.
Well, it's a much more convincing shot from Armitage. Smashed out to deep square leg. Fielded at the expense of one. Armitage, of course, hitting 103 against Storm at Leeds on the 24th of April. That was really the difference as they won that one by 10 runs. Nicely bowled by Farron off the inside edge of Marlowe's bat. Marlowe was looking really nice rhythm early on, has just lost the strike a bit and then has lost her partner of Winfield Hill. Might be a bit of rebuilding needed for the Diamonds here after that. Good over from Farron, concedes just the one from the pull shot of Armitage and picks up that big wicket of Winfield Hill, 40 for 1 off 9.
Well, great to get that wicket inside the first 10. That's what you want to try and do. Have a little look at the incoming batters in the opening 10. They've picked up one. They would have liked to have got a couple, I'm sure. But it's still been a very, very positive contribution from both of these two opening bowlers.
Franklin to continue. And continue with 6-3 offside field with slip as well. Short, and this will be a bit of a chase for deep cover coming around and won't be stopped. Goes for 4, first boundary for the Diamonds captain, who's been in such good form this season. Well, just short, a touch too wide from Franklin. A bit of a chase for deep cover coming around and won't be stopped. To get her hands through it. Did so nicely, did so. It's the kind of shot you expect of a player who's in such good nick. Franklin responds by trying to tighten her line up a touch. Worked out to deep cover for 1.
Well, Armitage is the tallest batter that we've seen so far. In that previous delivery that raced to the boundary, she just got over the top of it. Caught it fairly low down the bat, but those big heavy bats, making sure that you take full advantage of giving the ball a real clump, and raced away down the hill.
Marlowe just confidently finding cover for one more. Bit of quick maths from me. I make it that before today, Winfield Hill and Armitage between them had scored 391 runs in this competition, but that loosely translates as somewhere in the region of the early 40s in terms of percentage of the Diamonds' overall runs. So no doubt those are the two big scalps they'd most want. This time Armitage won't get any for that.
It's like being here with Bill Frindle with your statistical know-how.
I wouldn't quite depend on my quick maths in the same way as Bearded Wonder, as he was once known.
Don't play yourself down. That was wonderful work.
Here's Franklin looking for her first. Nice areas once more. Holly Armitage looking to continue her excellent form in the campaign thus far, which for the Northern Diamonds has seen 3 wins from 5, a 9-wicket win against Thunder with 93 balls remaining. Very confident start to life this season. That was at Chester Street. Slightly overpitched. Will be just 1. And then 4 days later they made it 2 from 2, beating the Western Storm in that game I mentioned where Armitage's century was the difference. Then came a couple of defeats, as that's the end of the 10th, 47 for 1. They lost by 70 runs on the Duckworth-Lewis method against the Vipers at Southampton, and then were beaten by the Blaze in a much closer contest by 2 wickets with 2 balls remaining on the 1st of May at Scarborough, and then won that further by 1 run against the Central Spark. So pretty even first 10. Signal from the umpires that those fielding restrictions have been lifted. Jamie Reid to lead you through the next 10.
Michael, thanks very much indeed. 47 for 1 then the score. The Diamonds winning the toss and electing to bat first. The Diamonds with 3 wins and 2 defeats so far from their opening 5. South East Stars faring better, and Tash Farron is going to continue from this city end with plenty of blue skies overhead. We are on the flight path across the London City Airport and plenty of planes flying overhead. This one just keeping low and worked out onto the onside. They take a single and it brings Marlowe on to strike. She's got 17. Armitage at the other end, just short of a runner ball, 8 from 9 so far. You'll see there on the graphic at the bottom of the screen, Farron 1 for 27 into her 6th over. Might well be it. Keep 4 up the sleeve. Bryony Smith, of course, will make that decision as Stars captain, as Farron runs up past the umpire and bangs one into the surface. And it's just worked out to deep mid-wicket, and they take another single. Surendiran Shanmugam is our umpire standing at the city end. Julia Jarvis also on field. Peter Such is acting as match referee. It very much looks like Alice Davidson-Richards, who's down at 3rd. He's just warming up, so she could be introduced very shortly. Good hard-hitting batting all-rounder. Probably a genuine all-rounder in fairness, as that's a good delivery that just keeps low. Appeals for LBW, quickly waved away. Farron went up along with wicket-keeper Chloe Hill. A shake of the head. Here's the batting all-rounder. Probably a genuine all-rounder in fairness, as that's a good delivery that just keeps low. Appeals for LBW quickly.
Although when shaping it in, well, not so much a dilemma, it can be tricky to get an LBW because of exactly what you've just seen. If you beat the inside edge of the bat, there's every chance that you might hit the pad, but if the batter's batting out of their crease, if it's already doing a lot to swing past the bat by the time it's getting to the stumps, missing that leg stump. ADR's coming in now. Field change here, bringing one across and going to a 5-4 offside field for Armitage.
It maybe tells you that the bowler could be going a little bit straighter here.
Oh no, it's 5-4 leg side. Oh, this is a little bit funky. Okay,
Yeah.
what's Farrant got up her sleeve?
I think this is going to be straight, isn't it? Let's see what we get. It is into the pads and worked away on the leg side. They take one. They'll probably come back for a second. The two fielders converging. You could see Gregory and Moore both very close. And 2 runs is the sum outcome.
Well, this is clearly something that the Stars have come up with. Been working on with the analyst, have had up their sleeve for when Farrant comes on for this particular matchup, because certainly haven't had this kind of field at all for Winfield Hill or Marlow. It's always been a 6-3 really.
Farrant continues and bowls one on off stump. The batter gets right in behind, and that's always the positive from Armitage, making sure that she shows the bat maker's name, and Farrant does the bowling herself. Plenty of chatter and chippiness out in the field, and you would expect that. You'd expect a team to be on the money. Lauren Winfield Hill, the only wicket to fall so far, bowled by Farrant for 19, 31 deliveries she faced. Farrant is back at the top of her mark, and that's going to be a dead ball, which is frustrating for all concerned. Everybody poised and ready to go, but Farrant just has to move back to the top of her mark, and here she is running in once more, again on the pads of the batter Armitage, who works the ball backward a square on the leg side, and they take one more, and that is the end of the over. So you would have to say, if you're Bryony Smith, you'll be pleased with what her bowlers have done so far. Davidson-Richards is going to come into the attack.
Yeah, one of the absolute luxuries that Smith has as skipper is that I wouldn't quite say she doesn't need to worry about her bowling allocations, but when you have a Stars team like this with so many different options, if someone's bowling well, you can really just keep them on and somewhat think that you'll work out how you're going to get your way through the 50 overs later on, when you've got so many different genuine bowling options. And one of them is, of course, Alice Davidson-Richards. Has 5 wickets in this competition this season, and has taken them at a very tidy average of 21, an economy rate of just 4, and having given her that kind of a build-up, as per the commentator's curse, does start with an atypical wide.
Well, that was a long way, wasn't it, down the leg side? A little shake of the head from Alice Davidson-Richards. Frustration just creeping in. A little known fact, she has her own and loves dogs, Alice Davidson-Richards, as we all do. Along with my colleague and friend, Mr. John Batham. He loves furry friends too. Alice Davidson-Richards on her way, bowling right arm over the wicket. That's much better. On the money. And the batter just covers up. That's a very, very poor throw, and there's going to be an overthrow there. It went absolutely nowhere near Chloe Hill. And that's sloppy, Michael.
Yeah, it's just giveaway runs. It's not what you want to be doing. Worth mentioning as well, she's Star's second highest wicket taker behind Raina McDonald-Gay, who's got 12, and ADR has 5. So they really are missing McDonald-Gay's wicket-taking abilities today.
Here's Davidson-Richards continuing again, bowling a straight one that's going to evade the two fielders, might run out to the boundary's edge. Good work from Alexa Stonehouse, and that left-arm return to the wicket-keeper. Very, very good work, so quick across the ground. You can see why she is one of the boundary riders, when you can cover the ground that eloquently and make it look so effortless. You really do want to put your fielders, your best fielders, in the key positions. Davidson-Richards is back at the top of her mark, bowling from this Crystal Palace end, and runs up past umpire Julia Jarvis. Just opening up and running down to third is the batter. Marlow moves on, or comes back on to strike. In fact, it's Marlow who goes to 21 from 25. Armitage, who was at the non-strikers end, moves on, or comes back on to strike and has 12 from 14.
It's had very little strike for a considerable period of time now, Marlow.
Davidson-Richards gets ready to come in, bangs one into the surface, and this one worked out to deep mid-wicket. Right in behind it is Stonehouse, and she gets the ball out of her hands very, very quickly. As soon as you get that return in, it means that that second run isn't really an option. And the fielding has really improved. It's improved throughout cricket in both the men's and the women's game, you have to say. They work hard on drills and fitness and strength and conditioning to make sure everybody's in the best shape. Here's Davidson-Richards bowling another straight one that keeps low, worked out to deep square leg, and Stonehouse back into the game again.
Yeah, I know Marcus Campopiano's the strength and conditioning coach for the Stars. He's actually also a top order bat for the Italian men's team. They've been working a lot on in the winter on particularly acceleration and on turning mechanics as a specific theme through regular gym sessions indoors.
Davidson-Richards to complete the over, runs up past the umpire, and again worked out to Stonehouse. She's bowled nice and straight, and that's brought that leg side into the game. That is the end of the over. The run rate is 5, and I can quickly work that out with my elementary maths. 60 for 1 the score after 12. Lauren Winfield-Hill, the wicket to fall, bowled by Farron for 19.
Yes, the game just in a tiny bit of a post-power play holding period. Armitage has been really purposeful since she came out here, though. And Stars just looking to use their sweepers to try and bring a sense of control. It is a difficult ground to do that on, we have mentioned, but the pitch does look like it's playing as true as you could reasonably expect a wicket in England after the kind of pretty horrid weather that's been around. Do not be deceived by what you are watching. This is going to turn into one of, if not the hottest day of the entire summer so far.
Just as we suspected, Tash Farron has bowled 6 and taken a rest. Alexa Stonehouse comes into the attack, bowling at the City end of the ground, and here she is, another left arm variety. This one a slower ball down the leg side, and well taken by wicketkeeper Chloe Hill, but the outcome is a wide.
Stonehouse with 3 for 40 off her 9 overs in this competition so far. 1 for 18 against the Storm at Taunton, 2 for 22 against the Sunrisers at Northampton.
Here she is again, continuing and bowling another straight delivery, which has gone down the leg side again, and just signalled wide by Surindiran Shanmugam, who is standing at that end, and you can see frustration etched across the face of the bowler.
Yeah, just looking to get her rhythm back. Took 2 really big wickets against the Sunrisers 4 days ago. Got rid of Grace Scrivens and Cordelia Griff of 2 of the top 3.
Yeah, 2 dangerous batters as well. Grace Scrivens, particularly the captain, always very impressive. That's much more like it from Stonehouse. Better line, good length. Dot ball is the outcome on this occasion. Armitage, the captain, 14 from 17, ticking along nicely. Marlow likewise. The run rate just a shade over 5 and over, which is good. They'll be happy with that, despite losing Winfield-Hill. Again, onto the pads of the batter. Work down to long leg, and they take 1.
Just to whip you round the grounds, Vipers 42 for 1 at Radlett off 13 against the Sunrisers. Thunder setting a platform nicely. They're 49 without loss in the 13th against Central Sparks at Manchester. And in Nottingham, Western Storm in the 14th over are 66 for 1.
Well, the positive is you know that you're going to get cricket up and down the country in these sort of conditions. This one outside off stump, and the batter getting over the top of it, working it out to deep cover, where the fielding is carried out by Sophia Dunkley. Highly talented cricketer, of course.
And a cricketer with a bit of a point to prove after that England squad, of course.
Yeah.
It's been one of the talking points of the Times recently.
And rightly so, as Stonehouse continues. You do wonder how much you need to do. She's on the charge here and should be able to stop any thoughts of a boundary. They pick up 2, racing that first one hard, and you could see it was always going to be Marlowe running to the danger end, coming back for that second. Armitage moves on to 17.
It was interesting to read as well. We'll come back to that.
Stonehouse will continue, runs up, short approach. Left-arm bowler, of course, drilled to extra cover. Good bit of work carried out. No thoughts of a single.
England head coach John Lewis talking about, in a piece I was reading on Cricinfo from Valkyrie Benz, about use of AI and data to simulate 250,000 matchups depending on different team selections.
He's a forward-thinking coach, isn't he, John Lewis? He was a good bowler. Had that spell at Surrey late on, of course, but did most of his work for Gloucestershire down the years and had the England involvement. And he does really enjoy it, being able to look at all different facets of the game, and artificial intelligence is huge, and it's only going to get bigger.
End of the 13th, 67 for 1. Yeah, so Lewis was, to be clear, was not suggesting that he picks the team off this, but that it was one of the things that they use as consideration, and actually said that had a huge factor in England's planning for the Ashes last summer in terms of certain selections, and particularly alluded to the T20 series that got England back into that contest as one where it made a real difference. As ADR continues.
Davidson-Richards runs up past the umpire and bowls a perfect delivery just outside off stump, pushed to extra cover, no thoughts of a single. We should commend the team behind the team, of which Michael and I fall into that category. Great to see such wonderful graphics, and great to see the two cameras here at Beckenham. We are, of course, spoiling you on the live stream, and plenty of hard work has gone in behind the scenes, so well done to the team for bringing us this great presentation. 67 for 1 is the score. Run rate over 5 and over. That's a nasty one. It just clips up off the wicket end and might be stopped down on the boundary's edge. In fact, Moore, has she carried out some good work there? I think she has. She throws the ball in, hurls it into wicket-keeper Chloe Hill. And that's good work from Kalia Moore. The women's game is growing exponentially, and the chance to be able to cover it. I've got 3 young daughters, all loving being able to play the game that we've all enjoyed and loved. This one goes wide of off stump by some distance, and wide is the signal from Julia Jarvis. Great to have a summer sport that you can really enjoy. Michael mentioned about hockey, and I was fortunate to play that in my earlier years. I've not got the fitness now, not got the physique either. That's why I'm in the commentary box, which is the next best place to be. 70 for 1 the score. We're in the 14th over. This has gone down the leg side, and again it will have Julia Jarvis extending the arms. The radar just needs to be readjusted, Michael.
Good tape from Chloe Hill, though. That is never fun as a keeper. Made that look far simpler than it was. Hill, of course, was on loan from the Vipers last season, and that's now been made permanent.
The governor's here and listening in. John Surtees today. 71 for 1 the score. Moves on to Davidson-Richards this time again. Just arrows one into leg stump. It keeps low. Races down to long leg where the fielding is quickly returned, and they take one. Chap away to our right-hand side, enjoying wearing the Crystal Palace shirt. They, of course, got that wonderful win over Manchester United on Monday night. United not at their best this season, but it's still a superb win as Davidson-Richards continues, and it runs past the outside edge and through to the keeper. Dot ball.
Interesting dynamics here. Armitage has been very purposeful, and apart from the first 2 balls she's faced, has looked very good at him. Marlowe has had one of those strange periods of time as an opener where you barely face a ball. She's faced, I'm gonna check it, but it's something like about 8 balls in the last 6 overs or so, and it can be difficult to keep your focus when that happens.
Yeah, Armitage has certainly been the aggressor in terms of the runs scored and balls faced. 72 for 1 as Davidson-Richards just bowls this one quite a way outside off stump, and the sweeper on the offside will carry out the fielding. They take one. We are very fortunate to be able to watch such greats of the women's game playing here, free to get in, which is wonderful for everyone. The over is complete as this one from Davidson-Richards is again worked out to the sweeper, who's been busy on that offside, thrown in by Moore. And they take two. And that does complete Davidson-Richards' second over. She's gone for 16 so far, so she's been fairly expensive. Marlowe 24 from 29. Armitage has 23 from 25. The score 75 for 1 after 14.
So you know how they say a broken clock is right twice a day? Well, I think I might have been broadly onto something. So in the last 6 overs, Marlowe's faced 9 deliveries, which is almost exactly what I suspected. So she was on 16 off 20 after 8. And then she's faced just 9 balls of the last... She's faced just 9 balls of the last 36 that have been bowled.
She's wringing out the gloves. She's been out there all innings so far. And she's facing up now to Stonehouse, who does the bowling, does the fielding rather, off her own bowling. Thoughts of a single, and again the two batters just walk down to have a little chat. Armitage does a bit of...
Just one of those strange ways in which the game can test you in a very mental way, nothing to do with technique as such.
No, you have to be watchful, don't you? Looking at your partner, and that is the thing that I think has really grown in cricket. It's a very individual sport. It's a team sport, of course it is. But when you go out there as a batter, you need to make sure that even though you're playing and impressing the team, you've got to do it for yourself, and that's exactly what Marlowe's looking to try and do. 24 from 31 so far as Stonehouse runs up past umpire Sham Magam, and this one worked out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. They take one, and they'll only settle for that because the batter just dropped to the ground, and as the ball was returned, it might well have hit the helmet. I'm not sure if it did, but it certainly seemed to hit Marlowe's helmet. It diversified, and I think that we are going to see the physio come on, so that is what happened.
Did you mean diversified?
Diverted, diversified, diverted maybe. It diverted.
I couldn't help myself, I think.
It moved away.
So
we make it simple, I'm a simple man.
The
physios are on.
76 for 1. Yeah, we've had any notable stops in passages of play at all so far until just now.
Well, you need to do that concussion check, don't you? And that's exactly what's happening. The chance to take on a drink, and it is glorious weather-wise here, Michael, so you need to make sure that you keep on top of it hydration-wise, and that's a little word of warning for anyone who might be listening around the ground here.
Yeah, we're meant to get up to 20 degrees. Positively balmy for England in May. Exciting times. All checks complete. Armitage now ready to face up, looking to continue her fine form in this competition. Sees that one off from Stonehouse. It's one of an exciting crop that's come through the England under-19s in recent times. Was part of that England under-19 squad at the World Cup last year, taking 6 wickets in 5 games.
Stonehouse on the charge once more and bowling just outside off stump, and drilled away through extra cover out to the sweeper from Armitage. She takes one and settles for it. The run rate just ticking along over 5 runs and over. You need a wicket here if you're the South East Stars, and Bryony Smith will be hoping that either Stonehouse or Davidson-Richards, the 2 change bowlers, might be able to help in that regard. Only one picked up so far. Driving to point is Marlowe. Good bit of fielding from Cranstone, who's a specialist in that position.
End of the 15th. 77 for 1. Armitage very much dominating the partnership between these two.
Might be the first chance to see a bit of spin here. I think Danny Gregory's been given the ball.
Oh, wow. So pay attention, because Danny Gregory is one heck of a bowler to watch. Is got all the variations, got all the tricks in the box. Kit Harris, commentary colleague of mine, nicknamed her the Braided Wonder. And she will pose a very different challenge here than anything else that has been offered up so far. Continues to be underrated, despite being the third highest wicket taker in this tournament last term. Will pose plenty of problems here.
Well, I think it's the right time to bring spin into the game. We've seen 15 overs and the rate has just picked up again, up to 5, and you think to yourself, with wickets in hand, you can improve that. Score of 300 will be good on this surface, you would think. I know you need to see both sides bat, they say. Here is Danny Gregory pushing one into the surface. They come through for a single. I tell you what, had she hit there, that would have really asked the question. It was fizzed in towards the stumps, and it wasn't too far wide. Let's see it again. Bat, they say.
Cooper
here is Danny Gregory.
To the side today, picks
Pushing
it up nice and cleanly, and as soon as she does, she knows that to go at the coconut shine, as that confirms, nowhere near.
No,
only
gone.
in the frame because we're from the straight on camera. Side on, wasn't even in it.
Gregory continues, and again, just trying to open up the offside is Marlowe, who's 25 from 34 now.
Danny Gregory, who before the start of this spell had 3 wickets in 30.4 overs in this competition this season at an economy rate of almost exactly 5.
Gregory on the way once more, and again the batter just backing away, opening up the offside, and out it goes to the sweeper. They pick up another run. We're watching Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy action here at Beckenham at the county ground, where the Stars have seen the Diamonds move along nicely. 79 for 1 they are in the 16th. Gregory in once more. Just diving over the top of it is Phoebe Franklin. No real chance to stop that. It goes out to Tash Farron. They pick up 1. So Gregory's gone for 3 from 4 so far. And there are those plaits or braids that we get the opportunity to see. We'll say braids because she is the Braided Wonder. If Kit Harris says that, then it's official. Out onto the offside, they take another single. The fielding is carried out by Bethan Miles, who will also hope to get an opportunity with ball in hand. Bryony Smith likewise.
Yeah, there's always good theatre about watching a talented leg spinner in action.
Here's the final one of the over from Gregory, who's in past umpire Julia Jarvis, and another single. So 5 off the opening over, which is pretty much where we're going in terms of this run rate, just over 5, and 82 for 1 is the score after 16. The live stream provided by the South East Stars, and it's a pleasure to have your company. My name's Jamie Reid, Michael McCann alongside.
Gregory with 21 wickets in this competition last season, highest of anyone for Stars. Stonehouse looking for a breakthrough here. Armitage has caught up with Marlowe.
Stonehouse just looks on before getting ready to approach, and here she is.
Oof.
Running to Armitage, who's stretching for that one. Runs through.
It's a rare loose shot from Armitage, who ever since the first couple of balls she's faced has all of the good nick that you would expect of someone who's Already piled up 201 runs to be out just 4 times so far.
Well, there's a perfect platform here. This one worked out onto the onside, and again it's going to be the fielder chasing, because that's going to run over the boundary's edge, and it was hit with great force and no little skill by Armitage, who moves into the 30. She's running along at a runner ball, and she knows that with this platform in place it could be a real challenging ask for the South East Stars. Wickets are required.
Armitage picking up that one so quick in terms of length.
Facing up again, and this one is the other side of the wicket, just outside off stump, and worked out to Cranstone, who gets right in behind it. It then moves around the field and runs back to the keeper. Back it goes and through to bowler Stonehouse. Who's on her way again, and work to extra cover, dot ball, and the chance just to try and reset for Bryony Smith. She's brought a 5th bowler into the reckoning, with Danny Gregory coming on the first chance to have a little look at spin. She'll want to give Stonehouse the chance of getting in amongst the wickets. She's into her 3rd over, gone for 13 so far. Slower ball out the back of the hand. They're going to race through for a single. It put the fielder under pressure. Franklin couldn't quite bring the ball under control in any regard, but they were safely home.
Yeah, Holly Armitage, cricketer you'd probably say is coming into her peak years, turns 27 on the 14th of June, just over a month. Again,
another dot ball. They race through for that single, and then a dot next time up. The fielder is Tash Farron, and that is the end of the over. So just the boundary and the single coming from that one from Stonehouse. 4 dots, which she'll be pleased about. 3 overs bowled, 0 for 14 for Stonehouse. The score 87 for 1 after 17.
Of course, Armitage got her England debut in the winter in a slightly unorthodox fashion. She was brought in as a concussion sub for Sarah Glenn. Made 1 off 2 for England at the back end of a tight run chase against New Zealand at Nelson, where Kiwis went on to win that one by 3 runs. We'll be hoping for more England honours, and kind of start she's made to this season with the bat certainly won't do her any harm in that regard.
More leg spin on the way. Here's Danny Gregory running past Julia Jarvis, our umpire, and almost like French cricket there from the batter Armitage. She's looked so good so far, very composed, 32 for 36, but she was a little bit caught out there by that delivery. Gregory will do that. She'll mix up the armoury. A big crane away to her left-hand side. Lots of building work going on in this part of the world. It is an affluent area. Everybody wanting to try and make their place of work or home as nice as possible. We've certainly got a great home here for this cricket fixture. We're at the county ground in Beckenham, where this one is just dragged through the leg side. Good bit of fielding in the ring, and another dot. 3 dots from 3 so far.
Yeah, it's always frustrating as a batter when you miss out on the bad ball. That can induce a mistake.
Gregory on the approach once more. Perfect defence. Bat and pad close together. It's been a good over so far. 4 dots. Can she continue to join them up, Gregory? I think I'm right in saying we haven't had a maiden so far.
Nope.
So that could come in this 18th over. I hope I haven't put the commentator's curse on. Gregory in once more. I have. I'm going to blame myself as this one works out to deep cover. They take 1. In fairness, you're happy to surrender a single here, especially when you bowl 4 dots.
Feel pretty much as you'd expect. 5-4. Deep cover, deep square leg and long on.
Marlowe back on, 27 from 37 and facing up to Gregory. Down the track, this one goes to extra cover, another dot, so that's a wonderful over. The best that we've seen so far from Gregory. 0 for 6 off her 2 so far. She just takes her glasses and cap from umpire Julia Jarvis. There we are, 18 bowled, 88 for 1 the score.
Yeah, we've been discussing 275 to 300 is probably par. Northern Diamonds certainly setting a decent base to get there.
Bethan Miles is brought into the attack here. Latest change from Bryony Smith. 6 bowlers used so far, and when you think Smith hasn't even had an opportunity with cherry in hand, it does give you the chance to think to yourself, there is great depth both in terms of the batting and bowling. You look at Bethan Miles batting at 10, Danny Gregory at 11, both of them can bowl. And this one just turned around the corner here, it's going to be a boundary, so not the start with that ball just straying down the leg side. And here is the 50 partnership between these two, and Armitage has really been the aggressor. Danny Gregory at 11, both 37 off those, Michael. And this one just turned around the corner here, it's going to be a boundary, so not the
really
start.
Giving the ball a chance to turn, but it's a neat sweep from Armitage. It's an efficient put away.
Yep, raced away to the boundary's edge. 92 for 1, the score moves on. We're into the 19th over, that's much better. The ball does pitch, and Armitage not getting too much in the way of bat into that shot, but she just squeezed it out onto the leg side, and they take 1. Cooper the fielder. And here is Miles again, running up past the umpire and drilled straight down the ground, and there we are. We said they do run away very, very quickly. And Armitage now looking ominous. 41 from 43. Here is Miles again. See it again, running up past the umpire and drilled straight down the ground, and there we are. We said coming into play.
Yeah, that's a great shot, and that gives Miles a real dilemma about a length now. When you've seen someone confidently charge you like that.
Chloe Hill just moving the field around. The wicket keepers do help in that regard. They're going to take 1 here. It just beats the fielder at straight mid-wicket. We're watching the South East Stars against the Northern Diamonds at the county ground in Beckenham. Jamie Reid and the man alongside, Michael McCann, delighted to be alongside Michael for this one, calling the action. 97 for 1, 3 away from the century, almost going for the gallon, but into the 19th over. The run rate just over 5. And Miles so far with those 2 boundaries has gone for 9 from her 5. Here she is to complete the over. Drilling to extra cover is the batter. No runs follow up. And we are now 1 away from the 20 over mark, and 97 for 1 is the score. So it's a good enthralling game of cricket. You have to think to yourself, with just Winfield Hill back in the hutch so far, further wickets are needed by the South East Stars, because this partnership is proving to be profitable. 97 for 1 the score.
Miles will be so relieved to have dragged that over back, having gone for 8 off the first 3, 9 off the first 4 as a spinner. If that goes much further, it can really put even doubts in Captain's head about giving you a second.
Danny Gregory to continue as we hear another tractor or piece of machinery behind us. That's going to be 4 runs. The fielder, who was fairly straight, Cooper, at mid-on, dived away to the right-hand side, but the 100 comes up with the boundary to continue as ripple we hear of applause from this knowledgeable crowd.
Piece of machinery behind us. That's going to be 4 runs. The fielder, who was fairly straight, not necessarily the area that you want to bowl to Armitage, who's now just a boundary away from what will be an excellent half-century, covering up and pushing to extra this time, where the fielder comes racing in. No thoughts of a single, but with Armitage 46 from 46, she really has played a major hand so far. Nearly half of the runs from that bat. She's going to pick up another single here, as this one is just turned round the corner to the fielder Dunkley, who's there backward a square on the leg side.
3 away now from that half century. And Gregory into her 3rd over, trying to drag it back after going for that early boundary. When you do pick up a boundary off the first, it does take the pressure off. This one just drilled over the fielder's head. It's going to come into the commentary box. They're going to pick up a boundary there. This gentleman, a former player, when you do pick up a boundary off the first, it does take the pressure off. This one just drilled over the fielder's head. It's going to come into the commentary.
It's only a 2nd boundary. She's had barely any strike, and that's a very confident shot off Gregory. So that's a really good sign for the Diamonds.
106 for 1 is the score. Gregory flatter this time, outside off stump, worked out to deep cover. They take 1. You can see that maybe she's just starting to tick and sweat out there, Danny Gregory. She just has to get a little bit of drying of the hands, because it is so moist, these conditions. 107 for 1 the score remains. Here she is again to complete the set, and a little bit of indecision, shy for the stumps, and this might well be out, and is backing up, but up goes that index finger. Julia Jarvis got herself into the perfect position, and you have to think to yourself, this is so unfortunate for the batter. You really do feel when you have to make that long walk back, but a wonderful bit of fielding, Michael.
Unfortunate is one word for it. I think some members of the Northern Diamonds coaching staff might have some others. They will be so frustrated. This was a partnership that was building
moist, these conditions. 107 for 1 the score remains. Here she is again,
bit of
to complete the set,
a
in
direct hit. Marlowe thought that there was one there, but it's never Marlowe's call. It's well in front of square. It's gone out through the covers. Armitage has sent her back, and there's a lot of positives for the promising young opener Emma Marlowe to take from that. It is actually the first time in this season or last season's Rachael Heyhoe
these conditions. 107 for 1 the score remains. Here she is again,
it's a high
to
score
complete the set, and a little bit of indecision, shy for the stump.
Time around. All credit to the fielding though. It was an error that was ruthlessly punished. So that previous over had gone for 9. That one had gone for 10. There was a moment there, I was actually just about to say it, where there was a danger of Stars losing control with Armitage going well, and Marlowe also hitting that nice straight boundary, but of course completely different complexion on things now we've had that run out.
Yeah, great bit of work, wasn't it, from Bethan Miles, hitting the stumps as you need to do so, and I was delighted to pick up that wicket, albeit rather fortuitously off the final one of my spell. Michael McCann to continue.
So 107 for 2. Bess Heath is out there and gets wide from Miles. So 107 for 2. Miles, who's got a square leg and mid wicket and a deep point in terms of boundary protection. Heath off the mark, getting 1. Of course, one of the great young exciting names bursting through in women's cricket at the moment, Bess Heath.
Yep, you've got the captain and wicket-keeper out there at the moment, and it's the skipper, Armitage, who's looked so impressive, the best batter on show so far, with 47 from 48.
Short, hit hard by Heath, who picked up the length really quickly. It's a big old commute for deep mid-wicket coming around, and a pretty comfortable 2 for Heath, who is yet to make a score of note in this competition this season. You'd say given her talent it's only a matter of time, just 35 in her 3 innings so far. That's a touch short again. There was a bit of uncertainty here as well, and eventually Armitage, whose call it certainly was with it going to short fine leg, hurries through and says, yep, I back that I'll make it, and that is 50 for Holly Armitage, who is batted very nicely for that 50, coming at exactly a run a ball, the second 50 to go with 100 as well in this competition this season. That's short and out into the covers this time. They'll hustle a comfortable 2. Armitage with 5 fours in that 50. It is, of course, one of the strange quirks of the way we do things in cricket that we say 2 50s in 100, because she has passed 50 3 times in this competition this season. Nice length from Miles, and Heath just respects the good ball.
And it shows the dominance that she's been able to put into play in this competition. A real craftsman at work, and you have to think to yourself, when Armitage can move on to 50 with such good effect, it's been a great contribution.
Armitage scurrying through for one. Could be run out of the bowl this end, and Heath makes her ground. Was ultimately a good call. Armitage knew that her end was nominally the one that should be the main danger end, with it going to short fine leg. So an eventful over. 115 for 2 off 21. Armitage had started today behind just Scriven's, Knott and Smale of Sunrisers, Vipers and Thunder respectively in the run scoring charts, and depending on how they're getting on elsewhere in the country, might well have overtaken all three.
Yeah, Miles a little bit expensive so far.
That's another look at the run out. You can see Marlowe thought there was one. There was a moment where Armitage did seem to move as if she thought there was 1-2 before turning back. Here from all the way out here, quite what was said out there in terms of calling. Gregory to continue. Gregory matching up to Heath for the first time today. And he plays this out confidently through the covers. There'll only ever be one there though.
Well, batting's been far easier here than what it has been for the Southern Vipers in their game at Sunrisers. The Vipers 75 for 2 in the 24th. Abby Norgrove, the chief run scorer so far, 28 not out.
Just guided into the vacant gap at cover with cover out deep for another single.
Western Storm 108 for 3 in the 22nd in their game against the Blaze, and Thunder are taking on Central Sparks. They're currently 103 for no wicket, 21 gone.
Oh, a horrid delivery from Gregory, and she'll get away with that. And it goes out to long on for one. Must have been fearing that that would be very much deposited. Alice Davidson-Richards is off the field. 12th is on.
Yeah, I think she's just getting ready to come back on very imminently. A native of Tunbridge Wells, where Kent used to play first-class cricket.
Starting to peak up towards 20 degrees here as Gregory again gets that wrong, you'd have to say, and gets a bit fortunate having bowled a long hop. That is waist-high full toss that is smashed out to deep square for one. So Gregory a touch fortuitous. I mentioned Seren Smale in dispatches not long ago. It started today the top run scorer in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, and she's 51 not out for Thunder. Emma Lamb has 53. So that's a dot from Gregory. Tony Gregory, the first Stars player to reach 50 appearances, has been a near ever present over the years for them. Just nibbled round the corner. They'll think of two, and they will take on the second, and they'll get there. Stonehouse was very deep, and it is a big old boundary, and that was what presented the chance. That's good hustle between the sticks. End of the 22nd, 121 for 2.
The ground starting to fill up as another aeroplane just makes its way overhead. Miles to continue. Gregory running along at 5.5 and over, and that is the run rate. So going with the run rate that we've witnessed here, Miles has been the most expensive of the bowlers on show so far. Marlowe run out for 32, and Lauren Winfield Hill, the first wicket to fall, bowled by Farron for 19.
Tempting flight, but nice looking shot from Armitage, who will pick up 4. Took the bait of the flight, came down the pitch. This is classical impressive batting against spin. Came down, didn't try and hit it hard, just met it on the half volley, creamed it for extra cover for 4. That's a confident shot from a confident player. This is worrying signs for the Stars in terms of just how good Armitage has looked ever since coming out, apart from the first 2 balls she's faced. Short this time, rocks back and gets this away through extra cover for 2. Well, that's the kind of pair of shots that gives a spinner like Miles a real problem, because the 2 deliveries were not too far apart in terms of line and length, and with 2 very different shots, one off the front foot, one off the back, Armitage has got those through a similar part of the ground. Short. Armitage picked up the length very quick. Only get 1 out to deep mid-wicket. Can't afford to really stray too much onto the offside here. Miles has got a 5-4 onside field with deep square leg, deep mid-wicket and long on. He's only got 3 in the ring on the offside and a deep cover. Short and played late by Heath, out to backward point for 1. Nice tempting flight. Armitage just drops her bat on that one. Meets it, turns it into a low full toss. Armitage playing the spin of Miles confidently. 9 worked off that over in a relatively risk-free fashion. 130 for 2. 23 gone.
Yep, getting towards the halfway stage of the innings and the run rate just picking up. You wondered with the dismissal of the second opener when Marlowe went after that silly run out, you wonder if there might have been a change, but Armitage has just kept going. If anything, she's improved her contribution, running along at just over a runner ball now, and the rate has gone up to 5.65 and over. So if you're Bryony Smith, you're thinking to yourself, you need to get a good look at this middle order. You need to start picking up some wickets. Cooper's just dropped to the boundary in front of us.
Nice looking sweep shot, 2 full from Gregory. It's almost hit that in a way too hard out to the longer square boundary to allow the possibility of 2, because it's collected by the sweeper in quick time. Shorter, straighter boundaries as we alluded to here at Beckenham, although those straight boundaries are not really short. So short pulled away straight to deep backward square leg for 1. It's more that the square boundaries are very long, so those straight boundaries just feel a bit more accessible.
Yep, it's a huge playing surface here, isn't it? It really is at Beckenham. What a great place to come and watch cricket.
Flighted by Gregory, nice bit of dip on that one. Kept out by Armitage, who it's going to be interesting to watch. He's played the spinners at both ends well so far. Armitage has been very proactive.
She just had to jam down there.
Shorter, more teasing flight this time by Gregory, going through all her variations. Just wonder as well, there was a very belated celebration from Armitage when she got her 50. It was almost as if, having been part of that run out, there was a sense of, yeah, I better go on with it now. Short and well worked for 1 by Armitage.
Well, when you're captain of the team, you know that there's always a real emphasis on you to contribute. And Armitage has done that so far to thinking cricketers out there in the middle with the captain and wicket-keeper.
Heath just blocks that one, end of the 24, 4 off it. 133 for 2. Only 4 players have turned up in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy so far. And Holly Armitage is one of them, of course. Grace Scrivens, Charlie Knott, and Katie Mack. The others. Almost at the midway point here.
Kalia Moore's coming on by the look of it.
Replacing
Yeah, I'm not
Bethan
surprised.
Miles, number 27, Kalia Moore.
Was played well, particularly by Armitage. And with the sheer range of the Stars bowling options, it's no surprise that Bryony Smith thought, yep, we'll shuffle the pack, we'll try more. Again, Armitage looking good though, picking the length very early, going deep in her crease, pulling out to long on for one.
She might well be in trouble there. That's caught the bat very, very low down.
Similar shot this time from Heath. Again, we'll pick up a single.
Yeah, both of those shots not pleasing on the eye, with that bottom hand coming into play. Thought she might have cracked the toe. I think it's going to be okay.
Short this time, worked out through deep cover. I'd say it's good risk-free accumulation. You want to be using all of your crease, picking the length early. Am I coming to down the track to meet it on the half volley, or am I going to rock back? Can play spin confidently off the back foot here at Beckenham on this true surface as Heath just digs that out to short third, no run.
I think the Diamonds will be the happier of the two sides so far with that rate in excess of 5.5 and over.
Turned away, plenty of real estate out there with deep backward square leg and deep mid wicket out. So that's just another single, reasonably tidy first over this from Moore. Kent's leading wicket taker in the T20 Cup in 2021. That was one of the first moments that helped get the attention of her in the women's game. So that's straight to short third. She'll be pretty content with that first over. 4 singles from it. 137 for 2 off 25. Kalia Moore, who studies at the University of Kent in Canterbury, has also represented the Southern Brave too. And it's time for a drink. The sun is out. It's not quite cloudless, but it's not far off. And it's 137 for 2 off 25. And no doubt the key player to this innings, the inform Holly Armitage, who has 64 at exactly a runner ball.
Moving along very, very nicely. The 2 wickets to fall so far. Lauren Winfield-Hill bowled by Farron for 19. She faced 31 deliveries. The score at the fall of wicket, 39 for 1. Emma Marlowe followed thereafter, run out by Bethan Miles. A great bit of work. 32 from 42, 107 for 2 at that stage. In terms of the bowlers, we've seen 7 used so far with the introduction of Moore. And Farron, the only one to pick up a victim so far. And that shows that Bat has dominated ball. A reminder, it was the Northern Diamonds who won the toss and elected to bat first here. 3 wins and 2 defeats so far for the Diamonds. In terms of the South East Stars, well, wins over Vipers, Lightning, Sparks and Sunrisers. The only defeat, as Michael alluded to earlier in the live stream, Western Storm, and that was under the DLS method, with Vipers, or they're level on top rather, with Vipers at the top with a better run rate. And they'll want to make sure that they put up a good showing here, but they've got plenty of work to do, and that's because the Diamonds at the halfway stage are 137 for 2. Armitage 64 from 64. Heath 12 from 14. The run rate just shy of 5.5 and over. And there are still plenty of options in terms of batting. Erin Burns still to come. And you've got the likes of Callis, Dobson, Turner, the 2 Turners, Walston and Levick. So work to be done for the Stars. They'll need to try and get going, pick up a couple of wickets on offer here, and very much hope that they can put their visitors under pressure. At drinks, they've moved on to 137 for 2. It is a real glorious day here, and that's why the players are taking this elongated break, having the chance to take some drinks on. The umpires also making sure that they stay hydrated. And this is cricket weather, Michael. This is what we want to see throughout the English summer.
Yep. Not that we'll necessarily see a lot of it if this summer's been anything to go by, but all the more reason to marvel in today. You allude to the depth of that batting lineup. It is a slight oversimplification, but there'll be an element here from the Diamonds of almost setting this up as a T20 that they can go really hard on from here onwards, with Armitage pushing on, but then so much depth to follow. Will be interesting to see the further and further the innings goes on, depending on when wickets fall, how much flexibility there might also be in that Northern Diamonds batting lineup. Aaron Burns, obviously such an important player for them. Burns was in front of us earlier on, doing as any good professional does, making sure she's ready at any moment for when a wicket might fall, going for a fair bit of shadow batting and throwdowns as well. What a player for Northern Diamonds to have available, and a player who no doubt in any other era of cricket would have played for the Australian national team a heck of a lot more than she has had the opportunity to do so, albeit still T20 World Cup winner with them in early 2020, beg your pardon, was part of that squad. And we may well see Burns with the bat. The Stars will hope sooner rather than later if they can break this partnership, which is to resume now after drinks. He's facing up to Gregory. First ball is full toss that he'd be a bit frustrated to have not really taken advantage of. It was just a moment as the umpire signalled the leg by. Pessie just quite theatrically threw her head up to the heavens as if to say, my goodness me, how have I not hit that into a neighbouring district, parish or county. Gregory right back on it after the post-drinks loosener. Slightly mistimed from Armitage. It's good from Gregory. Stars will be looking at as a magician that can get the dangerous Armitage out here. Short, picked up the length. Nicely Armitage. Hit hard through a wide mid-on, or really prime sort of cow corner kind of region, and long on and deep mid-wicket converge at the expense of a couple. Northern Diamonds, of course, who have been subject to plenty of discussion in recent times with the new women's domestic structure. Straight at mid-off, no run. If you are unfamiliar, the 8 regions, of course, next season will evolve into 8 counties. Yorkshire didn't get a Division 1 team in the new women's domestic structure in 2025. Durham got a team instead. Yorkshire will join in 2027. Armitage missing out on the sweep. Something of a free shot outside leg when Gregory pitches out there. So end of the first over after drinks, just 3 off it. 140 for 2 off 26. That's your scorecard so far. Winfield Hill made a steady start before missing a pull shot from Tash Farrant's slur ball. Brilliant run out by Bethan Miles, got rid of Emma Marlowe after a mix-up with Armitage, who is since built with Bess Heath. So that's one there for Heath. More continuing from the City end. Met but mistimed and taken. A really important breakthrough for the Stars. Kalia Moore has her first wicket, and visible frustration for the Diamonds. 141 for 3, and it is the big scalp of Holly Armitage, who has to go for 66 off 70. Armitage has scored nearly half of the entire runs in the innings so far, but it just mistimed a couple post drinks, decided to try and go up and over. Doesn't quite get to the pitch of the ball, scoops it up, and it's a pretty simple take in truth. And then a jig of delight in celebration. That is
the incoming batter for Northern Diamonds, number 29, Erin Burns.
Key breakthrough. So I was mentioning at the drinks break, nearly 5 minutes or so ago, out comes Erin Burns. Just the 6 appearances for Australia, 5 ODIs and 1 T20I, but in any other era, we'd have more like 60. 400 runs and 22 wickets for the Sparks in 2023. Lightning in the field, we'll see that later on as well. Part of that Australian squad that won the T20 World Cup 4 years ago, although she didn't play. Pulled away, it's beaten short, fine leg. And the backward square comes around, but it's a misfield from Claudie Cooper. Slightly untidy work, and that means that one that probably should have just been a couple ends up being 4. It was a slide tackle from Cooper, and then couldn't get back to haul it inside the rope. Oh, well bowled by Moore. Might have got a little under edge that time. Burns collects 2. Not entirely clear from that angle, the pads of Hill obscuring it. Short, Burns will get 1 through the covers. Erin Burns certainly not hesitant in talking up the Northern Diamonds' chances, not just in this game but across this season. Come back to that. Blocked by Heath, ended the 27th, 148 for 3. Excellent over by Moore, concedes 8 and picks up a wicket. New South Wales star Burns saying, I think there's some incredible talent floating around our sheds. Seen so many players get different opportunities around the world. We've got really good talent with bat and ball. The exciting thing is different players are putting their hands up in different games. We're always hunting trophies, that's what we're here to do. It'd be pretty special to do that in both competitions. If we can get everyone clicking on the same day, it's going to be pretty special.
Well, back to this game, you need players to put their hands up, and Kalia Moore has done that. Bryony Smith taking a catch, and great from the captain to just take what was a comfortable catch, it has to be said, but Moore in amongst the wickets, and that's a big, big wicket, isn't it, to send Armitage back.
Nice start to Gregory from her 6th. Yeah, I mean, during her time at the crease, Armitage dominated the strike, dominated the scoring, and you sense that Northern Diamonds' chances of really building a formidable score would have only been helped by her continuing to stay there. A lovely shot for naught from Burns. Well stopped in the covers.
Yep, we must mention Gregory. She's pulled it back, hasn't she, in terms of that economy rate.
Short, not a good delivery. Thumped out to deep mid-wicket for one. He's got her sweepers in the right place. Can't afford too much width, Gregory, with this field. It's a 5-4 after all. With, on the offside, just a short third. Deep cover, extra cover in mid-off.
Long on's just been pushed back.
Teasing flight from Gregory. Heath watchful. Run a ball from here gets Northern Diamonds up to around 280, which would, to say, for knowing the history of Beckenham, probably be in and around par. Darted in a bit more from Gregory, worked a short fine leg. No run for Bess Heath, who once upon a time could have ended up down the rugby union route, was offered a trial by the Worcester Warriors before committing her future to cricket. Oh, goes on the reverse, and we'll get just one. I think she was trying to get that over short third and a little bit finer to hit it for 4 rather than out to deep point for 1, but was in position a touch early, and so instead had to settle for a single. 150 for 3 off 28.
Yep, so the 150 coming up, the run rate's dropped below 5.5 and over, and that is of course principally because Armitage is back in the hutch away to our right hand side, and these two spinners have suddenly found a little bit of rhythm, which is pleasing to see.
Well, in that classic middle overs period where the stars exactly as they should be, sort of trying to jog through the overs, get through those overs quickly, try and not give Heath or Burns the chance to settle, but they'll be all too familiar with that kind of ploy. Chopped away. Will be a chase for deep point coming round. They want to, and they'll get to with simplicity.
A lot of area to cover, wasn't there, for Sophia Dunkley? Always unlikely that she'd be able to restrict it to 1.
He's the kind of player, Heath, who has got all the shots in the book and more. If she stays in any period of time, this will be really entertaining. That's straight to short third, no run. Saw Heath play that reverse in the previous over. This time more conventional and hard, straight back at Moore, who did well. It's not easy stopping the ball when you follow through like that. Getting down low and quickly.
Tash Farrant really applauded it. That's goalkeeper style defending to stop a single.
Her best Mary Earps impression.
Absolutely.
Out to cover. This is good again from Moore. Just trying to whiz through these overs nice and quickly against Heath, who's still settling. Full toss, and misses out Heath. Straight at cover.
And Bethan Miles has felt that. She got into the long barrier, and that struck her pretty hard. That was hit with great ferocity, that full toss.
Better ball and played circumspectly. End of the over. Nice from Moore. 2 from the first. Nothing more since off that. 152 for 3 off 29. You would think that Burns would look to be the player around which Diamonds can build the rest of this innings. Vastly experienced. Turns 36. The 22nd of June next month. Has mentioned that role in the Australian women's national team, where in another era she'd have played a heck of a lot more than she has. Be just 1 here, up towards the umpire at square leg, fielded by Franklin.
Yep, age is just a number, isn't it? It's how you feel in yourself, and you see a lot of players who can really go on into the twilight and play for as long as possible. I think that needs to be the aim for each and every one. Long time retired.
Full toss from Gregory. Not too deep backward square leg. That's been ultimately relatively economical here, Danny Gregory, without, I would say, being at an absolute brilliant best in terms of control. Has bowled quite a few loose deliveries where batters have picked up sweepers. Straight to short third, no run.
Yeah, it's Miles and Davidson-Richards who've been the two most expensive bowlers on show so far. All the others have bowled with pretty good control.
Burns just checking that drive. Back to mid-off. Elsewhere, Thunder 131 without loss off 28 at Manchester against the Central Sparks. Vipers are 107 for 3 off 30 against the Sunrisers at Radlett, and Storm are 158 for 3 off 28 against the Blaze. Short and good diving, tumbling stop from Phoebe Franklin. Way to her right at short mid-wicket. It was only one. It was probably always only ever going to be only one, but because the sweeper was covering in behind, but that's not the point, of course. It's those little bits of intent to help keep a sense of pressure on a batter. Guided away into the gap at cover point, which is deep. So end of the 30th over. 156 for 3. So if you're working broadly on the metric of that, doubling the score from in and around this point, and Northern Diamonds should be going off in excess of 300.
Yep, 30 overs played, and you do think to yourself, if you can get up to that 300 mark, Michael, then you're going to give yourself every chance of winning, even on a good batting surface like this. And in fairness, it is very, very good. Shirt sleeve order for me now. The coat has come off, and you have to think to yourself that even though it's a little bit cold and crisp if you're out of the sun, still beautiful weather. Let's see what Moore has got to offer here. Bowling one to Heath, who's 18 from 29 and ticking along nicely, drilling back down the ground. A dot first up. Burns 10 from 10 at the other end. 156 for 3. The score remains. Here is Moore approaching, wearing those sunshades and really getting into the spirit of summer, as this one's worked out to deep mid-wicket.
You're definitely seeing again here in a spell like this why people are excited about Moore as a 21-year-old spinner to bowl with this kind of control.
Yeah, I've seen a fair bit of her in her junior career, and she really does look a player of some great promise, just as we put the commentator's curse, because that one's just dropped in a little bit short, and Burns has just smashed the ball down the ground very powerfully. Let's see it again.
Well, that's a classy shot from a classy player.
Yeah.
Came down, mended on the half volley. Experienced pro that is Aaron Burns, giving young spinner Moore something to think about.
161 for 3. How's she going to come back? The answer is just to make her reach and just dragging the ball out onto the leg side. They take one. Chap scoring away to our left-hand side. He's not got the linear sheet. He's got the scorebook out by the look of it, which is very fine work. You all need to make sure that you've got great dedication. A bit like being a fisherman. You need to make sure that when you do go and dangle. 4 runs here ensuing. Apologies just for breaking off there. Heath moving on to 23.
Yeah, Heath was going at a run of ball early on in her innings, and then post-drinks slightly lost her rhythm for a little period of time. So
She lost her batting partner as well, didn't she?
Yeah. Should just hope that that boundary can get her going, and she was on a run of ball 10 at one point.
166 for 3 is the score. Quicker, flatter from Moore. They race through for a single, rotating the strike where they can. The 2 boundaries picked up This has been by far the most expensive of Moore's spells so far. 11 from it.
So 31 gone, 167 for 3. A run of ball here would get you 281, but Diamonds rightly should be eyeing off a lot more than a run of ball. If they could go at 8 and over, they get another 152, that would take them to 319. And you would say that even for the good scoring conditions at Beckenham, if they could get 319, that would definitely be above par.
Absolutely huge. I think that's a winning score if you get up around that sort of figure. You'd certainly need a couple of batters to get really set, and that's what they're going to be looking to do as Gregory starts the next over. This is drilled down the ground to Cooper, who's quickly on the money into it. And they take one. We've seen 66 for Armitage so far. Heath set 25 from 33. Burns, well, we know she can be an aggressor once she gets in. 15 from 12 is a real promising start. Gregory will want to make another breakthrough. If you could get towards the middle order into the lower order, you do give yourself a chance. Here's Gregory again, running away to her left as down the ground it goes past the bowler, and one more picked up. Heath back onto strike. Burns happy just to keep ticking. Low risk, pick up the boundaries when they present themselves. Gregory runs past Julia Jarvis, and again a full toss. This is going to dissect the two fielders, and 4 runs will be the outcome. Not out the MCC coaching manual, but effective, and that's what you need to try and do. Find ways of hitting boundaries. That's exactly what's happened here as it races away. Yeah,
just a good little bit of momentum for this. The previous over going for 11. This one's gone for 6 off 3.
Yep, it's been a real good start. Gregory needs to try and find a dot ball. What can she produce? A dot ball. Very good.
They're going to be without Aaron Burns of Diamonds immediately after this game. She's returning home to attend a wedding of one of her best friends, but will be back in time for their second T20 fixture.
Yeah, she'll certainly be missed, won't she? A little bit of width here and just cutting the ball away is Heath.
And of all the games to miss as well, she misses the closest thing women's cricket currently gets to a red rose versus white rose contest. It's the opening Charlotte Edwards Cup fixture against the Lancashire Thunder at Emirates Old Trafford in 11 days.
Gregory to continue. She's gone for 6, make that 7. They might be picking up 2 here. They are, as it runs down to the boundary's edge. It's going to be stopped by Cranstone. They might come back for 3 because she's had to run over the rope. Hurls the ball back into Chloe Hill, the wicket-keeper, but 3 more runs and another expensive over. 10 coming from that one. And this is a massive platform here, 177 for 3.
Yeah, 21 have come off the last 2. So fair bit of accelerando happening. Plenty left in the hutch as well. If I've just managed to combine her first name and her second name. If Bess Heath gets going here and really gets in rhythm, anyone who's watched that before knows that that is quite the show. This could be very dangerous. Stair Callis, you know what she can provide, particularly with her aggression down the ground. Dobson as well in the hutch.
Yep, and you're looking on and licking your lips and wanting to get out there and appeal for LBW being trapped in front on the slide. No thoughts of really going up. You asked the question to Surindir and Shanmugam, but you quickly saw that wave of the head. Burns on strike, 19 from 15 and facing up 2 more. 1 for 25 into her 5th, so at the halfway house, driving down the ground, and is it going to evade the fielder? That's a good bit of work, and it's going to be hurled in. I think it's Alexis Stonehouse down there.
That is a great boundary stop. That is an absolutely brilliant boundary stop. That looked for all money and old rope as it came off the bat.
One of the better fielders in the team, in fairness, and that's why you put your fielders in the best position. Smith just has a little word with the bowler. It looks like Dunkley might be coming up into the ring here. And Bryony herself is going to drop, so they've got the deep fielders out now at long off and long on. Maybe a change in the variety on offer from Moore. The youngster who throws one down the leg side, and that's going to go wide from umpire Shan McGann.
Give credit to Chloe Hill though.
Great take.
Great take. That is a quicker ball spitted down leg. That is not what you want as a keeper standing up to the stumps.
Burns facing up to Moore once more. A couple of quick steps to get to the pitch of the ball. They take one and settle. Good return.
Still persisting with this 5-4 field Moore, which means she really can't afford to put too much width on the ball.
And Moore continues with a little bit of width on the offside. Dunkley, who's back out at deep cover, runs round, stops two, they take two.
It's good cricket, it's good angles from Heath. It's exactly what I was alluding to with this field, knows where the gaps are. Three sweepers out on the onside, there's just deep cover in terms of sweepers on the off.
Moore again, bowling a dot, work to the fielder at backward point. Cranstone in that position. We've seen the full repertoire of deliveries from the spin bowlers in the hopes of picking up wickets. Moore's got one, Farrant another, also a run out. Cranstone again back into the game. One more run to the total. So again, another expensive over. These two batters getting into their groove. The run rate's back over 5.5 and over. It's all looking a little bit ominous for the Stars. The Diamonds 184 for 3, 33 gone.
Really important to note that's the second time that Bess Heath has gone on the reverse. She's very comfortable doing it. It's every inch that modern young player of a generation where they've never known an era where it's those funkier shots are not just another shot that you play to try and disturb a spinner. It means that Heath keeps the strike.
Gregory gets ready to get that arm whirling again. Driving down the ground to Cooper. They take one. Fizzed in. Gregory into her 10th, so this is her final over. She's gone for 44 so far. She'll want to try and avoid the half gallon. She can keep it anywhere under 50. Gregory again comes in and bowls a full toss. That's not going to help, but she's got away with it. It's worked out to Dunkley, just backward a square on that leg side on the deep square boundary. Another single, 2 from 2 so far.
Similarly, Gregory not getting too much turn, tending to bowl quicker and flatter in a defensive mindset with this 5-4 onside field.
Heath on strike, 34 from 40. Works this one out to deep cover. They take one, they're going to run that first one hard. The fielding, though, comes straight back into the arms of Gregory. You saw the round of applause from Phoebe Franklin. Good bit of work, so 3 from 3 so far. 187 for 3 is the score. The score continues to tick. So too do these two batters out there. Gregory wants a wicket. She's in again. And she's bowled brilliant, quite brilliant. We really wanted to see the back of one of these two, and Burns has been bowled by Gregory in her final over. Another one bites the dust. They needed that wicket desperately, and 187 for 4 now.
Well, Burns had looked in confident touch for her 23 off a 19, but will have to go, and it just helps the South East Stars keep chipping away at the Northern Diamonds. Burns was just trying to chop it down to short third, rocking back, and instead couldn't make contact. We'll see her later on with the ball though, Erin Burns. Her involvement in this one's far from done, of course.
Well, Callis is a very dangerous batter to come in at this stage. She can really make sure that the scoreboard keeps ticking over. 187 for 4 is the score, but Gregory would be delighted to get in to the wicket-taking column. Sending back the dangerous Burns. Heath still there. Lots resting on her shoulders now, well set, 35 from 41. If you pick up Callis early, you've then got Dobson, the two turners, Walston and Levick still to come. They do bat down the card, but a wicket here, another quick wicket. And you are thinking to yourself, this game could potentially change. It's over 16 to go. 187 for 4 is the score. We're watching the 34th over, and Gregory's about to continue. Runs up past the umpire. Traps the batter in front. Very good delivery. Not the kind of delivery you want first up if you're Callis, Michael McCann.
Yeah, just one ball left of her spell. I was about to say, does she float or does she dart? First ball she went to dart. I think this one would be floating teaser to try and tempt Callis.
It's been a good set so far. Here is Gregory about to continue and finish, and out it goes out to deep point. They take one and they'll have to settle for one. A good return coming in. Not ideal for Chloe Hill, but she gets the pads in the way there. And that is Gregory complete. 1 for 47 from her 10, picking up the big wicket of Erin Burns. And that's a good contribution with bat in hand.
Yep, if you're Danny Gregory, you're pretty happy with that. There's a leg spinner in early May on a pitch that doesn't seem to be taking a lot of turn, and it's a relatively flat track. One thing to watch here with Stair Callis is Stair Callis loves to hit straight. Is a brilliant straight hitter, and the straight boundaries here at Beckenham are far more accessible dimensions-wise than the square ones. So if she gets going and gets that power game in the V working, that could be really dangerous for the Stars. Now the young spinner Moore to continue.
Yep, Moore's picked up one wicket so far, the big wicket of Holly Armitage. She'd love to get Heath or Callis, and she's charging in once more. Down the leg side it goes, takes a little flick off. I think it was the pad. There might have been some bat the way it's raced away, and down it goes to Cooper, and they quickly come back for a second. We are, of course, watching on, or I say, of course, you don't know where we're watching on from, in fairness, but we've got a decent view of the wicket. We have, of course, got bells and whistles coverage for you as this one just works out to deep cover with the replay cameras at either end, and delighted to be able to offer this kind of support to the South East Stars, who've started this competition so far with wins over Vipers, Lightning, Sparks and Sunrisers. More to continue with the score on 191 for 4. And we're watching on from a marquee at the county ground in Beckenham. One more run to the total, takes Heath off strike and brings Callis back on.
Stair Callis, a long-time Diamond. She was the Diamond's leading run scorer in their first 2 seasons of this competition, back in 2020 and 2021.
Here comes Moore looking to give the ball some shape, and this one's worked away out to deep mid-wicket. Plenty of bottom hand coming in from Callis, who is powerful. Heath back on, 36 from 42.
You'd think there might be a brief rebuilding period here needed, a purposeful rebuilding period before you get to the sort of crash bang wallop of a finish of the innings, with Callis having just come to the wicket.
You need a change of bowling next up. You just wonder, do you give Tash Farrant a couple to hopefully pick up a wicket? Do you go to one of your opening bowlers, or do you look at Phoebe Franklin? Farrant's had 6, I think Franklin had 5 up front. Do you look to continue going with spin? Do you look at somebody like Bryony Smith? Does she look at herself, the captain? We'll wait to see. I think I'll possibly go back to one of my 2 openers, but that's a decision for the skipper. 194 for 4 is the score with 1 to go in this 35th over. There'll be 15 thereafter to come. Moore has 1 for 38, and she's about to complete her 6th over. And again, they'll take another single. And that is the end of the over. 195 for 4 the score.
Yeah, she does have, as I alluded to earlier, a ridiculous amount of bowling options as a captain, and means that Bryony Smith, who still hasn't used herself at all.
She's coming on, I think, the captain.
I was just about to say, I wondered whether she might give herself a go.
No, she's not. It's Phoebe Franklin coming back.
Did her best to deceive us. It even looked for a second like she was actually giving her cap over to Julia Jarvis. Franklin's coming back, so that makes sense. I mean, Franklin was very tidy early on. Went for only 20 or 5. Caused some real problems. Maybe is looking at seeing if Franklin can get through her 5 from iron of the ground, and then that solves 5 of the remaining 8 that need to be bowled from this end.
I think she might keep a couple up the sleeve from Franklin, maybe bowl her 2, maybe 3 in this set. We'll wait to see. Franklin comes in, bowling right arm over the wicket, and just cutting the ball down to 3rd, and picking up a single is Callis.
Esther Callis, who was nominated for the ICC Women's Associate Cricketer of the Decade award in November 2020. Once bashed 126 not out against Germany in a women's T20 as well for the Netherlands.
Heath on strike and facing up to Franklin. No wicket for 21 into her 6th over. She bowled very nicely. This one a slower ball picked by the batter. They take one, they think about a second. There would have been a run out opportunity. I think that's wise to settle for 1. Good bit of work out in the deep.
There was 1.5 there.
Tash Farron, isn't it?
Very good purposeful fielding. While the tact in the throw was perfect.
Yeah, Farron, one of those multi-dimensional cricketers, opens up the batting and the bowling, happy to contribute in the field. Here's Franklin, what she got this time again, another slower ball, but it's just been sprayed down the leg side, and a single will get picked up, courtesy of a wide. Looks like Alexa Stonehouse could be reintroduced very shortly. We might go pace at both ends.
Yeah, she's only bowled 3.
So still 7 to bowl. Slower ball here picked. It was the old Sandshoe crusher, but it was quickly worked out by the batter. Down the ground it goes for another single. Callis moves on to 8.
Yeah, past 1,000 runs in all cricket for the Diamonds. Last year, Esther Callis has been synonymous with the region over the years.
And here is Franklin again, bowling a slower ball and just opening the face, working it down to 3rd. They take 1, they're going to get a 2nd. Danny Gregory is the fielder. And there is the 200 coming up in the 36th over. They'll very much want to get to the 300 mark. I've got just shy of 15 overs in which to get there. Here is Franklin, wearing the number 10 shirt and charging in past the umpire. Another slower ball, which means that bottom hand comes into play. And Heath looking ominous if you are a fan of the South East Stars. She's on to 41 from 46.
Runnable from here is 287, which would be in and around par.
Alexa Stonehouse continues to twirl away, hoping to get the captain's eye. She might well have got the nod, in fairness. This is very wide. She's got away with it, in fairness, Franklin. And it's going to be a dot, which is fortunate.
So 7 off the over. Leaves it looking like this after 36. We're going to score 202 for 4. Armitage has looked the best of all of the Diamonds batters today. It was best in the competition this season for Emma Marlowe opening up, and that's what we've alluded to in terms of the range of bowling options for the South East Stars. Gregory bowled out. Nobody else has had more than 6 though, and as predicted, looks like it will now be Alexa Stonehouse on the City end to continues. Bowled just 3 so far and conceded 14.
Yep, they've been the most economical, haven't they, these two? And you can see, I thought it was the time to bring pace back on from captain Bryony Smith. She's got that right. And she's gone to Franklin, who bowled economical with the new cherry. And now Stonehouse is back, and the first one is just drilled down the ground. They take a single.
had a productive winter. Alexis Stonehouse was one of 3 stars players, part of an England under-19 squad that toured Sri Lanka for a tri-series against the hosts in Australia. Tilly Courtine Coleman and Charlotte Lambert, the other 2.
Well, very fortunate to have a mixture, a blend of experience and youthful exuberance. This one just beats the ring of fielders and works its way out to Sophia Dunkley. And again, they pick up another couple.
It was a really good hand on that at cover. Otherwise, that was definitely 4. That's a great stop from Beth and Miles.
Yeah, got the right hand into play, as it was struck powerfully by Heath. 7 away from a half-century. And facing up to Stonehouse, the left armour. This has gone high up into the air. It was controlled, in fairness, as it went down to fine leg, and they take 1.
Well, it was good from Heath because she was on it early, knew that she was, and checked the shot to ensure that she didn't end up just chipping it straight into the fielder's hands.
At the top of her mark is Stonehouse into a 4th over, and getting ready to race in once more. This one carries through to wicketkeeper Chloe Hill. 205 for 4 is the score. In fact, the no ball has been signalled. This must be for height. And Stonehouse just taking on a little bit of chat from 1 or 2 of the other fielders. You can see Bryony Smith just going over to give some instruction. We wait. The arm is out from Surendira and Shanmugam, who is our umpire at the city end. 206 for 4 the score. Stonehouse, the young bowler, is ready here. And this one is turned round the corner and should beat the field. It does. It's going to be 4 runs. Just lacking that little bit of accuracy, straying down the leg side and put away with clinical precision. We'll just see it again. Very powerful. No chance for Danny Gregory. Callis into double figures. She moves on to 12. Heath watching on, 6 away from a half-century, and that run rate 5.73 now. They'll look to try and get it up in excess of 6 if they can. Stonehouse doing well here, just pushing the batter back. Callis wanted to come down the track, give herself an opportunity. She was pushed back into her crease. And Callis faces up once more to Stonehouse, bowling the final ball of her 4th over. Good bit of work carried out at backward point. Cranstone loves that position, and she saved at least 1 there, carrying out that fielding. And that is over bowled. 211 for 4 the score, 13 to go.
Yeah, and the stage is set once more for Bess Heath to show why so many are rightly so excited about her. We'll see her, imagine, behind the sticks later on. Keeper batter, and of course has already made her England women's ODI and T20I debuts. Made 21 on ODI debut against Sri Lanka at Leicester at the back end of last summer in September of 2023.
Here is Gregory to start the next one. This one quite a way outside off stump. She's got away with no wide there. You could see the batter, Callis, had to move right the way across.
I tell you what, Phoebe Franklin is a bit fortunate there.
Very.
You have to say.
Yeah, that looked a long way outside off stump there. Chloe Hill standing up to the opening bowler, who's not as sharp as Tash Farron. Bowls with good control again and again. This one is a slower one, which is picked and worked out to Sophia Dunkley, backward a square on the leg side. They take a single.
Yeah, dependable military medium from Phoebe Franklin with a bit of nip with the new ball and some clever variations in slow balls, and that's what means she has the second lowest economy rate of any Stars bowler this season.
Yep, she really understands her game, and she's running up past umpire Julia Jarvis once more. They'll take one. Cooper has to come charging in from the boundary rope. Good bit of work. When you're at long on, the last thing you want to do is have to come charging in to the stumps. But she did it with great accuracy, stopping any thoughts of a second. Callis back on, has 14 from 15. Heath will be thinking of that half century. A job not yet done, of course, Bess Heath. She is the wicket keeper, so she'll be behind the sticks. This one a much slower ball, picked by the batter, who waited, and then waited a bit more. They take a single.
Bit of incoming news from a pal of mine in women's cricket, Claire Jenkins, about ECB Development 11 to face Pakistan tomorrow. Holly Armitage skippering, of course, is happily captain of the Diamonds today.
And this is Franklin producing a dot, carrying out the fielding herself. Northern Diamonds are batting after electing to take first use of the wicket. The Southern Vipers 140 for 3 after 37 against the Sunrisers. Western Storm 184 for 4. They're through 34 against the Blaze. And we'll just break off as we see another slower ball and just having to wait. Not sure if that presented an opportunity for the keeper. We'll just see a replay. Is there any bat involved here? Was a drop catch. Well, Chloe Hill, it was a little feather.
Very tough standing up to the stumps, though, with the ball just shaping in like that as well. Kind of awkward height.
That is the end of the over. 214 for 4, 38 gone. And just to complete the set, the Thunder 188 for 1 in the 37th. They're playing the Central Sparks. Here's another replay of it. Slower one there. We just get to see it slowed down frame by frame. It got big on the batter. There was a little bit of bat. Difficult for Hill, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's just rising up with the ball. It seemed to just go a touch under her gloves in the end. But that slow motion replay makes an extremely difficult thing look far simpler than it is, of course.
Much harder when you're out there in the middle, you're quite right. Heath, 45 from 52, off strike. Callis facing up to Stonehouse, 15 from 17 now with that dot.
We'll be fascinated to watch how, I mentioned Stair Callis likes to hit straight. He's inviting straight boundaries. I would imagine the remit to Stonehouse when bowling to Stair Callis will be to stray away from being too full and too straight.
Here's Stonehouse going wide off the crease, and this one was drilled back towards the bowler. It's going to be pushed right down the track, and Cooper will do the fielding. They'll come back again for a third. That's good running, very good running. Was it only 2? There we are, up and down, 2 runs picked up.
Well, these are the kind of shots that you'll get from Stair Callis. Beautiful straight drive with the blade following through.
If you're Stonehouse, you don't really want to know if you're in behind that or not. This one, plenty of bottom hand, worked away out to the fielder at deep mid-wicket. They're going to race back for a second. It's not an accurate return. They'll get it.
Yeah, more good hard running from Callis and Heath. Bess Heath is also part of that ECB development to face Pakistan tomorrow. Stars represented by Bryony Smith and Sophia Dunkley. George Adams, Danny White and Lindsay Smith from the Vipers are involved.
And again, we continue with another one on leg stump, worked away. The fielding again will come back to the wicket keeper. They'll pick up another single.
And then from the Sparks, Grace Potts and Izzy Wong, part of that ECB 11 playing Pakistan tomorrow. And the Salt Sunrisers representative in the playing 11, Maddie Villiers.
Stonehouse runs up past umpire Surendiran Shanmugam, and this one again via that bottom hand is worked out to deep mid-wicket. They take another single. Singles are fine at this stage of the innings. We've had 6 so far from the 5 balls that have been bowled. A couple of 2s, a dot, and those 2 singles. She just needs to try and finish positively here, Stonehouse, and then she'll put it down as a win if she can do that. 220 for 4 is the score. Oh, a little bottom edge, and it just goes past that leg stump and races away for 4. So you have to say that's a moral victory for the bowler, but it's the batter who profits, and suddenly it turns into a good over. That's 10 coming off it with that boundary.
We have to feel for Stonehouse that can so easily be either a tough catching chance for Hill or chopped onto the stumps. Callis and Heath take well-earned drink. 224 for 4 off 39 then, so 11 and over from here would get 6 and over from here I should say would get 290. Stonehouse's face on that replay saying it all. It's just a little bit early through the shot. Heath looking to once again, as she's already done so through this innings, underline her credentials as one of the most exciting young batters in English women's cricket, as well as her impressive keeping too.
Well, she's a boundary away, isn't she, from a well-deserved half-century. She's going to pick up 1, maybe 2 here. They're going to come racing back. It wasn't easy for the fielder who had to come in, Tash Farron, and she picks up 2 runs there with a good little second run. 48 from 54 now for Heath. It's been a real good hand.
Yeah, Captain Holly Armitage was saying in the presser just before her England debut, raving about what a success Bess Heath could be at national level, never mind domestic level.
Franklin to continue into her 8th over. The second one is going to pick up 1 here. That's gone much quicker to Farron. She's able to get in a good return. She is a very good fielder, throwing to the bowler's end. It would have put Callis under pressure. She's happy to just settle for 1. Heath 1 away now, 49 she has. Callis back onto strike, 24 from 21. A little think tank. Bryony Smith comes over to give some words of encouragement and maybe advice to Franklin. No wicket for 33 so far. Here she is running up past the umpire. Another slower ball. She's mixed up her pace well. That goes to Cranston at backward point, and a dot ball is the outcome. 1 o'clock in the afternoon here at Beckenham. We will of course take a break at the end of this innings. We're currently just over 10 overs away. Could they be bowled out? Well, the Stars will be hoping so. It looks unlikely by what we've seen so far, but you never know, things quickly can change, as this one's worked out to Farron again, who's been very busy at deep mid-wicket. The run rate 5.75 runs and over. There's 2 to go in this, which is the 40th. 4 from 4 so far. Franklin will want to try and finish strongly. Here she is running up and bowling a slower one. It's wide of the off stump. It's going to race away for a boundary. Just put away very nicely, and there is the half-century for Heath. The back goes up, and this has been a brilliant contribution, a great hand. 53 from 56 for the wicket-keeper. Very impressive as we see this latest boundary from Bess Heath.
Yeah, short and wide from Franklin, but put away in clinical fashion from Bess Heath, who has her first Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy 50 of the campaign.
She hasn't really missed out, has she? She's been very impressive, Heath, in this innings. Looking to try and pick up runs where possible, and she's turned 1 into 2 there. It's a good return from Farron, but she had to race in from the boundary's edge. Always difficult to try and stop that second run. And as it is, as they got away quickly, Heath knew that she'd be able to get back, and she did. So that over, with 6 coming off the final 2 in the end, proving to be quite expensive. Again, she's going at 5 and over, Franklin, from her 8. No wicket, 440. 40 bowled, 234 for 4 the score.
So all set up for the charge now.
Indeed, and the final 10 for you, Michael.
And you would expect, I mean, you're on to sort of deal or no deal stuff here, but I think if you're the Northern Diamonds, if I offer you 300, you're definitely turning it down. I think if you're offering it, if I'm offering you 310, you're maybe having a think. Stonehouse. Blocked by Callis. Again, the clear remit, particularly against Callis, will be nothing full in that drivable slot. Field is a 5-4 offside, with protection at deep third and deep point on the offside. Out to deep third. They want 2 on the arm of Cranston, and they'll take it and they'll get there. Good purposeful running. It's been a real feature of the partnership between these two. On the onside, deep fine leg, deep square leg and long on. Field not changing at all. 50 partnerships come up as well. Nice looking run down from Callis down to third. For the 6th wicket, and it's come up in good time as well. These two came together at 33.4, so it has come up off 42 balls. Just nurdled around the corner by Heath. Again, that game within a game of can you get 2 to the sweeper, but that's hit too well out to Gregory to allow that possibility. Confident pull shot. Callis will get just 1. So more accumulation. A bit of a stare up of frustration from the 24-year-old that she didn't get more though. They know that this is the point where they've got to really push on. You need everything you can get here at what is something of a batting paradise at Beckenham. Whacked away in the gap. This is a big chaser, deep mid-wicket coming around to more of a cow corner position. Fizzed in at the expense of a couple. So you'd say, given the time of the innings, probably something close to honours even there. 7 off the over, 241 for 4.
Bit of news from the men's game. Peter Hanscom has been appointed Leicestershire captain for the T20 Blast. And out here in the middle, you're looking at that run rate there, very impressive at the start of the innings, and then they've kept consistent, haven't they? You just see that it's been very consistent, the graph, and they're making sure that they want to try and get up to that 6 runs and over, maybe a little bit better. We'll wait to see. Bethan Miles to return.
So it's change of ends for Miles. You'd have to say wasn't overly convincing in her first spell. Holly Armitage managed to get after her, but she went for 26.
Replacing Phoebe Franklin, number 38, Bethan Miles.
Try luck now from her in the Crystal Palace end of the ground. Diamonds next in action after this when starting their Charlotte Edwards Cup campaign, the T20 competition on Sunday the 19th of May in Manchester against Thunder. That's not the best start to Miles' second spell. Drifting down leg. Callis will get a look at it. And any frustration of feeling like she's missed out will be dissolved by the fact it is of course a wide. And that is classic Stair Callis. I mentioned how beautifully she can hit down the ground. It is a straight 6, but it looks effortless. She meets it and times it to perfection and goes 5 yards over the rope. Long on is merely a spectator. That is without doubt the shot of the day so far.
Yep, first 6 of the innings.
That's what I mentioned, particularly Stair Callis on these boundaries at Beckenham with her straight hitting. This could be very dangerous late on. That's a better ball. Worked out to deep cover for 1. Now has the different proposition of Heath. goes into the onside. They want 2 to the sweeper, but good assertive fielding keeps it to 1. These are 2 very different types of players of spin. Callis will tend to try and hit straight. Heath has got
In the 42nd
various clever shots behind square on both sides of the wicket that could well come into play. Cutaway out to cover point. And Heath is sent back for the second, and rightly so. There wasn't 2 there, thanks to the quality of the fielding. Down the track, and he muscles that for 4. Lovely shot, second boundary of the over, which has already gone for 14 with 1 ball left of it now. Bess at her best. Superb from Heath. Right now, the gamble of bringing Miles back, you would have to say, is not paid off.
No, it really hasn't, and that run rate jumps over 6 and over.
Comes down the track again, and has got a... Well, the gamble of bringing Miles back now looks so different. A wicket from the final ball of what had been an expensive over, which concedes 14, but has ultimately removed Bess Heath for 63 off 62. 255 for 5.
Yeah, good work from Hill. You have to quickly make sure that you get the bells off. I'll just get the chance to see it again here. Looking to try and heave the ball through the leg side. Miles just kept the batter waiting out of the crease. Good work, Chloe Hill. Sent back. Big wicket.
Well, again, much like Armitage was in a position to accelerate, you can see Heath just slightly deceived in their flight, and that's good from Miles. It can be really tough as a young spinner to have the courage to keep tossing the ball up above eye height and looking to tempt and tease the batters, so all credit to Miles there. Chloe Hill with the neat work behind the stumps. So they keep coming at you, the Diamonds. Leah Dobson, who signed her first pro contract with the Diamonds before last summer, has had a very productive winter of club cricket in Australia at the Gold Coast Diamonds. And he's very capable with both bat and ball. Now Callis facing up to Stonehouse and smashing Stonehouse through mid-wicket. Lovely shot for 4. So Callis relentless, as she should be at this stage of the innings. It's just a touch short from Stonehouse. Callis thumps that away. She's looked in some nick. Still should be eyeing off well in excess of 300 here, the Diamonds, regardless of the loss of Heath. Short again from Stonehouse. This doesn't quite time this one as well, and it's straight to deep square leg. Field is somewhat set for your slow ball bouncers here in a way. You've got deep backward square leg, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, and then long on right on the edge of mid on right on the edge of the circle. Ring of 4 with a deep cover on the offside. Good from Stonehouse, and yes, go was the shout from Callis. Dobson eventually got with the programme. I think if Stonehouse had hit at the bowler's end, it would have been close.
Well, I think Callis just wants to get back on strike, and you can understand it, seeing it so well. 42 from 32. You don't want to sacrifice anybody, but you do want Callis to chew up as many balls as possible.
And that's a classic Callis shot. Does like that one, short that side off, flaying and throwing the hands at it, and gets it away through third for 4. And one more of those, and Stair Callis will have a 50.
Very well played to the chap doing the scoring. He had to quickly put away the colouring pens and make sure that he could carry out the fielding. That is multi-skilling at its very, very best. Well played, sir.
Nicely timed off the hip for 1 by Callis. Going to be interesting to see what Bryony Smith does here. Miles was expensive, but having taken that wicket, I think the inclination of Smith might be to go, I'll give you another over. Stonehouse has conceded 11 from this over.
I think she'll get Farrant back now.
Farrant and Franklin. Lovely looking drive, good tumbling stop by Bryony Smith to her left to ensure that it's 2 rather than 4. And that is the end of an expensive over which concedes 13, so 43 gone. Diamonds are well placed at 268 for 5.
Looking around at what's happening elsewhere, the Southern Vipers have lost some wickets. 153 for 6 in the 43rd. The Sunrisers will be delighted with that. Western Storm faring much better. 210 for 7 into the 41st. And Thunder 217 for 2. In terms of the partnerships here, you can see they've been plentiful throughout the innings. 39, 68, 34, 46, 68. That big partnership between Heath and Callis. And then they're looking to rebuild again here, and Callis is very much going to be the aggressor. 66 for Holly Armitage, 63 for Bess Heath. They've been the 2 contributors, big contributors so far. Callis, though, ever closer towards that half century. She's got 1. She wants to come back for the 2nd. It's not there.
Yeah, as suspected, it's Franklin who comes back on after Miles had been expensive. So Franklin can bowl 3 from this end. They'll still need to find 1 over from this end at the back of the innings. Would be the last over of the entire innings. They'll need to find 3 more from the far end.
Yeah, well, Farrant can certainly bowl 3. I think she's got 4 to go as we see it. Oh dear, sorry, Michael.
Certainly does have 4 left, Farrant. Only 3 required. Mistimed bottom edge away for 2. From here should be eyeing well in excess of 300. Stair Callis is there. They'll certainly get that. Straight at cover from Dobson. His first remit, you'd imagine, would be to, unless it's a particularly bad ball, just find the gaps, find the singles. The strike back. Dobson just works this away.
And just a reminder, as we get towards this business end of the innings, you can of course keep up to date. If you're not with us on the live stream via YouTube, you can get the South East Stars official channels at SE Stars Cricket. Is the place to be to keep up to date with how Bryony Smith's side are faring.
Franklin again with a slow ball into the pitch. Out to deep backward square for 1. So 38 balls left in the innings. Runner ball gets 310 from here. Short, mistimed, catching chance at long on, and taken comfortably. Dobson has to go for just 6. A first wicket for Franklin. Claudie Cooper with the catch. 273 for 6. Didn't really fully commit to the shot, Dobson. Didn't seem to quite decide if she was trying to hit it for 6 over long on's head. or just try and hit it hard into the ground. Didn't quite do either. Slightly awkward looking shot. Cooper takes the catch. Caught well at long on. And another one bites the dust.
Good catch, wasn't it, from the subfielder on for Alice Davidson-Richards, and making no mistake. Just getting right in behind it. Good safe hands. Always good to keep picking up wickets.
Yeah, Callis still there. Dobson gone for just a runner ball 6.
Callis back on strike though with that change. There's the worm, that upwards trajectory. Tash Farron is going to return now. She likes bowling, doesn't she, at that City end.
And joining Callis is Phoebe Turner, who has 45 runs in 4 innings in this competition this season at an average of 11 and a strike rate of 55. Again, much like Dobson, you'd imagine the remit, the game within a game, will be just getting Stair Callis back on strike. Callis one shy of what would be a brilliant 50. And it's almost gone, chipping nervously into the covers between cover and extra cover. And it brings up a first Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy half century of the season for Stair Callis. 50 off just 37 balls with 4 fours and that magnificent straight 6 off Miles. It's been a really impressive knock, but it's just given the innings a bit of firepower exactly when it needed it towards the back end of things. Turner just having a look at one. Callis enthusiastically backing up, rightly as she should be. Desperate to get on strike if possible.
Well, she took the single off the first ball purely to get to that half century, you would think, and now she's desperate to get back on strike. They need to try and bowl at Turner, the Stars.
Hooked away. Line 2. Won't get it. Now the question is, how does Callis look to attack Farron here? It's got 3 and 4. She can 3 and 4 out on the leg side, in deep square leg, teaming wicket and long on. So there's a lot of room out there. Imagine the remit from Farron will be not to give Callis too much width. It's a slow ball full toss. Callis is visibly frustrated to have mistimed it out to long on for 1. Nice shot from Turner. Will only ever be 1 though to long on. Andrew as well coming into this one. The South East Stars ahead of the Southern Vipers on net run rate, both with 4 wins from 5. Today is match day 6 for everyone involved, all 8 teams. Central Sparks and Blaze with both 1 win each. Storm and Thunder with a couple of wins. Northern Diamonds with 3 wins. All the way out to deep square leg for 1 more. You get 4 points for a win, and then you get 1 point for having a run rate 1.25 or 1.25 more than your opponents across the game. 278 for 6 off 45. So from the last 5 here, 8 and over would bring another 40, which would take the Northern Diamonds up to 318. You'd say they'd be very happy with that. And then across this block, which is almost done now, today is the final bit of it, a 6-game block, and then an 8-game run later on in the season. There's 14 games, everyone plays everyone twice. The top 4 gets you into the newly created semi-finals. Last year there was an eliminator, second versus third plays the group stage winner. This season instead it's first versus fourth and second versus third to ultimately meet in the final.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's the evolution, isn't it, of a competition.
Franklin continuing, and is swept away straight to deep backward square leg. Another
Dunkley.
one gone. A really neat catch from Sophia Dunkley with a minimum of fuss. Stair Callis gone for 52 off 40, 278 for 7. And that is the kind of breakthrough that could make a massive difference towards the end of this innings. Could be the difference between 10 or 15 runs at the end of the piece with the way that Callis was starting to accelerate. Was trying to get it finer of deep backward square leg, was trying to roll her wrists on it, Callis, and didn't quite get enough. So it has to depart for a very impressive 52 or 40.
Yeah, from a star's perspective, delighted to see the back of Callis because we know how dangerous she can be. And suddenly when you look down at the scorecard, 7 down, we mentioned would they be able to see out the 50 overs. That's now a question, isn't it? Because if you could pick up those 3 wickets in the remainder, there's still 29 balls to go. You've got your opening bowlers back, anywhere shy of 300, and they're going to really be licking their lips, I think, here, the Stars, on this good pitch.
Franklin looking for more against new batter Turner, to not be confused with the other Turner, of course. We now have Phoebe Turner and Sophia Turner. Sophia Turner, who played for the same club side as Alex Hartley, joined from Thunder on a pay-to-play contract for 2024. Phoebe Turner, who came through the Yorkshire ranks. This is turned away for 1. And of course it's not just 7 wickets, it's the fact that with Callis going, it's all of the top 7 gone, so it's now having to look to these 2 in the lower order to try and scramble what they can from the last 4.5. So realistically it now becomes a lot more about just getting to 300. That's the game within a game. And again, Turner takes 1.
Well, it's stemming the flow of boundaries. If you can make sure that you're giving 1s and 2s, you're happy with that if you're Bryony Smith. Make sure you're sharp in the field.
Short, and hits straight to Dunkley, who again, for the second time in the over, takes an impressive diving catch moving forward with a minimum of fuss. Exactly what you'd expect of a seasoned international. And suddenly it's 281 for 8, and the Diamonds are in real danger here of getting bowled out with room to spare. Phoebe Turner has to go.
Good from Dunkley, another catch for her, and Franklin, the opening bowler, picks up a wicket, and that really is the Turner prize, isn't it? Good to get rid of one of the Turners, and very much hoping now, when you see the score at 281 for 8, this is a really, really good fight back from a really, really good team. Bryony Smith obviously said to her players, we've got to make sure we just keep chipping away. If you can restrict it to below 300, I think that gives you a huge psychological boost going into the second innings.
Well, having lost Dobson to the last ball of the 45th over, it is now, in that period of time, 4 for 8 in the last 12 deliveries. Woolston out there now. Just works the first ball away for 1. Jessica Woolston, born in Stockton and Tees. Spent time in the county system with Durham and then Yorkshire more recently, and was promoted from the Diamonds Academy a couple of years ago.
3 for 49 for Franklin. Great bowling to pick up those 2 wickets in that over.
Yeah, it's just classic Phoebe Franklin, really. Economical, wicket to wicket. Bowling to a plan can be depended on at the death. So now 300, the next thing for the Diamonds.
18 from 24 gets them there. no dive from Bryony Smith. I think it would have been difficult to take the catch for the skipper in any regard. You don't really want the ball going past you and running to the boundary's edge.
Again, just drops her bat on it and takes the single that's on offer. Sensible cricket.
But that run rate just dropping. It's now down to 6.11.
Again, the plan from Farron will be to bowl very straight here. Won't want to offer too much width with just a deep cover as protection outside the ring on the offside. 21 balls left. 16 needed for 300. A runnable from here gets 309. 305, beg your pardon. Slow ball, full toss. And it's got a bit lucky in the sense that Woolston's hit that straight to deep mid wicket.
We will need a change of bowling from this Beckenham end next up, with Franklin now bowled out.
Well bowled. Just jab down on for one. Yeah, there's plenty of options. Stonehouse has been a little bit expensive, as is Miles. More with 1 for 39 off 6. Smith hasn't turned to herself at all, which is a touch surprising. You've got slightly long odds on that at the start of the innings.
Absolutely. You would think that she will probably go to Stonehouse, but we await to see.
Lovely looking drive through extra cover. What a shot that is from Jessica Woolston for her first boundary. Over pitch from Farron, but my goodness me, did Woolston capitalise magnificently.
Beautiful carpet drive, wasn't it? All the way between Alexa Stonehouse and the skipper, Bryony Smith, using all of the pace of the delivery. I tell you what, a top order batter would have been delighted to make that kind of contribution. Beautiful.
So 3 overs left, 290 for 8. 8 off that, which has really helped with the next
Number 12, Alexa
mini
Stonehouse.
milestone of working their way to 300. Very solid overall batting performance from the Northern Diamonds, powered by 3 players reaching half centuries: Holly Armitage, Bess Heath and Stare Callis. Will be Stonehouse, as we suspected it might well be. 53 off her 7 so far. Short, totally mistimed and taken at point. Another one has to go. The collapse for the Northern Diamonds continues here.
Cranstone with the catch.
And they have now lost 5 wickets for the addition, 4 wickets for the addition of just 17 runs at the back end of this innings. Ailish Cranstone makes no mistake, and Alexa Stonehouse has her first wicket.
Well, you have to think to yourself, this is the sign of a team that wants to win and knows how to win. When you can choke opponents like this, I think Bryony Smith looks around and she thinks to herself, I've got some great players within my ranks. It's been fantastic at the back end of the innings, and Northern Diamonds have fallen away. They really have.
It's the kind of confidence that a side has from winning, and winning repeatedly as they have. 4 wins from 5. Topping the table coming into today with 18 points above the Vipers on net run rate. And here's Katie Levick, who will be key with the ball later on with her leggies. For now, that's a single to the total. Things Woolston to strike. into the pads, but you know when the only LBW appeals are coming from point and cover that it might not be the best shout. 9 needed for that magical 300. Stonehouse will be eyeing a good deaf Yorker to help finish things off here. Give the Stars an early break in the sunshine. Good shot down the ground from Woolston, her second boundary, and into double figures. I'll take that, says Woolston to Stonehouse. Lovely bit of cricket. It was full, and in what in modern parlance this stage of the innings is referred to as the slot. Turned away by Woolston for 1. So now 4 short of 300. Remember, they were 5 for 273 before Dobson was out to the final ball with the 44th. Dot from Stonehouse. He completes a good def over. All told, concedes 6, picks up a wicket, just 2 left now. 296 for 9.
Well, Woolston has looked good, in fairness, 12 from 8. You want to try and bowl at Levick. Woolston has the strike. You've got Farrant bowling to her. If she could pick up the wicket and you could go back in with the Diamonds scoring anything shy of 300. It gives Bryony Smith and Tash Farrant, the 2 openers and the top order, the chance to really think that they've got every opportunity of continuing their dream start to this competition.
Straight back, well fielded by Farrant off her own bowling. Yeah, it will be a tough chase. We've talked a lot about how the pitch is playing very true, but it is a ground with no particularly short boundaries. The straighter boundaries are shorter, but the square boundaries are pretty massive. And it will be the pressure of a run chase as well, and that does tough things psychologically to batters. It's not easy. Chipped in the cover area. It was in the air, but it wasn't really a chance. Stonehouse diving forward, went for the catch, didn't actually get hands on it, bounced about a yard in front of her. It was a good change-up, and that was what meant she was early through the shot. You can see looping and bouncing in front of Alexa Stonehouse, who was on a take a tumbling one in the covers. Nice looking drive straight at extra cover though. Just 9 balls left, so they have at least made sure that they use up the vast majority of the resources here. Diamonds. They've been hoping for a lot more than that from 273 for 5.
Massively so, yep.
Oh, beautifully bowled by Farrant. Levick left uncertain. Remember, this one of 4 games today. Southern Vipers 200 for 7 at Radlett in the penultimate over against the Sunrisers. Thunder much better place with 4 overs left against the Central Sparks in Manchester. They're 252 for 4. And Western Storm are 256 for 8 with 4 overs left against the Blaze in Nottingham. Nice looking whip away through square leg for 1. So now just 7 deliveries after 1 for Farrant, who of course is plenty of game for England. 24 England appearances between 2013 and 2021. He's had some injury horrors in more recent times before that memorable comeback this season. turned away, and again this will be a single to complete the spell of Farron. 1 for 47 from her 9, 299 for 9 with 1 over left. Of course, we'll see Tash Farron later on with the bat. Got 68 not out in that chase away against the Blaze on the 24th of April. They made it a hat-trick of 50s in the home game here against the Sparks. They'll need a good contribution from her in the chase, you would think.
Yep, indeed, only 1 over to go, which means that Farron has been left having only bowled 9. She does bowl principally from that far end, from where we're watching, the City end.
Stonehouse to finish things off. Off the pad, scrambled single. And that is the 300 up with 5 balls left. There was a few moments in this innings where the Northern Diamonds might have been dreaming of a little bit more than they're going to get here. But great credit to Woolston in particular, who's carried things through this mini collapse to get them to the 300 mark. Hit down the ground, slightly mistimed, it will plug. Fielded by Cooper at the expense of a scampered 2.
Well, in fairness, you'll prefer to bowl at Levick. 4 from 6, it's been a decent contribution, but Woolston the main aggressor, you would say, out of the 2.
Imagine Levitt principally will look to get bat on ball, find a single. And push it back to Stonehouse there.
Clever bowling from Alexa Stonehouse. She's been a little bit expensive with the ball. She'll hope to really contribute with the bat up at that top end if she gets an opportunity. The 2 openers get to work, she might not.
Down the ground and straight to Smith, who thinks of shying at the bowler's end and thinks simply not worth it. Would have potentially been overthrows into the onside because there's only 1 fielder even in the ring on the onside at this point. 2 balls left, 303 for 9. Wilson's already hit a couple of nice boundaries. Can she find another? She swung this away. It could well be 6.
It is.
It certainly is out to deep mid-wicket. What a shot from Woolston. Picks it up, meets it on the half volley and gives it some welly. Whacked right through Cal for 6. Her first 6 of the innings, only the 2nd maximum of the entire innings. 309 for 9 with a ball to go.
Well, it's a real contribution, isn't it, down the innings, and they won't necessarily mind this, the Stars, because it shows what a true pitch it is.
Slow ball nurdled away. They've got to go hard. It's the last ball of the innings after all. They will turn and look for 2, and they will get 2. It was a slight misfield by Cooper, but I think even if the fielding was clean, they would have managed to get back. And that is the end of that. So a nice cameo from Woolston, who makes 23 not out of 14. So in this contest with the Stars needing to win to try and stay top of the table above the Vipers, and the Northern
Diamonds complete their 50 overs, finishing on 311 for 9.
We have got quite the game on for you. You might just say the Diamonds have their noses in front. At the mid-innings, it's 311 for 9, 312 to win for the South East Stars.
Indeed, the roller making its way out to the middle along with the ground staff. They've got work to do, and so too have the South East Stars. 311 for 9 at the change of innings. Just having a little look at what we've seen so far, and you have to think to yourself, it's been very, very impressive from the Diamonds to get over the 300 mark. They'll be pleased to get to 311 for 9. We're back for the whole of the second innings. 312 is the victory target. Can the South East Stars get there? Well, we'll find out. Make sure you stay tuned to the live stream. We'll see you again very soon.
Beckenham, 4 overs, no maidens, 140, and Calliamore, 6 overs, no maidens, 1 for 39. once again, Northern Diamonds finishing their 50 overs on 311 for 9, meaning that after the interval, South East Stars will require 312 for 50.
Non-stop.
last time I checked, it's not. I'll get left. Well, I'll get left. But I say, working for you. So,
down by the little media track. But during play, I'm side on. But yeah, come down and say hello.
And welcome back here to the county ground in Beckenham. We're going to get underway very, very shortly. The two openers are out in the middle, as are the Northern Diamonds. 312 is the victory target for the Stars. The two openers out in the middle already. Bryony Smith, the captain, and Tash Farrant. A reminder that the Diamonds were indebted to Armitage, who made 66 from 70. Heath contributed 63 from 62. There was a half century from Callis, and Marlowe made 32 from 42. In terms of the wickets that were picked up, good to see contributions from all of the bowlers. The principal wicket taker, Phoebe Franklin, she was certainly in amongst the wickets. And it's going to be a tough ask for these two openers. Jamie Reid alongside Michael McCann, and the commentary for the first 10 overs will come from Michael McCann.
Thanks very much, Jamie. Probably a slightly above par total is the consensus, having chatted to a few people as one does mid-innings. But by no means unchaseable at a ground like Beckenham. The pitch is playing very true. There's a little bit of new ball movement earlier on, but you wonder how much a tiny bit of cloud cover in the 10:30 start might have contributed to that. So that's worked away to short third. Also interesting to see Erin Burns opening up. That always provides a very different dynamic. Tash Farrant, of course, has been in good form, marked her return with 3 consecutive 50s already so far this season. And again, this will be a slightly unfamiliar test for Farrant and Smith. By no means unknown, of course, very common in these days for spin bowlers to be used at the top 2. Oh! Very good again from Burns with his right arm around angle, turning away from Farrant. Getting bounce and leap off the pitch there. Played slightly circumspectly from Farrant.
Well, you can't help feeling that this first 10 is going to be crucial. The first set.
Slow and flighted from Burns. I really want to create a sense of pressure in that inner ring, and that's a great way to start from the experienced Aussie. Just one scored off the first, off the bat of Smith from that very first delivery faced.
Well, you need experience at the top, and the Stars have certainly got that with Smith and Farrant. Stonehouse, a younger player, of course, but then you look into that middle order. Dunkley is there. Cranstone as well. Davidson-Richards spent a lot of time off the field, so we would need confirmation as to how much a part she would play, if she can play any part. These two openers are a key to this run chase.
So Woolston to open up alongside Burns, who has bowled more overs than anyone else in the diving season so far. It's bowled 10 in all 5 games. Something's distracted Smith. Promise you it isn't yours truly or Jamie Reid alongside me in the marquee
I'm on my best behaviour.
at deep long on. Smith facing up to Woolston. Already has a couple of wickets in this competition this season. And starts with a front foot no ball. Or as they say in Erin Burns' part of the world, a no-y. We'll have to re-bowl that one. Free hit, of course. Just what you want as Smith, having only just got out there. Free hit to have a little look at. And the free hit is skied and miscued. Known for her acrobatics in the field, you know if it's out of diving catching reach of Erin Burns, then it truly is out of catching reach. Known as one of the very best fielders around. Plugs for 1. So Farron, having been unable to get off the mark from the 5 balls of Burns, now has to see what she can do against Woolston. Wasp saying 48%. I'd say it's probably a pretty fair reflection of a pretty even contest. Nice looking on drive, but Farron won't get off the mark. Farron, who already has 236 runs at a very impressive average of a tickle short of 79 in this competition this season, and a strike rate of 88. Those are very good numbers. Bryony Smiths aren't bad either. Oh, beautifully bowled from Woolston. Farron doesn't quite nick it. Burns at slip was waiting. Mentioned Smith's numbers. She's got 188 runs at 47 with a strike rate of 95 and a best of 90, which was hit in that game against the Vipers here a few Saturdays back. Oh, big appeals. Umpire immediately says wide. Wide, says Julia Jarvis.
Yeah, I think that's more in hope than expectation, looking to try and appeal for something here. Slower ball. No bat there, that's flicked the pad.
Getting thuds into the pad from that right arm around angle of Woolston. It's an angle that a generation ago was very rarely seen against left-handers. It was very much seen both in men's and women's cricket. The thing to do was always bowl right arm over, but it's almost the more common of the two. Bowl right arm around, see if you can dip it back away from them after the angle's taken it in. Lovely stop by Burns, the covers, diving to her left. Well, I just moments ago described her as one of the best fielders around, and you see why with little moments like that, with a lot of players, that is going for 4. Not with Erin Burns around, and it keeps Farron on naught. And just an example of the difference fielding can make to the context of the game and the situation. Timed nicely by Farron. Sort of cut shot through the covers. Just held her back there, let the ball hit it and run off with the pace of Woolston. Goes for 2, so Farron off the mark from the 10th ball that she's faced. After 2, circumspect start, 6 without loss.
Quite wide, wasn't it, that one? And as you quite rightly say, caught it low down the bat, but she managed to pick up a couple. Farron getting off the mark, and she's seen a fair bit of the bowling so far, facing 10 of the balls that we've had. 3 for Smith, who's moved on to 2, and she'll certainly be the aggressor, you would think, Bryony Smith. It's the way she likes to try and play, dominate the bowlers. Needs to be a good positive start here. There's work to do.
Short, just slightly short from Burns. Smith back quickly, fielded by Marlowe at the expense of 1. Yeah, I mentioned that these two are by a distance the Stars' top run scorers this season, so Diamonds will be thinking if they can get these two out relatively cheaply, they can put pressure on the middle order that is to follow. Steps down the track, meets it on the half volley shot. Save your legs, Tash Farron, and she does. Bryony Smith comes down to give her an emphatic glove punch. Well, that is the kind of shot that gives even a very experienced bowler like Erin Burns something to think about. She's only allowed 2 sweepers out, of course. She's got 1 at deep square leg and 1 at deep cover. Sure, just guided into point region where that sweeper charged in from deep cover. Didn't need to worry about it. Backward point came round. Field adjusts To Smith now. For Smith, it's a deep square leg and a deep mid-wicket. Ring of 4 on the offside. Can't really afford too much width with a field like this, Burns. To fly, and a good hand on it in the covers. Good left hand. Well stopped by Leo Dobson. Again, the kind of stop that can make such a difference. If that gets past her, it's definitely 4. Short mistimed. Slightly sliced over the head of backward point. Fortune for Smith, who will get 2. Stars looking to build on last season when finishing 3rd in this competition. Speaking of 3, that is the end of the 3rd, 14 without loss. Finished 5th in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. The Northern Diamonds have so often been in and around the fight for silverware, and so often historically, of course, have been denied by the Vipers. Diamonds finishing 4th in the Charlotte Edwards Cup last season and 6th in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Austin to continue here. He's got a 6-3 with deep 3rd and deep square leg. That's not a good one to start. Dragging that one down the leg.
Well, from a batting perspective, that is the good thing of having the left-right hand combo. It does mess with the lines of the bowlers.
Yeah, there's a whole load of research from analysts that essentially suggests you get about 10% more loose deliveries overall, having that out there. Short and cut straight out into the offside and caught brilliantly. A really good diving low catch. Made it look easy. It certainly wasn't.
Leo Dobson again, yep.
And Farrant has to go for just 7, having been the Stars' top run scorer this season across the campaign. She's gone cheaply, 15 for 1.
Well, that's the perfect start to get rid of a dominant opener, an opener that's done well in this competition so far. Puts a little bit more pressure on Bryony Smith, a little bit more pressure on the top order. And in fairness, just as they started well with the bat, they've started well with the ball, the Diamonds. They've been sharp in the field, and that's a good take from Dobson.
She made it look easier than it was, diving forward, took it not too far off the ground. Tash Farrant, who has had this excellent return to action this season, of course, hitting 94 in the win against the Vipers back on the 20th of April, and then continuing that good form with 2 other 50s as well. Now Sophia Dunkley with a point to prove after being omitted from that England squad recently, which has been something of the talk of the town. Reminded everyone of her undoubted qualities with 50 in the chase against the Sunrisers last time out. 163 runs and out just twice in this competition this season for the 25-year-old. Just gets to have a look at one as Alston loses their line. Dunkley smashing 67 against the Sunrisers, 37 against the Sparks here at Beckenham back on the 27th of April, and made 48 not out at Beckenham against the Vipers and 11 not out against Blaze. That's made for the pretty good start to the season I mentioned. Straight at point.
Looking around the country, the Southern Vipers made 211 for 9 from their 50. The Sunrisers run chase has just got underway.
A little too wide from Woolston, who's struggling a bit with her line early on here.
The Western Storm have set the blaze 276 to win in their fixture. And Thunder, they batted first 284 for 7, which means that 285 will be the victory target for the Central Sparks.
I mentioned those England squads. That's for the upcoming white ball series at home against Pakistan. 3 T20Is and 3 one-day internationals. Well, I say later this month. I mean, coming up very soon now. Nicely bowled by Woolston, just teasing Dunkley outside the off peg. Dunkley, of course, left out of both squads. Another point of discussion was the fact that Tammy Beaumont only made the ODI squad. Boucher rewarded for her good form with a spot in both squads. And again, Dunkley left a bit uncertain out there, well bowled by Woolston.
Yep, she needs to be careful not to keep chasing those wide ones, because the last thing you want to do is get any kind of nick, especially with the slip in place.
Good early signs here if you're a Diamond supporter. Picked up that key wicket of Farron, and Dunkley still yet to get off the mark. Steps down the track now, this time to change the angles. That's very clever batting from Sophia Dunkley, using all of her experience. Doesn't quite go to the rope, but will be a very comfortable 2 just to ease any possible nerves.
No third in play, so the good thing, she knew that it was a risk-free shot. Picked up a couple. Off the mark.
England's first T20 against Pakistan at Edgbaston in 3 days' time. And 6 days later, second is at Northampton, the third a couple of days after that at Headingley. Getting down leg from Woolston. Must have got a flick off something, because it's not wided by Julia Jarvis. Woolston will be a touch frustrated by the number of extras she's given away in her first 2 overs. 1 for 10 off 2 for her, 19 for 1 off 4, and of course the last thing you want to do in this what is relative heat for England in May, albeit Erin Burns, who's about to bowl, would describe this as a cold and cool day at 20 degrees, is be repeatedly needing to run in. In terms of those 3 ODIs between England and Pakistan, the first at Derby on the 23rd of May, 3 days later it's at Taunton, and then concludes at Chelmsford 3 days after that on the 29th of May.
Phoebe Turner's coming on.
Yeah, so one wonders whether that Burns experiment was particularly looking at Farron with that matchup that I mentioned. Did seem to fit quite well. The off spinner to the left-hander. Somewhat more conventionally offensive seam at both ends at the top. Turner starts with a short one that Smith is just content to sway away from. Phoebe Turner, who, it says a lot about how well she's bowled this season, that she's bowled 44 of a possible 50 overs maximum that she could have bowled in the 5 games so far. She's only gone at 4.2 and over. A lot of those overs have been in the power play at the top, when only allowed to have a couple out. Diamond's joint highest wicket taker with 9, alongside Burns and Levick. Oh, and finds the edge, but it was wide of Callis at slip, who had no chance. So a tumbling stop out on the boundary in front of us from Katie Levick to prevent it going for 4. And that is a bit of luck for Smith. He went for the, if you're going to swing hard. And and got a bit of fortune.
Well, it's a life, isn't it, for the skipper, and you just hope that she can go on from this point.
And it's pretty much an identical shot from Smith. Sliced off outside edge.
Maybe slightly more controlled the second one. If you've got a fly slip in place, you think to yourself they could be in the game. As it is, I think that's pretty risk-free. The first one closer to the fielder. Who is static, of course, Callis at slip.
Just turned away by Dunkley. Too full and on her pads and no fine legs, so it's not ideal from Phoebe Turner, not really bowling to her field, you'd have to say, and it's quite an easy boundary for Dunkley to get her first 4 of the day.
Good to see Dunkley getting up and running now, 6 from 6. She's a big player in this run chase. And this really is the partnership, isn't it? Captain, senior player.
Better from Turner, better areas from Turner.
A few more people here for this second innings. The grandstand far from at full capacity, but more people watching on behind the bowler's arm.
Cut straight to point.
I always think it's remarkable that you can watch some of the best players in the women's game for free. Great opportunity. I know that a lot of children are at school on a day like today, but if you are close to Beckenham, the ideal opportunity to come along if you're not listening or watching via the live stream.
26 for 1 off 5. Fascinating to see quite how Armitage rotates her bowlers. Of course, she's got herself and Levick and Burns, so no shortage of spin options. There's a track at Beckenham that's going to turn a little more as the contest goes on. Woolston to continue. Straight cover. Wasp saying 37%. You do sense that if Stars are going to chase this and make it 5 wins from 6, keep pushing at the top of that table, this partnership really is crucial.
You need a centurion, you feel, from one of these two, yep.
Nilled out through square leg 1. Yeah, more often than not, if you get 311 for 9, the odds say someone probably turns up or gets close. Whereas the way the Northern Diamonds did it is, of course, Armitage made 66, Heath made 63, and Callis made 52. At the very least, you would think you need 3 players to make scores of note. Quick single. Always dangerous when taking a quick single to Erin Burns, but just far away enough from the Aussie that they could scamper through. Sounded good off the bat, and it races away for 4 from Bryony Smith. What a shot that is. It wasn't necessarily that bad a ball from Woolston, maybe just a bit too much width, and crashed away.
Beautiful shot of the innings so far. Sign of a player in good form.
Turning into a beautiful afternoon for cricket here. Slow ball from Woolston and a wide, and it was just the facial expression you might have caught on the stream there of visible frustration. Let's say these are mounting up now in a really unwanted way. Jess Woolston. That's the 5th wide of the spell to go with 1 no ball in 2.4 overs. Good straight drive from Smith coming through the straight bat. Those are the good signs that you want when you're a batter just settling into your work. Only 15 extras in the Stars innings, and we've already had 6. That's one score in cricket that you don't want ratcheting up quickly.
That's another wide.
And there we go, as if to illustrate the point. So that's now 6 wides and a no ball from Woolston, who, now forgive the cliche that if you clip this out you could then make me sound like even more of an idiot than I do so by myself, but the deliveries that have not been wides from Woolston have been very good, and that is why her captain has kept faith with her, and I understand why. But there does come a point where you are also releasing pressure by this number of wides. Again 2 wide, and this time it's not a wide as such, but it's a similar ball to the one previously in the over. It's just too full and wide, and that allows Smith to get her fast hands through the ball, and for the second time in the overplay, a very similar shot through extra cover for 4.
Well, she's bowled both sides of the wicket, and that of course enables the batsman to, or the batter to, really feel that they've got that opportunity to go big and get some opportunities. Smith, circumspect by her own standards in fairness, 13 from 14, but it's a tricky one. The last thing you can afford to do after losing Tash Farron is have another wicket fall so soon thereafter. So she needs to make sure that she just ticks along, and when you've got somebody of Dunkley's quality and experience at the other end, you know that you can do it if you do it together, and these two will be feeling confident, or hopeful maybe. Confident, not quite yet, but they know they've got the quality.
.38 for 1 off 6 then. Oh, clever pickup from Dunkley. It's one of her trademark shots. Just flicking that round the corner out to deep square leg. It's probably a part of the reason why the 2 sweepers that are allowed out at this point are at deep square leg and deep fine leg.
It's a great shot for 1.
She likes that it's sort of a hockey shot.
Yeah.
It's known as a sweep, but it is very much, if you've played hockey from a young age, it's a very accessible one. Bumper. Really nice pull shot from Smith. It's always a good sign with a pull shot if you've played a long way in front of square in terms of how early you were on it. That means that it's a big chase for deep square leg coming round, and it's pretty comfortable too in the end, all told.
I think Smith was hoping that it might run to the boundary's edge. She was slow setting off, but in the end they could quickly turn 1 into 2. Dunkley knew she was going to the danger end.
Mistimed and gone. Was on it very early, Smith. Clever from Phoebe Turner. Simple catch. 41 for 2. And with Farron and now Smith gone, both of the Stars' leading run scorers in this competition are back in the hutch. A big breakthrough.
A massive breakthrough, a leading edge, wasn't it, from Bryony Smith? We'll just get the chance to see it again on the live stream. Here we are, just gripped in the surface. Good catch.
Well, Erin Burns is a great fielder, but she didn't need to be the great fielder that she is to take that one. Very low degree of difficulty on the catch. And there's a lot of work for the Stars to do as Alexa Stonehouse heads out. That's the end of Bryony Smith. Of course, has represented England in 8 T20Is and an ODI once upon a time. But today, he's only able to chip in with 19 off 17.
Well, Alexa Stonehouse is only 19 years of age, born in Ashford, down in Kent, and you have to think to yourself, a lot of pressure on her shoulders. Fortunately, she's got Sophia Dunkley at the other end.
Yeah, Stonehouse part of that England under-19 team at the World Cup last year, and was on the under-19s tour in the winter against Sri Lanka and Australia in the Tri-Series. Made 29 against the Storm in only innings of this competition so far this season. Swiping a miss outside off stump, but that's a wide from Phoebe Turner.
Yeah, Dunkley born locally in Lambeth, but grew up in North London, started at Middlesex, and when you consider the ability that she has, well played to that neighbour who helped introduce her to the game. Bit of backyard cricket.
Full and down leg from Turner. Well, they will be pleased with the couple of early wickets here, the Stars, but not this amount of wides. That is now 8 wides and a no ball already. Mentioned Dunkley. Dunkley, of course, has represented England 92 times across all formats. Strives confidently to extra cover off the first legitimate ball that she's faced. Dunkley, of course, won't be immediately getting a chance to add to that number of England caps, have omitted from that latest pair of squads we were mentioning for the upcoming Pakistan series. Again, good looking shot from Stonehouse without getting anything for it.
Well, they're very chipper in the field, aren't they, the Diamonds? It's no real surprise with the way they've started. Both of the openers are now out, and they'll want to try and really look at this middle order. A partnership needs to be built here by the Stars.
Again, Stonehouse driving into the covers, no run. End of the 7th. A successful one for Phoebe Turner and for the Diamonds. 43 for 2.
And it really is a conundrum now, because you want to take advantage of the power play. Of course you do. You want to try and go big with the field up, but the last thing you can afford to do is lose a third wicket at this stage of the innings. We've only had 7 overs so far. The fact that Dunkley's got the experience and Stonehouse has got the youthful exuberance, that's going to help. They'll try and run quickly, keep talking to each other, but they need to keep picking up boundaries too.
Woolston with the keeper up now, and it's skied up from Dunkley. Deep square leg is a long way away out on that big square boundary, so it means it is only a single. Dunkley just, you could see they're re-rehearsing that shot, having played it and been in danger of perishing. They've got more chances last season. Have to re-bowl that one. Good stop there. Not easy keeping up to the stumps with those off a seamer. You're pretty unsighted. You've essentially, once you've seen it's down leg, got to throw yourself down leg and then hope that the hands will follow.
Well, she's did well with the bat, and she's been chasing them both sides of the wicket, hasn't she, Bess Heath, behind the sticks?
Just jams down on that one, Dunkley.
A red bus just makes its way down Worsley Bridge Road, which is the road that leads you here to the county ground in Beckenham. Bromley just down the road. We should congratulate Bromley's men's team, who've just earned promotion to the EFL.
Lovely looking straight drive from Dunkley. Moves into double figures. Well, I2, but it's not there. Dunkley, who has a one-day international 100 as well as 550s in the format for England. Average of 27.5 at international level, striking at 82. And the Stars really need some of that international class of hers to shine down here.
Well, you just need a batter to bat for time. I mean, the most important thing is to have time out in the middle. The run rate's at 6, the required rate 6.28. You've just got to keep going. Face some balls, keep knocking it around.
Bouncer and a no ball. Not really ideal. It's been a real theme of these first with a good length ball that Dunkley just keeps out. Still a 5-4 here with a ring of 5 on the offside, so can't afford too much width outside off Turner. Short, Dunkley can get a hand through that, but it's okay, that's bowling to the plan. Deep square leg is there, fielded by Marlowe at the expense of 1. Mentioned that England Women's Series against Pakistan coming up. Dunkley not making the squads. There is 10 players that are in both the T20 and 50 over squads. Guided away by Stonehouse. It's gone wide of point. Chase for cover coming around. Those big square boundaries mean it's nowhere near getting to the rope. It's 2 more. Those 10 who are in both squads: Heather Knight, the skipper, Lauren Bell, Maya Boucher, Alice Capsey, Charlie Dean, Sophie Eccleston, Lauren Filer, Sarah Glenn, Amy Jones and Nat Siva-Brunt. Just drops a bat on that one, Stonehouse. And then there's 5 players who are in the T20 squad but not the 50 over squad. That's Danny Gibson, Bess Heath of course is out there now, Freya Kemp, and then Lindsay Smith and Danny White from the Southern Vipers. And 2 players who are in the ODI squad but not in the T20 squad. It's the 2 experienced campaigners, Kate Cross and Tammy Beaumont. End of the 9th, 55 for 2. Pretty much up with the required rate, but it's the loss of 2 leading run scorers so far this season in Tash Fountain and Bryony Smith that is the big concern for the Stars. Being helped along here though by the extras count, and that will be frustrating for Stars. Driven hard by Dunkley. Straight back at Woolston. Good signs though. Might be no reward for it on the scoreboard, but certainly what you want to see is a top order bat. We've had 9 wides and 2 no balls already, so 15 extras in the first innings of this contest. We've already had 11. Just nibbled away. was on the hustle, but there was always one there, even with Heath and Burns converging on it. Straight to Burns at short mid-wicket. Elsewhere, Sunrise is very circumspect at what looks to be a tricky pitch at Radlett. 22 without loss after 11 overs, chasing 212 to beat the Vipers. Central Sparks have 32 without loss after 6, needing 285 to beat the Thunder. And Belays are going well, 44 without loss after 8, needing 276 to win against Storm. Stonehouse again looking solid outside off stump without necessarily looking like finding a way through that wall of offside fielders. It's very clear that's the plan here with Alston. Deep square leg and deep fine leg, and then 5 on the offside. Another dot from Woolston. He's building this pressure nicely. Hunting a second wicket of the day, having already got the dangerous Tash Farrenham, caught by Dobson at point. Short comes off the inside edge. Chase coming in for deep square leg. There was a brief contemplation at 2, but as has generally been the case, if you attack the ball hard as a sweeper, even off those big boundaries, most of the time you'll stop it. Good over from Woolston. Best over of a spell so far, in terms of both consistency of line and length, and the fact that it's conceded just 2. 10 overs gone, 57 for 2.
End of the power play, 57 for 2 is the score, so the run rate dropping below 6 and over. Stonehouse has had a little look with 4 from 10. Dunkley ticking, 16 from 22. And you just have to think to yourself now that we need a big partnership. And Dunkley's really got to be there for the majority of the innings if it is to see the Stars continue. They've had wins so far over Vipers, Lightning, Sparks and Sunrisers, losing to the Western Storm. That one DLS affected, of course. Top of the table, level on points with Vipers, but they do have the better run rate, the Stars, and we are, of course, watching this enhanced live stream. Delighted to be able to improve things for your delight and delectation.
Big thanks to the team behind the team who make that possible.
Phoebe Turner will continue from the city end, bowling on leg stump to Stonehouse, who works it into mid-wicket and takes 1. Brings Dunkley back on. Quickly takes a fresh guard from the umpire. Surendiran Shanmugam and Julia Jarvis, our 2 on-field umpires. Peter Such is acting as match referee for this fixture. And we're all watching on and hoping that we're going to get a good game and a South East Stars win. That's what the crowd wants, certainly the vast majority of people here in South East London. Beckenham the venue for this one as Turner continues. And it's going to be one, the thought of a second, not the best of returns in fairness to wicket-keeper Heath. Well over the head, good backing up, 59 for 2.
You do sense a lot is on the shoulders of Sophia Dunkley here. There's plenty more batting to come, but we also don't know about Davidson-Richards' injury, remember.
Sophia Turner just getting ready to show that she wants to get involved, as this one's worked out into the leg side out towards deep mid-wicket. They take 2 and they'll probably go back for 3. Stonehouse, the quicker of the 2 runners, and knew that she was going to the danger end. Good running.
Yeah, And again, that's a demonstration of quite how big those square boundaries are. The fact that a shot like that didn't quite go to the rope.
5 from 3. It's been a good purposeful start from a Stars perspective to this over. What can Turner produce here? It's a slower ball and picked by Dunkley. She wanted a single, it wasn't there. Good fielding, quickly in from Sophia Turner, who I think will be on fairly shortly with ball in hand. Gentleman away to our left-hand side has the sun hat on. He's just reading a copy of the Times. Here's Dunkley cutting the ball down to third and picking up a single. Katie Levick with the fielding.
Well, what an asset she'll be with the ball later on as well, with that frog in a blender action. That's not what you really want to be facing if you're behind the required run rate. Of course, Burns' spin in the middle overs.
Yeah, plenty of challenges to overcome. Wasp at 32%, favouring the Diamonds, who are in the field. Turner bowls to Stonehouse, who drives down the ground, only to the fielder, who set deep at mid-on. Dot ball, end of the over. 63 for 2, the score.
So the Diamonds know that if they were to win this one, and their run rate across the game is 1.25 or better, so they pick up the bonus point, they go level on points with the Stars on 18. Diamonds had started down 13. Sunrisers third on 15. Vipers and Stars on 18. Below the Diamonds, Thunder and Storm both with 9, having won 2 games each. Both picked up 1 bonus point. Central Sparks and Malays 5 and 4 points respectively.
More spin. It looks like Burns is coming back into the attack. Holly Armitage, the captain, just has a few words with the experienced Burns. Mid-30s now, a golden oldie, but super fit. You can see that.
Well, she's still one of the best fielders in the world, which says a lot about her conditioning and also how things have changed in a generation for women's cricket. There was a time where players were, and players have talked about this in interviews, we'll come back to it.
Burns to start this latest over. A couple of quick steps to get to the pitch, Dunkley, but it just wraps the pads.
Players have talked about feeling like they were being almost written off in their late 20s. And there's now a culture that is rightly completely changed in that regard, as it should.
Yeah, and I think it helps that nutrition plays a big part. Sports science.
Just everything around professionalism.
I look at Alex away to my left-hand side. He is the perfect athlete, eating crisps and drinking a can of Coke. Burns continues. Cricketers don't do that, by the way. They might have the occasional dip in, but you do have to look after your body. 2 runs here as the ball is worked down to the vacant third.
Yeah, clever shot from Dunkley. It's the kind of shot that just manipulates the field, and it makes Burns think twice about whether it's worth changing.
I've just got a big ticking off from Alex. He says, I am drinking water. So he is staying hydrated. I knew he was an athlete. Burns to Dunkley. Dunkley turns one round the corner. No thoughts of a single.
That was it. Burns seemed to dart that one in a bit, having seen that Dunkley went down on her knee as if she was going to premeditatively sweep. This is an interesting Australia versus England battle right here.
It really is, yeah. We could be watching international cricket as Dunkley takes a couple of quick steps to get to the pitch and drills the ball down the ground, takes one and settles for it.
I mean, Burns is one of those players whose her entire career is very accomplished all-rounder. Has basically come across Australia being one of the most dominant sports teams of any sport in any era. She's been quite unlucky to not play far more often for them as a result.
Bowling in the cap, 66 for 2 is the score. Dunkley has 21, Stonehouse 8 from 13. And it is the young 19-year-old on strike and driving. Only to the fielder though. End of the over, 12 gone. Burns, no wicket for 12 from the 3 she's bowled, just 3 coming off that over. So you have to say everything that Holly Armitage is doing at the moment is proving to be effective.
Yeah, and remember, Armitage has got her own bowling as well to throw into that mix, so there's going to be a real diet of slow stuff from here. You can see the Worm, they're ahead of where Diamonds were at this stage, but Diamonds pressed on really nicely through the middle overs. You think of at this point Holly Armitage was coming in and starting to get going, then once Armitage departed, Bess Heath picked up that slack, and then Stair Callis picked up off the back of that, and even right to the end, despite the clatter of wickets late on in the innings, Jess Woolston with a nice little cameo to bring them up to 311.
Yep, the Diamonds had only lost 1 wicket as well at this point, which needs to be remembered. 2, and both the openers have gone here as Turner continues, Phoebe Turner that is, and bowls to Dunkley, who tries to just turn the ball round the corner. She got back and across, worked it onto the leg side, but again the fielders have really been on the money, and that's been the tale of the tape. They've been very good in the field, haven't they, the Diamonds?
Yeah, they have. I'd probably say saved about 10 runs in the field already.
Which is important when you consider only 66 have been put on the board so far. Dunkley this time working the ball down to fine leg, takes 1 and settles for it.
So this reminds me of a conversation I was actually having with an analyst from one of the regions who said I could quote what they were about to say on commentary, but anonymously without naming them. And they were talking about the fact they think that both fielding and running between the wickets are the 2 big work-ons.
Turner to continue.
Now what they meant is they, as an analyst, have been working with their particular region of the 8 with the view that essentially across a 50-over game, fielding is worth, in their view, 30 to 50 runs, and running between the wickets is worth 30 to 50 runs. And essentially, if you do those 2 things better than the opposition, that's an 80 to 100 run swing.
Yeah, it's a huge psychological boost, isn't it, if you are effective in that regard? I think that's fair.
And it's also interesting that on a wider level, cricket as a sport hasn't quite yet figured out how to quantify those 2 things. How do you quantify the value of a brilliant stop from Aaron Burns if the next ball is a wicket when that ball otherwise would have gone for 4?
Turner to continue, bangs it into the pitch.
Slow ball bumper, very clever, like that a lot. Dunkley was through it early. You've got the deep square leg and deep fine leg. Well,
he's given the no ball.
It's a no
very,
ball.
Very late. I did wonder, and I was surprised that he never did signal early, Surendiran Shanmugam. But belatedly, out went the arm. In comes Turner. Bowling here to Dunkley. Dunkley pushes it to extra cover, and it's going to be a dot. And suddenly, at the moment, it's all gone a little bit quiet. You can get that in these matches. You do get people just thinking to themselves, I wonder what might become. It's a long old day, 50 overs per side. This is good from Dunkley, working the ball down to long leg, takes 1. And that is the end of the over, so she's kept the strike. 13 gone, 70 for 2 is the score. You'll see at the bottom of the graphic if you are with us on the live stream. Dunkley has 23, Stonehouse has 9. The run rate is 5.38 and the required rate is up over 6.5 and over. And there is the run rate. You will see that there are some spikes throughout the innings. But at the moment, just ahead of what the Northern Diamonds did. But as Michael said, those partnerships were plentiful throughout the innings. Burns to continue. A couple of quick steps from Dunkley. The ball finds its way down to the fielder at long on, and they take 1. There's just been a dearth of boundaries, which is a concern. As Burns continues, bowling to Stonehouse. Stonehouse nicely skies this one out to deep mid-wicket, but again, it's only one.
Yeah, there's been 5 boundaries in 13.2 overs. Last one was at 8.2, so 30 balls ago, when Dunkley hit Phoebe Turner for 4.
And here is Burns again, bowling to the aforementioned Dunkley, who picks up another single. 311 is possibly the highest total in this competition. We think it might be the highest run chase if successful. That's the news that I'm getting as Stonehouse picks up another single here as the ball's worked out to mid-wicket. Lynn Martin is good at all things Southeast Stars, good at all things statistical. And if Lynn says it, it goes in my mind, certainly. Burns to continue. Bowling to Dunkley. And it's a dot as a motorbike roars away from our vantage point here.
Yeah, it would be quite the chase, this.
Anything north of 300 is remarkable in my mind. I know that cricket's ever evolving. You look at some of the scores even in T20 and you think to yourself, no total is really unchallengeable, but then I think you have to be realistic as well. A couple more to Dunkley, 76 for 2, 14 gone.
Yeah, good little sense of pressure building as well. The longer they can join up different overs that are going for 6 or fewer, it's just starting to stack that required run rate in the Diamonds' favour. Burns is the perfect bowler to build that sense of pressure, using all that experience. And speaking of the perfect bowler to build pressure, here's Katie Levitt of Yorkshire from right through from 2008 onwards, part of the Northern Diamonds from 2021. Watch out for this frog in a blender action with 32-year-old. An absolute nightmare to face. Good luck finding something in the nets to replicate quite what Katie Levitt bowls at you. Stonehouse has got to navigate that challenge.
Yep, indeed. You think of bowlers down the years who have made it difficult for you. I remember when the South African Paul Adams burst onto the scene.
Yeah, when it comes to men's cricket and the words frog and blender, he's pretty much right there, isn't he?
Indeed. And continuing is Katie Levick, and this one has just about deceived everybody. Might pick up 4 runs here. In fact, it's just going to stop short of the boundary's edge. They should come back. They decide against coming back for the 3rd. So Stonehouse picks up 2, but I think she was suitably confused there, Michael.
Yeah, I think it might have actually just bounced a little bit more, and that's what's burst through the gods of Heath.
Levick about to continue. This is much better from Stonehouse. Gets right in behind it, pushes it out to the fielder at deep cover, and they take 1.
Katie Levick with a brilliant competition so far. Joint highest wicket taker for the Diamonds and their best economy rate. 9 wickets in the season thus far.
And continuing and bowling to Dunkley, who turns it round the corner, and they're going to pick up 1 and settle for it. It's a nice day here, pleasant day for watching cricket. 1 or 2 fluffy clouds all around, but plenty of trees have been planted at this county ground in Beckenham. We can see them dotted all around the outfield. Where Levick continues pushing back down the track is Stonehouse, and another dot. It's been a good start from the frog in a blender. 4 from 5 so far. 2 dots within these first 5 balls. And here she is to join up the over. And bowls to Stonehouse, who finishes with another dot. So a good start from Levick, good bowling change.
Yeah, 80 for 2 or 15. These two are very different types of spinners that present very different challenges. Levick with that, as we've alluded to, frog blender going on, but also does tend to dart it in a bit more. And Burns, who will give it a little bit more flight. That isn't sound overly simplistic. Both of them can do the other skill set, but that's the predominant challenges of both of them. And of course, Levick a leggy.
Turner's just changed ends by the look of it.
Oh, okay. Okay, so it won't be Burns and Levick then. Armitage clearly seems to want to space out her spin options and wherever possible keep seam on at one end. Seems to be the general intention.
80 for 2 is the score. 15 overs have been bowled. The run rate now set at 6.63 as Turner continues and bowls on off stump to Dunkley, who's been watchful in this innings. Yet to really be explosive. 28 from 41 though is a platform. Stonehouse suddenly starting to find her rhythm. 14 from 23. In fact, it's Sophia Turner, isn't it, at this end? So we've seen Phoebe Turner, we're now seeing Sophia Turner. This is her first over.
Sophia Turner, who does have roots on the red side of the Pennines. Played for the same.
Keep quiet, don't mention that.
Played for the same club as Alex Hartley and joined from Thunder on a pay-as-you-play contract for this season.
Here is Turner continuing. That's wide. And this has been an Achilles heel throughout the innings. There have been a lot of extras. 13 so far. And how many in the other innings?
15.
15. So just goes to show the Stars were much tighter in that regard. So that is a little psychological win. There's still 34 overs to go, plus the remainder of this. And Turner is approaching the wicket once more. Oh, the last thing you will want is a run out. Dunkley wanted to try and turn that into a leg by. Like a police operator, Alex Stonehouse said, no way. Up went the arm. Almost like a traffic warden. You can't park there.
Well, she was giving Heath, but would have been giving Heath a chance with a direct hit to run her out.
Absolutely. We've all been told that down the years. Me on a continual basis. Dunkley drives this time to extra cover.
These two very much in a little rebuilding phase, and a preventable run out would just be really, truly the last thing they need.
Well, you surrender the hard work, don't you? And there has been plenty of it. We're in the 16th over now, just wraps the pads, and again, we've got to be careful because Stonehouse wants to try and keep that scoreboard ticking. And you can understand the reasons why when you're chasing such a huge total. You want to try and score off every ball. Sometimes, though, it's not possible. And maybe that is experience over youth. Dunkley just sending Stonehouse back. One to go in the over. Here is the final ball, and that's a bit fortuitous. It's going to run away down to third. Third was set very wide, so they'll be able to come back for a second. And Dunkley moves on to 30 from 46. At the end of 16, the Stars 83 for 2. A reminder that the victory target is 312. Let's have a look what's happening around the country. The Vipers 211 for 9 batting first. The Sunrisers 38 for 2 in the 17th in reply. They need a further 174 for victory there. The Blaze are chasing 276 to beat Western Storm. They're currently 71 for 2 in the 15th. Central Sparks 44 for 1 in the 12th, chasing 285 to beat Thunder. And that is the way those other matches are around the country. Here we've got Katie Levick continuing. Bowling at that City end. Facilities have improved here at Beckenham. It's always been a good wicket. Lots of cricket pitches in and around this part of the world. I remember years ago when they had the topping out ceremony, a lot of people didn't find their way here to this particular ground. Many went to HSBC. They've got a ground just down the road, just off of Coper's Cope. which is away to our left-hand side. Crystal Palace train just over the shoulders of from where we are commentating. 85 for 2 is the score. 2 singles so far from the 2 balls that have been bowled. That's going to be a dot. Just drilling the ball to extra cover. Comfortable fielding from the skipper, Holly Armitage. And Levick will continue driving down the ground, and picking up 4 runs is Stonehouse. Plenty of bottom hand, just a punch through that. The fielder wanted to try and stop that boundary, but that is a massive release valve, and Stonehouse moves on to 19 from 26.
I was actually just looking up how long it's been since the last boundary, just as that came, and it came at 8.1. So that is
8.3 overs ago, yeah.
51 balls since, and that was off a free hit as well. We're reliably informed, Alex. So that gives you an idea of how much they needed that. I just wonder whether that's it. Dunkley just taking the opportunity as they're struggling to find the ball, just to pass on a bit of advice to Stonehouse about you've got more time than you think. The required rate is only 6.7, which in the modern era is nothing to be scared of, particularly on a pitch that is playing as true as this. They have plenty of time.
It's 1 boundary and over at the moment, and all the time it's that 1 boundary. You're absolutely fine. You know, even if you don't pick up 1, just keep ticking over the scoreboard, which Stonehouse has just done. That's good. The last thing you want to do is try and hit back-to-back boundaries, and that was probably what Dunkley said. Just nudge 1, get me back on. 1 ball to go in the over. The run rate is 5.35 runs per over, and here is the final one, and Dunkley is perfect in defence. 90 for 2 after 17. Levick has gone for 11 from the 2 overs that she's bowled so far. The run rate required is 6.73 at the moment. They're going along at 5.29 runs per over. There is the Manhattan on what we saw in the Northern Diamonds innings. You can see plenty of positive contributions throughout the innings. And in terms of those big innings that we saw, or big overs that we've seen so far, they've been dotted around 2. They're just ahead on the worm. Very, very close, isn't it, at the moment?
Yeah, it all kind of confirms what broadly your eye tells you. In this game, you suspect, which is it's been a real tight arm wrestle throughout.
At the moment, I think I prefer to be the fielding side, slightly ahead, as driving elegantly out to the deep cover boundary, and that is going to be the 50 partnership, courtesy of Stonehouse, hitting that single. She takes her score on to 21 out of the 50 that they've put on, and this has been a stand that was very much required by the Stars.
A steadying stand.
66 balls for the 50. And continuing is Sophia Turner. Just turn around the corner, they get 1. They might think about the second. You can't take it. You cannot take the risk. Too tricky.
So 66 balls for 50 is pretty much bang on 4.5 and over, which reflects exactly what we'd said, in the sense that the priority has been just a period of rebuilding. That's comfortably below the required run rate, but in the immediate term, that wasn't the most important thing.
Yep, get yourself in. Make sure you're there. Crikey, that's a strange delivery. That's gone wide, a long way wide of off stump. So far wide that Julia Jarvis, it was a ball out the back of the hand.
Yeah, she just tried a back of the hand slur ball and just lost her angles. But it is another wide, and that has been an unwanted theme of the Diamonds innings so far.
These things do happen. She'll get the chance to bowl it again, and just as you so often see, that one much better on the money from Turner. Wasp is at 39%, and that's always a good indicator as to where we are.
So I was just going to say, with that wide, now 14 extras compared to 15.
You prefer to be with the team predominantly in blue rather than blue and yellow, and dear, 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 that's a wicket. Stonehouse, with the keeper up, has just nicked one through, and you have to say that's a wonderful take from Bess Heath.
Well, that's why John Lewis wants a keeping. Absolutely brilliant from Bess Heath. And Stonehouse has to go for 21, and just as the partnership had passed 50, 93 for 3. That is a wide, tempting one. Stonehouse was all too happy to have a go at it. A little fine snick on the way through. Heath does really well to stay low and then hold on. And out comes Phoebe Franklin with stars in a bit above her here.
Yeah, Franklin batting higher than she might. Alice Davidson-Richards unable to bat, certainly for a considerable period of time after that injury. Cranstone still to come. You've got Chloe Hill, the wicket-keeper, so there are options. They do bat down the card, but lots resting on the shoulders of Sophia Dunkley if they are to be successful. 32 from 49. And she needs a partner. She needs somebody just to bat some time with her. And I think Dunkley is probably saying that, impressing that point to Franklin. Fred Atkins is here from the ECB, making sure that he's keeping good order. There'll be a match report to enjoy from Fred, who loves his Maidstone. Big Maidstone football fan. I'm sure he's enjoyed this season under George Ellacobi. He has, yep, the thumb goes up. Ever the professional concentrating on the cricket. They take one. Franklin off the mark, first time of asking. Been a good season for many clubs in and around this area. Less so Gillingham, I suppose you would say, missing out on the playoffs. Crystal Palace, though, on Monday got that good win. And the women, Crystal Palace women, got promoted, which is good. The bowling continues, and on-off stump, we see Turner continuing. Sophia Turner. And that is the end of the over. Julia Jarvis just gives the cap and also the glasses to Turner, who's bowled very nicely. She's had 2 overs, 1 for 7. It's been quite the contribution. She's been good in the field so far. 18 overs bowled, 94 for 3 is the score. And this is going to take some winning for the South East Stars.
Well, it's with another one going, it just piles that pressure on Dunkley, doesn't it? And with the status of Alice Davidson-Richards as yet not fully known, she bowled 2 overs for 16 and appears to have picked up something that led to her not being on the field for large parts of the rest of the innings. Just means all the more that Dunkley is key. Franklin taking her time to settle in. Franklin with 75 runs, having been out 3 times so far this season, at almost a run a ball.
And this one lofted down the ground, and 4 willing runs are going to be picked up here. Franklin suddenly playing a little cameo. We'll just get the chance to see it again. Just got right underneath it. A risk-free shot with the field up. And maybe this is what we need, Michael. Somebody just to take a bit of pressure off of Dunkley.
Just 2 full half volley.
Levick continues and bowls to Franklin, who's going to try and keep the scoreboard moving. Turning this one away on the leg side, and they pick up 1.
Phoebe Franklin, a Loughborough Uni graduate. She's also played for the Northern Superchargers in the 100, as well as representing Kent at county level.
Levick to continue. Oh dear, was that a chance? Was there the outside edge from Dunkley? You can see the frustration etched across the face of Bess Heath. Not sure if there was a little outside edge here. Levick to continue. And perfect in defence is Dunkley, who looked a little bit rueful. We'll just get the chance to see this one again. Yeah, that's a chance if you look at the bowler.
Oh, yeah.
Levick continues, and Dunkley goes down the ground and picks up 1 more. You need a bit of good fortune if you are to be successful in a run chase. And the fact that Dunkley now has got 33 off 53 and brought up the 100 for the Stars. From 19 overs, the run rate's still good at 5.26. Let's not forget that. It's just that wickets column, Michael.
It is, although required run rate is up to 6.84, and particularly once that starts, if the Northern Diamonds can get that north of 7, it will come to a point where that will prey on the Stars batters' minds in terms of that they have to up the tempo, and then that brings the risk that they will lose more wickets. Classic dilemma of trying to balance risk with reward. Now it will continue to be the seam and spin combination.
Indeed, and we're seeing seam from this Beckenham end. And that's a nice shot. Very quick hands to turn that one round the corner. Backwards a square on that leg side. She's so quick at playing that shot. When the opportunity presents itself, we'll just get the chance to see it again. In slow, Turner comes in. It was down the leg side, so it did present itself to Dunkley, but she's put it away with aplomb.
Yeah, she's ruthless in that area behind square on the onside. That's just demonstrated again there.
Yep, time after time, you see her in amongst the runs as Sophia Turner continues and bowls a much better delivery. Back and across she goes, dot ball.
Probably Dunks' signature shot. I mean, you're watching a high-class player. This is someone that has a Test 50, has 3 T20I 50s, and has an ODI ton as well as 5 ODI 50s for England.
Great chat out there in the middle from the Diamonds. They really are chipper in the field as this one is just opened up and worked down to third. The fielder comes round from point to carry out the fielding. Dunkley now just 12 away from a deserved half-century. Franklin back on.
Yeah, would continue what's been a very good start to the season for Sophia Dunkley in Stars colours.
Well, you have to think to yourself, it's also just a little bit of a reminder of her ability to the national team selectors.
Oh yeah, of course. As we were referencing earlier, Dunkley left out of the England squads for the T20 and ODIs upcoming against Pakistan.
Sometimes you need to show just how good you are by the weight of runs that you score. Turner continues, and it's going to be another dot as the ball is drilled into the field. No thoughts of a single. The support staff just starting to walk around, have a little look, see how they're doing in the field. It's certainly positive from a Diamonds perspective. Here is Sophia Turner continuing, and this one is going to go down to third where there is a fielder in place. And they take one, and there won't be any more than that. That is the end of the over. And we have had 20 bowled now in the innings. 106 for 3 is the score. Dunkley has 38. Franklin 7 from 7. It's been a good little contribution so far. The rate is 5.30 runs per over, and required, well, it's getting ever closer towards that 7 mark. 6 coming off the last. 6.87 is the required rate. Still early in the innings. Dunkley's contribution needs to be plentiful. Commentary for the next 10 overs from Michael McCann.
Here's Levick continuing. Right on the money. Franklin covers up. 5-4 offside field with very much hedging her bets here with this field, Levick. Again played straight to cover. He's got a long off and a deep cover, and then has a deep backward square leg and a deep mid wicket. Now has taken the slip out. Stair Callis has gone into the covers after those first 2. Short, and Franklin makes room. Finds deep cover for one. Well, you're now into the period of time where Diamonds will be looking to just turn the screw here. The classic charge through the overs. And that is... And then you blink and suddenly 35 overs have gone and you need 9, 10 and over. He just drops a bat on it. Run out of temp from Bess Heath. Backing up eventually is in place just in time to not cost anything more. Dealt with by Sophia Turner. It's one of the old phrases you'll hear fielding coaches tend to talk about, which is good teams are always shying at the stumps. And on the whole, if there's overthrows, unless the throw really truly is wild, the view is that it's the fault of those who should be backing up, should be hunting those run-outs. Down the ground from Franklin, it's a good positive shot. Knows the mid-on is up, and it goes for 6 to a roar of appreciation from the home supporters, who have seen their side behind the 8 ball in this run chase, but that will help no end. 6 of the best.
Well, it's positive, and I think that's why Franklin was promoted up the order, because she can put bat on ball, and you just need to try and take some pressure off of Dunkley. She's got a bat time.
Yeah, Franklin with a strike rate coming into today in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy of almost a run a ball this season. So that very much illustrates the point. So that's the end of the 21st, which with that 6 goes for 8.
If Dunkley's there at the end and you've got wickets in hand, you win the game. I'm confident of that. But the difficulty is, will she run out of partners? Will she run out of steam? There's a lot of pressure on the shoulders of one player. And that's why you need to say to Franklin, go out there, take a bit of pressure off of her. Start knocking boundaries where you can. Run your 1s and 2s hard.
It's a nice afternoon for batting, but there is a lot of work to do as Turner continues. That cut, good aggressive running, even if it was picked up cleanly, there was always just about a single there. And that running is as important as hitting the bad balls for 4 or 6 when you're trying to chase as big a total as this. Just trying to keep that required run rate in check, which at 6.83 it is. Low full toss. Might feel like she's missed out on that a touch, Franklin. Looking drive through cover point. It's a big chase for deep extra cover coming round, and that's what allows the 2 to be taken by Franklin with relative simplicity. Looping slow ball full toss. Again, the pressure's just building here.
Well, Franklin might well have missed out there. You want to try and get to the pitch of the ball and put it away. Certainly pick up runs off every ball where possible, and when you get a situation like that, a full toss,
nice ball, bit of a moral victory in some ways for Turner. Goes off, slices off the outside half of Franklin's bat, but it's 2 more. Some good hard running. That's probably what the next 10 overs needs from Dunkley and Franklin, just looking to stay together and set up something. Sliced away, taken on the bounce at cover. That was well fielded by Lauren Winfield-Hill, who would have Fancied her chances of a catch for a second there. 22 overs gone, 119 for 3. We've seen Dunkley dropped off Levick by Heath, albeit a tough chance. And then that almost saw Franklin get a life.
Is this Phoebe Turner back? Phoebe Turner
returning at the City end and replacing Katie Levick.
Interesting in the funky field here. 5-foot onside field. Turner comes into Dunkley. Dunkley wanting to. Well fielded to prevent any such possibility. And now having had that for just one ball. Field at mid-on's jumping across, and it is a 5-foot offside field with deep third, deep cover, deep square leg, deep fine leg as well. Franklin will get no reward for that. Straight at extra. Turner just building the pressure here. That required run rate almost past 7 for the first time in this contest. Short and hit hard by Franklin. Lovely shot. A pressure releasing shot from Franklin. That is as good a shot as we've seen from anyone in the South East Stars reply so far.
Yep, little bit of width on offer and put away with clinical ease and accuracy. Very impressive. And it has been a good hand so far for Phoebe Franklin because it's helped Dunkley at the other end.
How does Turner respond? With a slow ball, Franklin just pushes into the covers.
In the best possible way, you might say. Yeah, that was impressive. The last thing you want to do as a batter is think to yourself that you can always back it up and get out. You know, she needs to keep going.
One more, so Franklin will keep the strike. End of the 23rd. Score 125 for 3.
Decent run rate. All the time that required rate is below 7. Even if it nips up to 7.5, 8, you still fancy your chances when you got 2 batters set. And Franklin has come in and played that good hand alongside Dunkley, who just needs to keep going. We said that a centurion is the aim here. That will be what they want to see, and it looks like the skipper might be coming on.
Yeah, Armitage has held herself back a little. It was always going to be interesting to see how she'd manage this tri-spin threat of herself,
number
Levick
57,
and Burns.
Holly Armitage.
Also which ends they might prefer. We've seen Burns bowl from both ends already. So Levick bowl from the far end, the City end. Now this is Armitage from the Crystal Palace end. Armitage, who earlier on looked in great shape with the bat, smashed 66 off 70. Of course, made her England debut over the winter. First ball played out to deep cover for 1. got her chance initially playing a couple of times for England A against New Zealand, and then came on as a concussion substitute for Sarah Glenn to get her maiden England cap. Played straight back to Armitage, who already has 3 wickets in this competition this season in just 7 overs bowled. Full toss, gets away with that, and almost gets it caught and bowled in truth. Dunkley's hit that right out of the screws.
Great fielding, wasn't it? Wasn't sure if it was drilled into the surface, but it's really hurt her. It's a real strong right hand.
Just what you want on your spinning fingers at the start of a spell, eh? 3 balls in.
That hand's been warmed right up.
And again from Dunkley, straight back at Armitage, just what you want. And you're already wringing your hands from the previous ball. That 3 for 40 I mentioned, the only time Armitage has bowled herself in this competition this season, coming 4 days ago against Sparks. Oh, that's a horror delivery. Waist high full toss, and he only gets it to deep mid wicket for 1. Fielding done by Dobson.
With the 3 dots and only the 2 runs scored in this over, that required rate has crept over 7.
First time it has as well. Little mini milestone. Sliced away, straight at point, the pressure tells. Captain Holly Armitage gets a wicket to finish her first over. Franklin's cameo runnable 24 has to end. Just as the Stars were looking to build a partnership, they've lost another 127 for 4 off 24.
Well, it's a good contribution, it really is. We'll just get the chance to see it again. Good, comfortable catch. You'd expect the fielder to be able to take that catch, just rehearses it and throws it high up into the air. The frustrating thing is it does hand a lot of the incentive now to the Diamonds with that dismissal. Looks like it's going to be Chloe Hill, does it not? Yeah,
it is Chloe Hill.
It is the wicket keeper.
Chloe Hill, who of course was on loan from the Vipers last season, has made that permanent this season. Now, this is asking quite a bit of Hill because she's barely batted in this competition this season. She's faced 6 balls. She's scored 5 runs and been not out a couple of times. So now, having got 5 not out against Sparks and 0 not out against Sunrisers, and then 3 DMBs did not bat, has got to come out and play a major role in a run chase here. Talk about from nothing to everything, the way that this game can do so sometimes.
We're going to have some early drinks at the 24 over mark. And there is the match summary as we take a break. The South East Stars require 185 further runs from 26 overs. Dunkley, well, a lot depends on her contribution. 42 not out from 63 so far. We've seen contributions. Franklin and Stonehouse have both got into the 20s. Smith, the skipper, made 19. And you see those wickets, they've been shared around. Armitage, Turner, well, both the Turners and Walston all picking up wickets. Earlier on, the Diamonds were indebted to their skipper, who made 66 and top scored. Heath, the wicketkeeper, making 63. Callis, well, it was a belligerent 52, and Marlowe at the top making 32. 311 for 9 from the 50. It was always going to be tough for the South East Stars, and they do have work to do in that regard. A lot will depend on Dunkley. They have had wins so far over Vipers, Lightning, Sparks and Sunrisers. Just one defeat prior to this fixture, Western Storm. That was under the DLS. They're level on top with Vipers with a better run rate. Northern Diamonds, well, they've had 3 wins and 2 defeats so far. Let's have a look at what's happening around the country. And Sunrisers are 93 for 2, chasing 212 for victory. They need a further 119 to win, with just over 25 overs in which to get them. The Blaze, they're chasing 276 to win. They're currently 117 for 5. So Western Storm in a good position in that one. And Central Sparks still need a further 214 from 31 overs in which to beat Thunder, who put 284 for 7 on the board. They're 71 for 2 in the 19th. So that is what is happening all around the country. Back here, we're just about to resume after drinks. And 127 for 4 is the score. Michael McCann to continue commentary.
First ball after drinks. And Davidson-Richards just drops a bat on it. In fact, beg your pardon, of course.
Dunkley.
Reading the card rather than remembering what I said 2.5 minutes ago. It's Chloe Hill that's walked out. So yet to fully know about the ADR situation. Bowled 2 overs, then was off for the rest of the innings. Nailed away through short third for a quickly scampered single, but the throw is so wild and wide that was the brief possibility of overthrows. Yeah, true. Bit of marquee-based chatter here. We were just saying that we'd seen her padded up, and of course the earliest she could come in is 7 as per the regulations because of how long she was off the field. That's a wide. Phoebe Turner will have to re-bowl that one.
So she could come in at the next fall of wicket. Is she padded up?
But this is the thing. She's not padded up.
No. In which case, you would expect that she's not going to play too much of a role in this run chase.
Which, in some ways, if that's the case, is effectively
another wicket down. Yeah.
Phoebe Turner will have to re-bowl that one. And that does now mean something we're keeping a close eye on. Have now gone above the extras bowled by the South East Stars, so that's something that Diamonds will be a little bit of a tick box to look back on in the analysis, I'm sure, in the final pickings apart of this game in a day or two's time, regardless of the result. Always looking for those work-ons. Straight drive from Hill, but won't be rewarded for it by anything on the scoreboard. You wouldn't blame Hill for being a bit nervous. As I set out, they only faced 6 balls in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy this season when walking out to the middle. A couple of not outs, scoring 5 in total. Just left alone outside off. Forgive our score graphic, that will catch up. It is of course Chloe Hill out there, not Alice Davidson-Richards. Which way? 2 was instantly the call off the bat, but the enthusiasm of the sweeper means that there is no chance of it. So 25 overs gone. 131 for 4, so they are well behind the 8 ball here, the South East Stars, both in terms of runs scored and the concern. And well, as if to illustrate that point, at this exact point, they were 137 for 2. So they were 6 runs better off, and crucially had lost 2 fewer wickets, and that was what helped enable that middle order acceleration. Armitage to continue from our end of the ground. Driven at mid-off for none. Full toss. Smashed away through cow corner. And it will go for 4. First boundary of the game for Chloe Hill. Hill moves on to 5. Stars need a lot more where that came from. So his first boundary in competition this season, in any women's professional competition this season. Armitage responds, bringing the dot. Oh, that's gone through everybody. Heath as well. All eyes on the umpire, who says that's a bye. I come down the track. Not an easy one for Heath, but it'll be frustrating for her. Stumping chance, having had that caught behind that could have got rid of Dunkley. Never easy being behind the stumps when ball's spinning a lot. You've got batters in front of you doing all sorts that can leave you unsighted. Blocked back by Hill. Elsewhere, low scoring thriller in prospect at Radlett. Sunrise is 96 for 2, 26. Jodie Grucock and Amara Carr building a good partnership there. They need 212 to win. Required run rate of 4.83. Thunder posted 284 for 7 against Sparks. Powered by 107 from Emma Lamb and 67 from Seren Smale. Sparks in reply, struggling 84 for 2 off 21. Fee Morrison, Kate Crosser both picked up a wicket. Eve Jones is going well. Sparks skipper 42 not out. And the third of the 3 other games going on today. Western Storm posted 275 all out in 48.1 overs. As Turner continues. Short outside off and really good sounding cut shot. The deep point is out there. So that'll be just 1. Storm's 275 powered by 73 from Natasha Rafe. And then good contributions all the way down the card. Kirsty Gordon took 4 for 40. And Blazer in a bit of trouble in the chase. Straight to point, no run. Blazer 134 for 5 after 26 overs. Tammy Beaumont top scoring with 41. Sophia Smelt and Amanda Jane Wellington both picked up a couple of wickets each. No full toss, missed out on. And another dot, that required run rate just creeping up to 7.3. Really decent. Stars need a big over or 2 to turn the tide here. Shot by Hill, plenty of space, that'll be easy 2.
Stop this, Tina! Okay, Tina! Come on, girl! 15.
single this time, straight to the sweeper. Turned away out through backward point. They'll get back for 2. Right, so no ball as well. So free hit. Maybe this is just what Dunkley needs. Chance to free her arms, have a go at one, get a confidence boosting boundary. Slow ball bouncer mistimed and caught at backward point. Still important to take the catch. Taken by Callis, only in the sense that had she dropped it, of course, could have run a single on that. So we've seen one of those in both innings where free hit has brought what otherwise would be a wicket. 145 for 4 of 27 then. Pressure is just growing and growing with each over on the Stars at the moment. Dunkley swiping outside the off stump. Dunkley's played a nice steady hand, but has lacked the support that he's really needed through the run chase at the other end. Nurdle's one through square leg. But again, you sense that Diamonds won't mind getting to have another bowl at Hill. See if they can winkle out another of Dunkley's partners. One out to deep cover.
And you have to say, Holly Armitage, the captain, really has mastered conditions here. Doing well with the bat, and she's been very impressive leading in the field, in fairness to her.
Comes down the track, Dunkley. It's
a wide.
It's a frustrated swing from Dunkley. It might be a wide from Armitage, but oddly, I think she'll still be encouraged by the outcome in some ways in terms of the frustration from Dunkley. It's one short of a half century. Dunkley will get a 50 here. 50 up for Dunkley off 72 balls. One round of applause from Stars home fans here. But it's a belated celebration from Dunkley because she knows that her team are behind the 8 ball here, that a heck of a lot more work is needed. Steady accumulation, but we're getting towards a point where a fair bit more than steady accumulation is really needed now. And that's the problem from a Stars point of view. Again, this will be just one. So 150 has come up in that 28th over, which has conceded 6. Armitage's most expensive so far, 151 for 8. And the Stars need something to change, and they need it to change relatively soon.
They really do, because they're almost level pegging on the worm if you have a look at it, if you are watching via the live stream via YouTube. But the difficulty is you've just got to continually keep doing it over upon over. And of course the wickets column is a concern, especially if Alice Davidson-Richards isn't to bat, and well, that's certainly looking more and more likely. Dunkley's got 51. She's really got to get 120, 130.
Nice again from Levick. Just a little bit of extra bounce there. Dunkley couldn't quite get on top of it. Heath had to drop her hip and lift that leg up to be able to take it. Just a single out to long on. I have to say though as well, there's always two sides to every coin, and on the whole, take out the extras that have been a touch untidy. Diamonds have actually bowled pretty well to their field in terms of plans and discipline.
And that's the point I made about the captain. I think you have to say that Armitage has done most things right in this game so far. You need to be backed up by your teammates, of course you do.
Start to extra cover. Hill just working her way into things. Quiet over here, just 1 off 4. Make that 1 off 5. You are starting to get to that point in the chase where you sense something has to give here. The required run rate is at 7.5.
Well, you've got to hit a boundary every over, really, and then score runs around it.
Tempting fly. Hill was all too happy to have a go at it. Slightly miscued it. Quickly runs single. Hill will keep the strike. 29 gone. 153 for 4. Levick might not have taken a wicket, but it's been nicely economical. And Armitage looks to continue. The spin squeeze from the Diamonds is relentless.
Well, you do get that feeling the big shot might be just around the corner, because you have to look at Dunkley, 52 from 75, but she's off strike. As good as it was to see Hill add another run to the total, it just means that Dunkley's down at the non-striker's end, and that makes it a lot easier for the skipper Armitage.
Low full toss, good footwork from Hill. Stepping down, that's probably what partly made it look like a low full toss actually, and meeting it and whipping it away, but it's only 1.
Chloe Hill's a good cricketer. Delighted to see her with the South East Stars on a permanent basis, because we know what she can contribute. It's just so difficult with that rate up above 7.5 and over. Wasp dropping.
Clever from Dunkley, manipulation of the field, no one behind, square on the leg side, big chase for the deep square leg coming round. And that brings 2. And then you also put into the fact that Hill's so far batted just twice in this competition. 0 off 1 not out in one innings, 5 not out of 5 in another. And then it's like, hey, no pressure, do you fancy stepping out with 7 and over needed, and we probably need a minimum of a 50 off you here at a run and ball to get us right back in the contest alongside Dunkley. Again, it's just working it. Went square in that fine area, didn't get enough of it this time. Armitage just really made that a lollopy looper after seeing Dunkley already going down on one knee.
The one thing I would say, that's testament to the top order and the batters higher up than Chloe Hill, who've all played their part in the successful start. I think that needs to be mentioned.
Leading edge, drops just short of cover. Of course, if you've got a batter at 7 or 8 and they're not batting much in a 50 over team, it's a great sign. But as today shows, does that mean when they're suddenly needed in a substantial way, it's not easy.
And just confirmation that ADR has served her time off, so she could bat if required.
Yep, could come in at 7 potentially. As that is the end of the 30th. Another tight one from Armitage, who has been parsimonious so far. 30 overs gone, and a lot of work to do for the South East Stars if they're to make it 5 wins from 6. The Northern Diamonds well placed to join Stars on 4 wins from 6 as we head into the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy break. South East Stars 157 for 4 off 30.
Was this around the time when Callis got to work?
Yes.
Started scoring her runs, and she scored at a good clip.
Stair Callis with a 37 ball 50, which was the quickest of the 3 50s that were scored, quicker than Bess Heath's 56 ball 50 and quicker than Holly Armitage's 50 ball 50.
So this is when you need a similar hand. Hill 1 from 2 so far, 12 from 23, 50% strike rate.
Well, the difference between the teams so far is that one team has got 3 players that all got in and hit 50s,
Yep.
bang on a runnable, if not faster. And even Sophia Dunkley, for all their effort, has been impressive. It took her 72 balls to get to the milestone, and that is why they need almost 8 and over.
Bonus runs here. A rare misfield. We've not seen too much in the way of issues with the fielding side, but we did there.
Yeah, Jessica Woolston with an unfortunate mishap.
They're just going to change fielders in that position. Is that Erin Burns?
Yeah.
And just a reminder of the score. Apologies, Michael, I'm trying to get you to keep commentating. I didn't realise we'd ticked over the third. I'm so invested in this game. 161 for 4 is the score. This is Jamie Reid. Delighted to say Michael McCann alongside, and they pick up a single. It's very similar in terms of the overall rate when you look at the worm. Very, very close. The run rate required 7.83, and that is the concern. Dunkley set 60 from 82, Hill 12 from 23, Alice Davidson-Richards can bat. You've still got Cranstone to come. The game's not over. It's going to be difficult to win, but good sides find ways. They've taken 1 and they'll settle for 1. It was a misfield. They say never to run on a misfield. Phoebe Turner at third. The rate now 5.26 runs per over. We are at the end of the 31st. The target, of course, is 312.
Dunkley is not only getting drink, but as is so often the case in modern cricket, some very detailed instructions from the 12. And I just wonder whether this little mini break might bring about a change of approach in terms of, particularly from Dunkley. Hill's on 13 off 24. It's a lot to ask for Hill in here to be the one of the two that has to go and be aggressive and try and bring that required run rate back, heading in the Stars' favour. One senses that it might be Dunkley. He's got to go up a gear or two sometime soon.
If you keep wickets in hand and you say at the end you need 100 off 10 and you've got 6 wickets in hand and you've got Dunkley set, you would look to try and chase those runs down and be fairly confident. This is uppish. High up in the air it goes. It's going to land safe between the two fielders. A high pressure shot for 1. Hill moves on to 13.
Well, that was certainly a sign of intent after the mini drink.
Just rehearses it again, and it always looks much better a second time. I was a past master at that, getting out for low scores and then making it look very, very good, going back into the nets thereafter. We've all been there. 164 for 4 the score. Driving down the ground to long off. is Dunkley. 61 not out. It's been a good innings so far. Can she keep going? Can she be there at the end? It will be an unlikely victory. What a victory it will be, though, if they can put another W in the column. Armitage will have other ideas. Another dot ball, though, doesn't help.
Well, it's the right idea from Hill. There's no one behind square on the offside. If she gets decent contact with that, it's at least 2.
The difficulty is it's fairly high risk trying to get that right, I would say, and that is the risk versus reward. This one's wide off the target. Wide, a long way wide of that off stump. Runs through to the keeper, and again, Armitage has been very tight here. She's into her 5th over. She's only gone for 19 and picked up a wicket. Just 2 from 4 so far in the over. Here she is on her way once more, bowling and running past umpire Julia Jarvis, drilled to extra cover. You just can't keep Erin Burns out of the game.
Oh yeah, proper 3D cricketer. Dynamite in the field. Impressive off spinner. So smart with the bat.
What has Armitage got here? She's going to be at the halfway stage of her 10. She's just about to bowl her 5th. Or complete 5 overs. They take 1. They'll come back for a 2nd. Good bit of fielding, diving away. Can they turn 2 into 3? No is the answer. Quickly thrown in by the fielder. Substitute fielder out there for the Northern Diamonds. So somebody is off the field of play. 32 gone, 167 for 4 is the score. Dunkley on 61, just chatting to Hill, keeping her ticking. The run rate required is now over 8 and over.
For the first time.
Yep.
Time it's tracking in one direction here, and it's a concerning one if you're a Stars supporter.
Yeah, it is, with that rate continuing to climb. It really is.
Just sticking with this spin, and why not? Levick and Armitage are doing a great job. There's still 6 out Burns' sleeve as well, as and when they need to turn to that, Diamonds.
If you are Holly Armitage, yep, you have got some aces up your sleeve. Getting right in behind it again is Dunkley, but crucially, it's another dot ball.
I mean, it would be easy to say that it's bold to have a try-spin attack in England in early May, but when it's free spinners...
No, not in these, or at this stage of the innings. They can mix up their attack to make it difficult for these 2 batters.
And of course, the complete luxury they've got is that Burns and Armitage are both gun top-order bats as well. So it's not like there's a balance question to be had. So that's just nibbled away for 1.
But again, it's only 1. And that is the first run of the over. Wasp has dropped down to 16%. If you're a colour person and you're a co-commentator, the thing that you would say here, it's a great game to win. It does look unlikely, but you can't rule it out, and that is why we're all watching this live stream. You can't afford to turn away. Can't afford to switch off. We'll allow you to have a drink. You can have a break in that regard. But stick with us. This South East Stars side has been good this season. Play positive cricket. And they're going to pick up another quick single here. Dunkley knew that she was running to the danger end. Set off quickly.
Well,
wicket-keeper Bess Heath did have...
a name that echoes around the UK when it comes to women's regional cricket. You sense that it will forever, the regional era will be synonymous with the Southern Vipers, and of course Stars beat them here. Chased 273 with 3 balls left. Bryony Smith and Tash Farrant both got into the
good
90s.
Opening partnership, yeah.
And then Sophia Dunkley hit an unbeaten 48 to bring it home. So even this season, that was a huge psychological boost to the Stars campaign to start with a win like that against the defending double champs of last season.
Well, the rate's up to 8.41, steadily increasing. Armitage to continue. It's a full toss. It's not going to contribute any runs. You can see what they're trying to do. They're trying to mix things up, and Hill very inventive. Wicket keepers always are. You think back to Alan Knott, who played with such great effect for Kent down the years. Always very inventive as a wicketkeeper. This one is drilled down the ground. There is a sweeper set back at long off. They're only going to pick up one. So again, as hard as she hit it, that was an opportunity to look for a boundary. And she's only picked up one. And Hill now 18 from 33. Dunkley back on strike, has 62. Something has to give here. 100 balls remaining, 142 the victory target. Effort goes in, and they were quickly back for another single. When you look at it like that, it doesn't look quite so bad with 6 wickets in hand, 141 from 99. Cricket has evolved. Look at the bowling figures down the years, that's wide.
But you've also got to think that Alice Davidson-Richards would have been an ace up the Stars sleeve.
Absolutely.
Who is now somewhere between not batting and seemingly very unlikely to bat.
You've got Cranstone to come, so you do think to yourself, you do have batters in the shed ready to come out and influence things. So much depends on Dunkley.
So another thing they're doing very cleverly in this partnership, and I think it is deliberate from the Diamonds, is to starve Dunkley of strike.
Yeah, absolutely. You allow her to nudge one, get off strike, and then make it difficult for Hill, who's going to pick up a single here and bring Dunkley back on to face Armitage.
So, a game for both Jamie alongside me and anyone at home. Have a guess when Sophia Dunkley hit her last boundary.
Over 20?
Spot on. 19.1. First ball of the 20th over.
There we are. Armitage to very telling statistic, a telling sign of this game. We need boundaries, Michael.
And that's the end of the 34th, 174 for 4. That's no personal criticism of Sophia Dunkley. She's batted well here.
She has.
But it's actually more a reflection of the fact that the Diamonds, in terms of not bowling to our areas of strength, bowling to their fields, have been exemplary. And what that's also meant is, so when she hit that boundary, she was on 37 off 55. So since then, she's faced 33 deliveries and hit 26 runs, which is pretty much, bar a couple of twos, been all singles out to sweepers. But what that's also meant is that in the 14 overs since, she's faced 5.5 overs worth of the bowling. And Hill and others before Hill have faced 8.5 overs worth of the bowling.
Yeah, and that goes down as clever, doesn't it, from the opposing side?
So ultimately, she's had 40% of the strike. So she's been starved of the strike, and when she's had it, it's been almost all in singles. And it's just very smart cricket from the Diamonds. It's classic Holly Armitage captaincy, really. Now Burns comes back. She's still got 6 overs left. So if they want, Burns can just bowl through at that City end, and that's all but 1 over at that far end tied up for them.
Plenty of work required if they are to win it. Dunkley, the key protagonist, 64 from 89 and facing up to the Australian, driving down the ground and picking up 4 welcome runs. Very, very impressive. Maybe she's got one of those earpieces in, listening to the analysis of Michael McCann. We'll just get a replay of it. Brilliant shot with the pressure on. That's what you need to do. That is the sign of an experienced cricketer. 134 from 95, 6 wickets in hand. Burns again to Dunkley, who's admiring the delivery and then driving down the ground to long on.
Yeah, just stepped down the track and turned it into something of a half volley.
I've just heard the ice cream man. I could murder a 99. I think we're all in that boat. Cost you the king's ransom to purchase one, mind, but it would be nice. 132 from 93. Another single to Hill brings Dunkley back onto strike.
Worth reminding you, if the Diamonds were to win this with a bonus point, they would join the Stars on 18 points from 6 played.
And here is Erin Burns, the Australian. This one just tickled around the corner. They pick up another single. We have had the boundary. We've had runs off each ball, but it is only 7 off 4 so far. You feel that another boundary is needed here. Burns comes in again and bowls to Hill. Hill works it wide of the fielder at long on, and they take another single. And it means that Dunkley is back on strike. So 130 to win.
If they can get 1 from this ball, they've won this over. The problem for Stars is that's been a rarity for a while.
Yeah, it really has. 8 so far. Just opening the face, working it down to the vacant third. They take 1 and come back for the second. And this really has been inventive, impressive, powerful stroke play. We've seen it all in this over. Dunkley's on to 72 from 93, ticking along nicely. Hill finding her form, 21 from 37. It could still happen, folks. 128 from 90.
Absolutely could. The required run rate's 8.5. If Sophia Dunkley bats 3, there's every chance that the South East Stars win this. But it's asking a lot of Dunkley to go through the gears. She's probably going to need at least 1 or 2 cameos around her to go all the way to knocking this off.
Look at that worm, just dropping below the opponents, the Northern Diamonds, the South East Stars. They did have that clutter of wickets that fell at the end, 5 in fairly quick succession. Sophia Turner is going to return, so we are going to see a little bit of pace here from the Beckenham end. And it means that the captain, Holly Armitage, is out of the attack. Armitage has been impressive. Need to check her figures, but I think she was running along at about 4.5 and over. Here comes Turner continuing, working the ball out into the covers, and they take a single. Dunkley back on. 4.33 Armitage, so she bowled very, very nicely, the skipper.
Yeah, 1 for 26 off 6, so she's got 4 in the bank.
Good economy rate in the context of this game.
To be honest, given how well spin's been working for them, I would expect Burns, Levick and Armitage to all bowl out here.
Change of bowling. Mid-on is just on the move to mid-off, and long-on has just been sent back onto the rope. Here's Sophia Turner. Oh, that's nice. That's going to pick up 4 runs. Very inventive from Dunkley. She just left the bat there, scooped it round the corner. That's what you want to see from your England international. Here's the replay.
It is inventive by Dunkley, but I am a touch surprised by this, in the sense that it's well known with Sophia Dunkley that that is her
She's good in that area, yeah.
Behind square on the onside is a real strength of hers with sweeps, paddles, scoops. So I'm not sure I quite understand a field set that involves you having a deep square leg marginally backward and nobody else down there.
Getting her to play leg side, which she often does, though, does bring LBW into play, as this time she drills down the ground and they're going to come through for 1. She didn't get much in the way of connection on that. It wasn't the best of returns to the wicketkeeper either from Armitage. Lots happening. Only 1 run scored. 6 from 3 so far.
Now the other game inside the game is that Hill has got to accelerate. She's got 22 or 38 and she's got to score quicker than that from here on in.
She's on strike here and facing up to Sophia Turner, just opening the face, working it down to third, and Dunkley very keen to get back on strike. It's going to have at least a couple of balls, maybe only 1 from this over. More drinks just being served up here by one of the support staff behind the Northern Diamonds. And here is Sophia Turner continuing, running up past umpire Julia Jarvis. driving down the ground and racing home. It would have been very close. The last thing you want is Dunkley to go. She's on to 78. But have we had a direct hit? Let's have a little look at this. Slower ball out the back of the hand.
Oh no, she's gone. I don't even need to look at the replay. You could tell by the U's and R's
gone,
from everybody around the ground.
So that is a risky single. Dunkley lives to fight another day. That Gray Nichols bat has served her well in this innings so far. Turn round the corner by Hill. She could be out here and is out. Backward a square on the leg side. And we said Hill needed to try and do something. Well, unfortunately, all she's been able to do is be dismissed. Good catch, good comfortable catch out in the deep. And that is a wicket for Turner. Not sure if it was caught Turner, bowled Turner. It was, yeah. We think Phoebe Turner might have taken the catch. Oh, in fact, it was Callis who took the catch. So there we are. That's dispelled that myth. And it makes it much tougher, doesn't it, now? This victory charge. Cranstone, I think, is the new batter. It is.
Already has 50 in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy this season. A very impressive 68 in 63 not out, I should say, to finish the innings off in that game against Storm, where South East Stars piled up 298 for 5 or 44 overs, but still ended up losing by just 8 runs on the DLS method. Now Cranston, it's 63 not out or 40 in that one, so really that demonstrated something anyone who's watched her bat for a while has known about her, which is she can certainly pack a punch at this stage of an innings. What Stars would give for 63 not out of 40 here, in terms of what that would inject to this contest. If these two can get going, they'll be a very difficult partnership to bowl to. Cranston, a diminutive left-hander who is quite classical in her stroke play. Dunkley, right-hander who has the ability to hit the ball in very unorthodox areas. Burns in, 14 overs left, required rate hovering around 8.5.
.192 for 5 is the score. Dunkley 78 off 97. Cranstone just running to the danger end, and she's comfortably through. Another single for Dunkley. That was an opportunity to shy at the stumps and possibly hit them. They've been good in the field. Phoebe Turner doing the work this time from a Stars perspective. Glad to get home, 7 away from the 200 mark. Still 119 more runs required, 82 balls in which to get them. 5 wickets in hand. Burns, no wicket for 29 into the 6th, and more fielding changes.
Cranstone with high strike
Slip
rate.
going in place.
Oh, funky.
Callis is going to field at slip here. They want to try and pick up an early wicket of Cranstone, put the pressure on the new batter.
She has the highest strike rate of any Stars batter this season, 141 per 100 balls.
Great bat twirler, small in stature, facing up here to the Australian Erin Burns. First ball is a dot.
Really thoughtful cricketer as well, Iris Cranston. Had the pleasure of commentating with her on the Charlotte Edwards Cup final last season.
And again, Cranstone just pushes back down the track. You need to try and stay in the game here. Give yourself an opportunity. And we await to see
Marlo, in about 20, please.
what will happen here. Both sides desperate for the win. The Diamonds more so because they want to stay in touch with the teams at the top. 193 for 5. That's gone high up in the air. It should just evade the two fielders and does. They take one and they'll settle for one. A high-risk shot. Cranstone wanting to get off the mark. She is off the mark, but Burns, the old stager, has been very, very good with the ball in hand this over. Just 2 runs. She's making it so difficult for these two batters. How will she finish up? 1 to go in this 6th over. She's on her way, runs up past the umpire. Cranstone turns one into the leg side and picks up a single. She moves on to 80. That is the end of the over then. 37 gone, 13 to go. 78 balls remain. And as you can see from that worm, they are starting to drop below the Northern Diamonds.
Yeah, 9 and over in that region needed now. You really do sense that this pair is pivotal, with Davidson-Richards seemingly absent for an extended period of time. Looking to a little cameo from Cranstone, who goes way back in this part of the world. Was part of the Surrey Stars side that won the Kia Super back in 2018. Surrey. It's been part of that Stars squad white since the first season of Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy in 2020.
Here's Sophia Turner. 13 overs to go. Dunkley, 80 from 99, facing up, driving down the ground, takes one and will settle for that single. Cranstone thought about turning and looking to come back. The last thing you want is any kind of run out in this situation. If it is to be a win, it will need to be the hard way with this action required. Cranstone, 1 from 3 and facing up to Turner, who's 2 for 27 into her 6th over. Cranstone just taking a fresh guard. You can understand why. Just gives you the chance to survey the field. Fielder just comes up into the ring on the offside. And here is Turner charging in and bowling outside off stump. Wide, says the umpire. There's another twist.
Just having a look and working out what the plan might be here. Field that slightly hedges its bets, but my hunch would be that Turner's just going to try and slide this across Cranstone outside
5-4.
stump.
Yep, you would think so, that it's going to be angled across. This one's gone up-ish to the fielder at mid-off, and they're racing through for a single to get Dunkley back on strike.
Really thinking cricketer, Eilish Cranstone, was having a long chat with me during the big old rain delays that we had at the Charlotte Edwards Cup final in Worcester last season, about how teams are using video analysis now, and you as a batter have to keep up with what the opposition are doing.
198 for 5 is the score. This is a full toss, hit high up in the air. It should evade the fielder. Over the head it goes off the substitute, and they take one. Cranstone quickly back onto strike. Dunkley ticks over to 82. Nope, just muttering to herself, and you can understand the reasons why. When she rehearses it, they always look so much better, and when you've got 82 in the bank, you can afford the odd little error. This one's hit high up in the air. It just evades the fielder over the head, and they take one, and they're back for the second. Cranstone running that first one hard, and there is the 200 for the South East Stars. Nelson wins it, 111 from 74, 5 wickets in hand.
Well, they realistically need at least a boundary and over. They haven't got their boundary for this over yet. They've got 2 balls to get it.
And Turner is about to bowl the next one down the leg side. That's another wide. How many extras now in the innings? 22 extras, which is high. Yeah, compared to the 15 that we saw in the first innings.
I'll tell you what though, what a take from Bess Heath. When someone's bowling from this angle with a left-hander, that is a nightmare for a wicket-keeper. Made it looks so simple.
Yep, very good behind the sticks. And facing up again to Turner, who bowls a slower ball. And just opening the face and running it down to third is Cranston, only a single, which means that Dunkley again will only have this final ball of the over. 203 for 5. 109 more needed. Thanks for joining us. If you are with us on the live stream, it's a pleasure to have your company. We've improved things a wee bit for this game, looking much more professional, much nicer. This one just runs past the outside edge and through it goes. Thank you, Fred. Great bit of fielding from you. That is the end of the over. 12 to go. 203 for 5 is the score. Cranston 5 from 6. Dunkley 102 balls faced, 82 runs scored. 109 wins it. 72 balls left.
Looks like there's some tight games right across the country as well. Sunrisers need 69 to win from 72 balls at Radlett with just 4 wickets left, so I'd say that one probably heading the way of the Vipers, albeit still all to play for. Sparks are in a bit of trouble against Thunder, need 131 to win from 17 overs. They've got to get a wriggle on, although they've got 7 wickets in hand, and the Blaze need 69 runs off 69 balls with just 4 wickets in hand against the Western Storm, so probably just about rather beat Storm in that one. But 4 exciting run chases, all look like they'll be going the distance or close. Here Burns to continue from our end.
Yep.
Crystal Palace end.
Indeed. Burns will continue from that City end and bowl to Cranston, who pushes down the track, and Burns sharp and eager, moving across, doing the fielding and getting ready to run into Cranston again. Gentle approach, and this time she works the ball into the covers and picks up one, brings Dunkley on to strike. When do you look to go? When do you look to have that big over? That could change everything if we did see a very positive over, very profitable over. Dunkley 18 away from what will be a deserved century. She's held the innings together in truth, and she's drilling the ball down the ground. They take one. Cranston will turn and consider it, but decide against it, and I think that's the right idea. You try and put your best fielders in the toughest positions. Hard there, wasn't it, for one to turn into 2. I think they've got that right. Cranston surveying the scene, looking all around. And the left-handed bat facing up here to Erin Burns, the spinner. She's gone for 33. Crucially, only 2 from the 4 balls so far. And that's what puts the pressure on the 2 batters. Michael quite rightly mentioned that boundaries are needed. You need that release valve. A couple of boundaries in successive balls. Suddenly it looks much easier. 107 from 68 required. 2 to go in this latest over. Down the ground she comes. And they appeal, but must have missed it.
Yeah, wasn't sure.
Waved away. It was certainly an opportunity.
It looked to me like Cranston's missed that by miles. The chances of potential stumping.
Yep, she
Not
couldn't
anything
gather the
else.
ball.
And not for the first time today. It's a missed stumping from Bess Heath. She's missed a stumping of Cranston on 6 now, and had missed Dunkley earlier when Dunkley was only just getting started.
Well, could that prove to be a moment in this game? This one is tickled to third. They take 1. And that means that Cranston has got the strike again. Maybe not through design, but Burns has only gone for 3. And she's been very clever here. We'll just see a replay of this latest one. Plenty of twirl. There it is. She would have been gone by a mile.
Oh, yeah. Yep. It was the appeals that confused me, because there was Diamonds players appealing even after Heath had failed to take the bails off, as if there might have been bat on it.
I think they just wondered if Cranston had got her bat back in it. Had she even tried, because she thought perhaps you give up, but you have to get back in. and then it puts all the pressure on the keeper. Dunkley 83 from 103, 11 to go in the innings, which means that we have 66 balls. Can they score the 106 required? Very difficult. Sophia Turner is going to continue here, bowling to Cranston, who's driving to extra cover. Dot ball.
Well, before that ball, they needed 9.5 and over, and that's the problem at this stage of things. You have one quiet over, like that one off Burns, that went for 3, and the required run rate just spikes.
Yep, you're up to towers, then you're looking at skyscrapers, and that makes it so difficult. Runs are required, and they're needed quickly. Here is Sophia Turner continuing and bowling to Cranston. 2 balls, 2 dots. The pressure's on.
I mean, there's 2 things that come to mind for me when watching this innings, which is one, and it's totally understandable for them, but Star's definitely missing Tasmin Brits, because what a difference someone like her could have made.
Agreed. Turner to continue. It's a full toss. She's got something on it. It's going to run down to the 3rd boundary, and they'll come back for a second. We'll wait to see if it flicked the pad or the bats, and bat was involved. 2 runs then to Cranstone.
And 2 is, of course, you know, this is the kind of time of the innings where in the middle overs you'd have Alice Davidson-Richards striding out at some point, who, my goodness me, that's someone to inject just into an innings.
Well, ADR is very belligerent. She can hit the ball incredibly hard. So too, on this evidence, can Cranston, and she's going to pick up a boundary, and that is a pressure reliever. Takes the run rate required in terms of runs to win down to 100. 62 balls left. Here's a replay. Let's see it again. Good from Cranston. Powerful, using that bottom hand.
Yeah, steps down. It's a good, purposeful, aggressive cricket shot. Coming down the track and committing to it. She didn't actually get to it on the half volley. She was nowhere near to getting to it on the half volley, but committed to the intent of the shot, and that's now forced a little rethink in the field. Lauren Winfield Hill has come out to long off, and
yeah, that may be because she needs a bit of food, I think, just taking on some energy food. Maybe an energy bar, I'm not quite sure.
No, she's definitely still staying out though now, after a little consultation with Armitage, Winfield Hill's gone to long on, and it's now the leg side field has been dispatched far and wide. There's long on, deep mid wicket, deep square leg. The clear remit here is that she's got to bowl straight with this field, Turner.
Sophia Turner on the way. Turned round the corner, they pick up a single. Gets Dunkley back on to strike, but only for 1 ball again.
Well, Cranston wanted to use the pace of Turner against her there through fine leg, and it was clever from Turner because she saw Cranston in position to paddle and just slowed it right down, and that was why it ended up trickling through to fine leg.
The worm shows that you prefer to be a diamond than a star. They had that upward trajectory, easy for me to say at the end of the innings. That's down the leg side, it's going to be wide, and may well be 2 or 3 of them. We await to see. They're back for 2. They'll probably settle for 2. Cranston tried to turn 2 into 3. The wide, though, signalled by the umpire. Julia Jarvis is standing at this Beckenham end. Extras now is the 2nd highest scorer of the innings. Thanks very much indeed, Alex. A good contribution from Mr. Extras. This one down the leg side, another wide, so another extra. How many is that in the innings? How many? 26, almost double.
But that does also point to the lack of extended support that Dunkley has at any point. Frankton's run a ball 24,
yeah,
best that she's had alongside her, and realistically you're very unlikely to chase 311 if your 2nd highest individual score is a run a ball 24. I mean, one for the cricket statisticians, but I'm sure that must be extremely rare in men's or women's 50 over.
Unheard of, you would think. Yeah, that's a good point. Well made, Michael. 2:17 for 5 the score. Dunkley facing up, 83 not out. Drilling the ball out to the deep cover boundary, taking 1 and settling for it.
And realistically, that comes back to the fact that most of the time, so that's the end of the 40th, 218 for 5, even in the modern era, there still tends to be an element of the fact that your second 25 runs in an individual 50 will almost always come quicker than your first 25.
94 then required for victory, 60 balls in which to get them with 5 wickets in hand. It's going to be a wonderful run chase. Can they do it? We'll hear it with commentary and analysis from Michael McCann.
Well, if they are to do this, the Stars, remember they pulled off that run chase here against the Vipers with 3 balls to spare back on the 20th of April. And he sends those 2 in shot. Sophia Dunkley and Eilish Grandstone going to have to do the bulk of the work. They're certainly not going to have to do the bulk of the work. Enjoying watching on one of the sunniest and most pleasant days for cricket so far in the still relatively new English season. This is of course the last game in a block of 6 before the break from Rachael Heyhoe Flint action. Stars start their Charlotte Edwards Cup campaign with a long trip away against the Western Storm next Sunday the 19th of May. Then their first home game is against the Thunder 5 days later. And then they're at home against the Storm in a return fixture 3 days following. Quickly scampered 2. Just about make it home. These sides who you're watching now will meet again in the 2020 format when Stars travel north to face the Diamonds on the 31st of May. And then they'll meet in the 50 over format away, Stars away at the Diamonds on the 7th of September. Smash down the ground. Didn't even move Dunkley. Knew that mid-on and mid-off were up. The plan from Phoebe Turner is to bowl back of a length and slur balls into the wicket with these long square boundaries. It's clever from Dunkley, knew the plan, waited baseball style, smashed it for 4. So, what does Turner do now? Does she rethink? Dealing with a player in Dunkley with extensive international experience who will be all too familiar with the different options that Turner might be considering here. Somebody good off the bat, straight out to deep cover. Looks like from where we are that Kalia Moore is padded up ready to come in next, as opposed to potential unlikely emergence of Alice Davidson-Richards. Of course could have come out at 7 but didn't. 7 the earliest she could have come out at because of spending so long off the field in the first innings, having bowled 2 wicketless overs for 16.
Well, we're speculating, but if she is injured and injured badly, which must be the case, then you would expect she might have to bat with a runner.
Helps round the corner from Cranston. The unorthodox looking sweep shot. She'll get just 1-4.
And that creates uncertainty. We've seen almost everything in this game so far today. It's been a good spectacle.
So again, you'd think the plan to Dunkley here is going to be back of the length, slow ball, try and get it to hit towards the long square boundaries as opposed to the slightly more inviting straight ones. But slightly nod to Dunkley's boundary down the ground early on in the over because the long on's now gone back and short fine legs come up. Dunkley just goes out towards cow corner. The immediate call off the bat is 2. There's definitely 2 there. They get it pretty easily. So 10 off this over with 1 ball to go. So they've actually got what they needed from this over, and we're into bonus ball territory now.
And Dunkley into the 97 away.
Dunkley will get 1 here, and we'll keep the strike. Stars will be very content with that, and very content with that over. It concedes 11, so 9 overs left, just over 9 an over needed. 83 to win off 9.
Well, it's well set up, isn't it, this game? You fancy the Diamonds because they got runs on the board and they had that purposeful end to the innings. You just wonder, maybe that late flurry when we saw Jess Walston hit some runs, will that be the difference? We'll wait to see, because they did lose wickets. Burns is back.
It's so handy to have a spinner who you can, like Erin Burns, because she did repeatedly for Sparks last summer and has done plenty of times in Australian state cricket, be trusted to bowl to plans at the death. That is a real rarity.
Yeah, if you're Holly Armitage, the captain of the Northern Diamonds, you're in a real good position to be able to give it to a player of that experience, hand the ball at this stage of the game. There's only 54 balls to go, remember. 83 runs wins it.
Starts with a dot, Burns. Low full toss. Dunkley only gets 1 to long on.
Yep, Lauren Winfield-Hill is a good fielder. She'll be in the positions that matter between now and the end of the innings.
Well, if there's anyone that knows Sophia Dunkley's game pretty well, it's Lauren Winfield-Hill. Guarantee she'll have been giving Holly Armitage some words of advice on where she'll be looking to hit it. They've had plenty of big partnerships for England over the years across formats.
Yep, and with the Invincibles. Winfield-Hill back on the rope. Bat twirling from Cranston, 15 from 17. That scoring rate needs to up.
Well, Dunkley wanted a single, but problem is Cranston had got down on one knee for the sweep and wasn't really in any position to be able to run, so had to send her back. It's gone very high from Cranston and he's managed to pick the gap out mid-on, and it will just about tease the fielder and go over the rope for 4 despite the despairing dive. So Cranston's second boundary and a bit of a pressure release against Burns. Well, Cranston knew that was where the gap was, so even if she didn't quite get all of it, the fortune would favour the brave, and indeed it did.
Good attempt, wasn't it, from Armitage? She just couldn't quite stop the ball from going over the boundary's edge. Tried to drag it back, in vain.
Comes down the track again, Cranston, and meets this on the half volley. Big square boundary out there. They'll get 2 pretty comfortably on the arm. Partnership continues to grow, and an impressive partnership it's been in the sense of taking the game deep. So these two have been together now for 35 balls, and they have added 43 runs.
And the pressure's on Burns now. She's gone for 7.
Darts it in. Cranston again slightly mistimes it, but the sweepers are so deep and that boundary is so big that again they're going to look to scramble 2. Cranston's got to hurry back and does scurry home.
Dunkley's got the strike.
And it's good purposeful batting from Eilish Cranston, who's taken 8 off those last 3. So that over that was tilting the way of the Diamonds ends up being honours even. And remember, of course, that from a Stars perspective, for every over that effectively is honours even, That is in their favour. It's always easier to chase 9 off 1 than 90 off 10. 238 for 5 off 42. A good crowd in here, enjoying a day of cricket and sun, and a game that's always been a pretty even arm wrestle. For a lot of this run chase has been in the favour of the Diamonds, but Stars still right in this and fighting their way back into the contest with this partnership.
Massively so, yep. 238 for 5 the score. 74 from 48 wins it. Dunkley 5 away from what will be a brilliant century. And all the pressure now is on Armitage, you feel. Katie Levick is back, yep.
7 overs of 35 earlier on, providing some control in the middle. That's flicked off something and will be 1. Fielded by Phoebe Turner. So Phoebe Turner's got just 1 left. Levick's got 3 left. Burns has got a couple left, and Holly Armitage, the captain herself, has got 4 in the bank. Interesting to see quite how Armitage juggles her bowlers here.
How many's Jess Walston got left? 5.
Walston's got 5 as well. There's plenty of options all round. Walston was threatening earlier on, but did also struggle at times for a line and length.
Yeah, accuracy was an issue, wasn't it?
Sean Cranston was in position very, very early. Levitt cleverly adjusted and took lots and lots of pace off it, so it was a proper lollipop that Cranston in the end, in turn responding to that in the dance of batter versus spinner, managed to pull out of in time to make sure she didn't chip it straight to fine leg. Drops bat on it for 1 this time, Dunkley, who is 4 short of a century.
Well, the plan here is to play around Dunkley, and it has been for a long while. Cranston will need to be the aggressor, will need to look to try and find the gaps and certainly score the boundaries. 71 from 45, it's still on.
That's clever from Cranston. Manages to get it very fine. Big chase needed. Will be 2. 50 partnership comes up in process as well, in good time too. Cranston starting to find her rhythm, 50 or 40, which if they could replicate that with a little bit of maybe tax inflation and VAT on the top, would take them home. Short. Sounded good off the bat from Cranston. Definitely is 2 there. 2 is what they'll get. So Cranston, from her last 6 balls face, has scored 13 runs. Has really started to find another gear here, and that's exactly what the Stars need.
Yep, the pressure's on Levick here, isn't it?
Oh, just scuttles that one through. Beats Cranston, who's calling for a drink, which is understandable because it's pretty hot out there. We are into the 20s, and it's also been a lot of hard work with those big square boundaries, a lot of quick running 1s and 2s, the kind of times where really are having to work hard running under a lid with pads on as well. Cranston taking a well-earned drink. 245 for 5 of 43 then, so it's about 9.5 needed off the last 7, and this pair have done a really good job of taking the game deep with the Stars right in the contest.
Well, you look at those 5 wickets that were lost by the Northern Diamonds, that stopped that little flurry of runs at the end. They did have that purposeful end, and that shows on the worm that you can see on the graphic there on the live stream. This is going to be very, very interesting, the finish to this one. Dunkley 4 away from a ton. 1 boundary does it.
Dunkley facing up to Turner. 2 was immediately the call. Did well to get 2, but they will scamper 2. Well, that is good scamperage from short fine leg coming around. Dunkley is on to 98. Worth saying as well, the Rachael Heyhoe Flint record chase is 292 for the Storm against Thunder at Bristol in 2021. That's that thanks to Hypercourse, but actually another number that puts it even more into perspective. Dunkley 2 away from a ton. This could be it, but it's out to deep cover. It's almost hit 2 well, straight at the sweeper for 1. Dunkley has 99. If the Stars chase this, it will be a women's list day world record run chase. That gives you a sense of how impressive a feat it would be. The current best is 309, chased by the Northern Districts against Canterbury in Hamilton in 2018.
There's a good chase in the Sunrisers Southern Vipers game. The Sunrisers need 37 from 6, 4 wickets in hand. Should be an interesting finish there too.
Yeah, drama all around the country. Sparks need 95 to win off 11 overs against Thunder, and the Blaze need 30 off 30 with 4 wickets left. It's out to deep mid-wicket, that will only be 1. Dunkley 1 away from a ton. That would be quite a way to prove her point, having been left out of England T20 and one-day international squads for the upcoming series against Pakistan. And she will get a ton, nudges it into the onside, is immediately of a mind to look for 2. There's no 2 there, but regardless, an excellent century as the anchor of this run chase for Sophia Dunkley. A timely reminder to all of her qualities, having been left out of the recent England squads. 100 off 116 balls, featuring 6 fours, and it is 100 that has given the Stars a chance at completing a world record women's list day run chase here.
So only 24 of the 100 have come in boundaries. Amazing.
Down the ground from Cranston and just over the head of mid-off, and that will be 4 more. So Cranston continues her little burst of scoring across the last 15 minutes or so that has really injected some momentum into the chase.
Yep, ticking along very nicely. 33 from 27. 58 from 37, Michael. 5 wickets in hand. What a run chase this would be.
So they've taken 9 off 5 balls in this over. Anything that the Stars can get from this final ball of the over would be a bonus. Still sense it's very dependent on these 2, in the sense that a wicket or 2 quickly would put a heck of a lot of pressure on
Agreed.
those in the lower order coming in, given that it increasingly seems likely that Alice Davidson-Richards won't play any further part in the game. Smashed away by Cranston. That's a nicely executed slog sweep in front of square that goes for 4 through mid-wicket. So back-to-back boundaries for Cranston. The over concedes 13. And might the pendulum be swinging right towards the Stars all of a sudden thanks to this partnership? 54 to win off the last 6, 9 and over needed. Dunkley and Cranston are in, going really well here.
2 experienced heads as well. 2 thinking cricketers, and 2 cricketers who know what it takes to see a team over the line. And you have to think to yourself, the pressure now is on Holly Armitage. The batters have got to keep going, of course they have. But you look at that worm, only slightly behind. Wickets were starting to fall. It's going to be a real nervy end, this one. You just feel it. Is there going to be a bowling change here? No, Levick to continue. One for Dunkley from the first ball of Levick's over. And no real surprise, Lynn Martin has been in touch, the scorer, the highest 6th wicket partnership for South East Stars. History being made between these two.
It's been a really good stand. Really impressive from Cranston to step out in a pressure situation of a run chase like this. Cranston again sweeps to good effect, but this is straight to deep square for 1.
Another plane just flies overhead. Lucky folk just going somewhere sunny.
Gets away straight in cover.
Well, it's a rare thing, isn't it, a dot ball?
Certainly at this stage of a run chase.
I've not seen many of them just recently. They found a way of scoring runs.
Steps across Dunkley, a bit of fancy footwork to try and make Levitt think. But just 3 or 4, and the crowd go quiet as the Diamonds have a chance to build some pressure. Cranston just looking across to that big square boundary on the leg side. It's down the ground this time. Take 1 to mid-off, so 4 or 5. Unless, well, even if Dunkley can find a boundary from this final over, final ball of the over, unless it's a 6, then it's a good over for the Diamonds.
Yeah.
Dunkley will get just 1. So 5 off the over. Excellent pressure over from Katie Levick, who has just 1 left. So 49 to win off the last 5 for Women's List Day world record run chase here at Beckenham.
Amazing. 49 from 30. It's going to go right to the wire, you feel. And we mentioned about 6 4s in that 100 for Dunkley. It just goes to show how much effort she's put in. She's taking on more fluids there. And that's understandable because she's had to race between the wickets. And it's not just the physical exertion, it's the mental exertion as well. Trying to make sure that you can help see your side through to victory. You just have to keep going. Let the noise take place around you. Let that run rate creep up and down. It's still going to be tricky, but 49 from 30 with 5 in hand. You are well and truly in the game.
And they're well and truly in the game thanks to her. And a really nice bit of acceleration from her first 50 to her second. Her first 50 took 72 balls, her second 50 took just 43. And even that period of time where she kept her composure, she was taking a lot of singles. Diamonds were bowling well to her with the sweepers out, making life tough to hit boundaries. Dunkley has stayed there, taking the game deep, and now it is a little bit of Australia versus England again on the international stage. As Burns bowls to Dunkley. 49 to win off 5. 9.8 and over needed.
Wow.
Horrible full toss, and it is whacked straight to short fine leg who can't take the catch. It's a no ball anyway, and rightly so. And they'll get 2. Cranston wants 3, but rightly will decide against it. Would have been run out. So that is a very rare slip from bowler of Erin Burns is top quality.
Ugly, wasn't it?
And the free hit is confirmed by Julia Jarvis. And Burns will have to get back to a normal, brilliant best. This is her penultimate over. So met on the half volley. Lovely shot from Dunkley, and Lauren Winfield Hill's out a long on, but that's through cow corner for 4. So all of the pressure is on Burns, who's conceded 7 off 1 delivery so far here. The no ball 2, and now that for 4.
Well, if they do win it, it's going to be, remember that game, I was there. History will be made.
Flighted up this time and met again, similar shot from Dunkley. Winfield Hill is there to prevent it being more than 2. But that's still more good news for the Stars.
Well, Winfield Hill is a super fielder, but you've got to take on her arm. Cranston very quick, turning 1 into 2 to get Dunkley back on strike.
Low full toss from Burns.
It's only 1.
Dunkley might be a bit frustrated to have slightly missed out there. Only got it away for a single. Now it's Cranston's turn to try and continue the punishment. Burns has conceded 10 off 3 here. It's now going to come right arm around to the lefty. .54 offside field with protection out at square leg, deep mid wicket, and long on for Cranston. Sweeps round the corner, but his wrist did he manage to get it behind square. It's a big chase for deep square leg coming round, and that will be 2. So again, that's good news for the Stars. What a partnership this has been, and what an innings this has been as well from the pocket rocket Eilish Cranston, who, having taken a few balls to have a look at things, was on 15 off 15, has really kicked on since then. Steps down and has chipped this straight to mid-off. It's a desperately needed wicket for the Diamonds, who must have been feeling that this game was heading away from them. The skipper, Holly Armitage, takes the catch. Erin Burns gets the breakthrough. Cranston just early on it ends up skying it up. It's the end of a very nice 41 off 32 from Eilish Cranston, 275 for 6.
You just get the feeling, you could see the reaction. She feels she's given it away. She went down to apologise to Sophia Dunkley. Dunkley's still there, which is the positive. But that is a huge, huge wicket. What a partnership. What a contribution. She's played a big hand there, Cranston. And it is ADR with a runner.
Well, Eilish Cranston can take a huge amount from that knock. 29-year-old batted really impressive.
The incoming batter for South East Stars, wearing number 24.
With 9 and over or so needed and bat like that. That's a big reason as to what has taken this game deep. Now, out comes an injured Alice Davidson-Richards with Tash Farron as runner. Of course, wearing the exact same gear as is the specifications required of that. There's nothing that causes chaos like the back end of a run chase with someone batting with a runner, and that is the joy of what we're going to get now. Dunkley just working out and having a chat with both of them.
And I do remember making this exact point. I said we've seen almost everything. We're now going to see a runner at the end of the innings, and this is confusion. Over to you, Michael McCann.
Well, ADR will do the hitting and Farrant will do the running.
And you'll do the commentary.
I will definitely stick to just doing the commentary. That's hard enough. The question is, and this is normally where the chaos starts, when any of the 3 of them forget what is the other person's roles in the piece. Here's Burns to Davidson-Richards, who just pushes one back and, well, visibly there as she came down the track to meet that one, she was hopping, which gives you a clue. End of the 46th over. One that had promised so much at one point for the Stars, in the sense that they'd managed to take 12 off it, but the last 2 balls bring a wicket and a dot, so 4 balls, 4 overs left, 37 to win. Injured Alice Davidson-Richards and a Centurion unbeaten in Sophia Dunkley. Plenty of options for the South East, for the Diamonds with the ball. Burns has got 1 left, Phoebe Turner's got 1 left, Katie Levick's got 1 left, Sophia Turner's got 2 left, and the captain, Holly Armitage, could bring about the gamble, bringing herself back. She's got 4 left, and it will be Sophia Turner, who has been their most expensive bowler so far. 2 for 59 off her 8. She comes back on to bowl to Dunkley from the City end. 37 needed off 4.
Don't go anywhere, folks.
It's finishes like this in the sunshine, which is why we love this great game. A game that has been an arm wrestle all day. The South East Stars have been behind it for long passages of this run chase. Now here they find themselves. But that's well bowled by Sophia Turner, and Bess Heath is up to the stumps, and you can see the pain that Alice Davidson-Richards.
Sophia Dunkley, she's been caught on the hip.
I was just about to say, that's the last thing Alice Davidson-Richards needed. Of course not. Of course it's Sophia Dunkley. I just saw pain and thought, well, that must be ADR. Of course it's not. Forgive me for the mea culpa. Dunkley smashes this one through cow corner. The wicket has a big chase coming around. Only half stops it. And it's just about hauled in at the expense of 2, thanks to some tag team work out there. 35 to win off 22.
And Tash Farrant, the runner, very quick between the wickets.
Dunkley just taking a second to survey the scene, and that's because Richards is having a chat with her bowler Turner. Remember, if Diamonds win this, they'll join South East Stars at this RHF Trophy break point with 4 wins from 6. Steps across Dunkley, gets hit, and that's got to hurt. Dunkley's down. The last thing we need here is the chaos of 2 runners.
Don't even suggest that.
I don't think I've ever actually seen that. But I feel like almost for comedic purposes, someone at some point should try it. But maybe this game at this point is not the time. Dunkley's okay, back to her feet more importantly. Slow ball, straight back to Turner. Cleverly bowled by Sophia Turner. Real test here for the 21-year-old.
Well, you mentioned about Turner being expensive. She really has stood up here, quite right.
Certainly justifying her captain's faith in her. Another slow ball. Can't quite stop it cleanly off her own bowling, so it will be 1. It's been a good over for the Diamonds so far. Now to use a very modern cricketing phrase that people talk about in the recent generation or so. Sophia Turner's got to get out of the oval.
And from ADR's perspective, I think she's got to try and hit a boundary here.
Oh, yeah.
Because the pressure's off, isn't it, with Dunkley on strike. Pick your spot, and if it's in the slot, put it away. 34 from 19.
She did have a swing at it. That's Davidson-Richards. Will be 1.
So ADR's got the strike.
47 overs gone. 279 for 6 then. And the most important number is that 33 needed. Well, the most important 2 numbers are that 33 is needed from the last 18.
Look at that confirmation at the bottom of your screen on the graphic there. We're watching this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy match-up between the South East Stars and the Northern Diamonds. Stars requiring 33 off 18. If you're watching on the live stream or keeping up to date via our socials, it's going to be a nervy end. Here's Katie Levick.
So Levick's on to finish her 10. Gone for 46 off 9. We swap 10s now. Mistimed. Oh, they've both scrambled run. And I have so much sympathy for the umpires here because you're trying. Yes, they do get through for the single. You're trying to watch your conventional pitch where you have everything going on, and then Tash Farrant, who is running a long way away. We're talking about 7 or 8 strips further down. Dunkley goes in the reverse, it's straight at short third. Now scramble a single. 31 to win off 16. Davidson-Richards comes back to face, and Tash Farrant heads all the way back up to sort of square leg position.
Yeah, she is set a long way back.
Missed and stumped. Alice Davidson-Richards is gone. Her short spell at the crease, bravely trying to see the Stars home whilst injured, is finished. It's a very smart piece of work from Bess Heath, who has had some tricky times behind the stumps at moments today. That is a leg side stumping off Levick at a key moment in the game. Davidson-Richards goes for just 2.
You have to say it's pretty good bowling, isn't it? She's just followed the batter, thrown it down the leg side like that, but look at the work from behind the stumps. Brilliant. And you just know that Davidson-Richards just simply can't recover.
Yeah, we have to give Davidson-Richards a lot of credit for even coming out there and trying, is visibly hobbling as she troops off.
Kalia Moore.
Tash Farrant, the runner, and you're asking a lot of Kalia Moore here to try and see this home. Moore, who so far in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy campaign has scored 42 runs and been out just once, but had a modest strike rate of 56 per 100 balls, and now she's got to come out and try and score at 2 a ball to help bring this home. And you would imagine the main job will be trying to make sure that Sophia Dunkley faces as many of these deliveries as possible, and also trying to be there alongside her, because for all Dunkley's excellence, of course, if 9, 10 and Jack were to topple at the other end of the pack of cards, then that would be game over. Miles and Gregory to come afterwards. Moore swings away towards the long square boundary. 1 to deep mid-wicket. 30 to win off 14.
Yep, she needed to try and make sure that she got Dunkley back onto strike, and she's done that. Good work from Moore.
He smashes this one on the half volley, but only out to Burns. Long on for 1. Great over this from Levick. 1-1 wicket, 1-1. How does it finish?
It's got to be a boundary. It's another free hit. Dunkley on strike. Moore's got to try and go big.
Certainly tries. Gets 1 to Burns though. So 5 off the over. 28 to win off 12. And a wicket picked up. So you'd definitely rather be the Diamonds right now. And Stars find themselves looking in particular at Sophia Dunkley and praying for something of a miracle.
Well, this is the big over. You've got to make sure that you try and do it, the majority of your work in this over, to allow yourself a set of 6 where you don't really want to be chasing any more than, say, 12. So you're looking at 16 from this over. And the pressure is on the young bowler, Turner. Great shot down the ground.
That is brilliant from Moore. Well, that was so needed. Take some of the pressure off Dunkley. Moore stepped out there. This is only the 3rd ball that she's faced. Marginally over-pitched, but makes a bit of room and drives it handsomely down the ground for 4. As good a shot as anything we've seen all day.
Born locally in Greenwich, educated in Ramsgate, part of this South East Stars team. Can she play a hand here?
Slow ball. Squirmed out. Somehow got through Heath. Job done though from Moore's point of view. She's got a boundary and she's got off strike. 23 to win off 10. It's a bye.
Yeah, always seems a little bit unfair on Bess Heath and wicket keepers in that situation, but another extra.
Not really like Heath. Done much about that. Always extremely tough keeping up to the stumps against the seamer. Another slow ball met down the ground. Could be out or could be six. It's six! It's six from Sophia Dunkley. A second boundary of the over. Absolutely smashes it down the ground, picked the slower ball, and managed to get more than enough of it to deposit it over the head of long on, and suddenly it becomes 17 off 9.
Well, it's Lauren Winfield-Hill, who's an excellent fielder, and all she can see is the ball sailing over her head. All of the pressure is on Turner. We said this was the over where they needed to go big. If you're round about 12, even 13, you've got a chance off the last.
And then Dunkley smashes this away through fine leg. My goodness me, what an innings, what a player. 13 to win off 8. 15 off 4 balls in this over.
Yeah, you have to think to yourself, it's put all the pressure on Sophia Turner. Just as I've said, Holly Armitage has got most things right. I think allowing the young bowler to bowl this over is probably a mistake. You learn, you develop as a cricketer, but this is the biggest stage. How big is this knock from Sophia Dunkley? This will go down as one of the all-time greats if they get there. 13 off 8, the pressure well and truly back on the diamonds.
Yeah, there's Erin Burns or Phoebe Turner or Jess Woolston or Holly Armitage to potentially bowl the final over, but they've got to get there, the diamonds. 13 to win off 8. Low full toss, straight at mid-off. He decides not to bother shying, and it's probably a wise decision, only because there's nobody in the ring on the leg side. So, yes, a direct hit might have brought a run out, but any kind of miss on that throw would have ultimately just brought more overthrows. 12 to win off 7, more on strike, getting some instruction from Dunkley.
Look at that, win or lose, the 300 up, remarkable.
Imagine the instruction from Dunkley would be for Moore to just go for it. Nothing to really lose for Kalia Moore here. Slightly missed time. Going to grab 1. So we go to the last. 11 to win off 6 in this topsy-turvy extraordinary contest, which has seen more than 600 runs on a beautiful day at Beckenham and a beautiful batting track for England in early May. So 11 to win off the last over. Sophia Dunkley looking to finish off an extraordinary knock. She has 128 not out. And that penultimate over, which has conceded 17, has now put things in this final over into a situation where it's all extremely tight. 28 off 2, you'd have rather have been the diamonds, but 11 off the last. It really is extremely nip and tuck.
The final over from the Beckenham end, replacing Katie Levitt. Number 29, Erin Burns.
Erin Burns to bowl the final over, the experienced Australian.
That is unusual in a game of this magnitude to have a slow bowler end it. Not sure if there's been a fielding penalty here. There's another fielder out, isn't there? Are they all out? Yeah, all good.
Here we go, 11 to win off the last, which starts with Dunkley hitting one down to long on for a single.
Yeah, Moore hitting it to get Dunkley back on strike.
10 to win off 5. Sophia Dunkley on strike. It would be a women's list day world record run chase, just to remind you. Would be quite extraordinary. Erin Burns, the experienced Australian. Aussie international versus England international. It's just setting her field. Everybody is back on the onside. And everybody's up on the offside. It's something of a simple field set. There's deep backward square leg, deep mid-wicket and long on. And then a ring of 5 on the offside. Burns trying to cramp Dunkley for room. Short, and Dunkley smashes this out through cow corner. They want 2, but they'll get just 1. There's a sigh of frustration, and you saw Dunkley there lift their bat up to a helmet in disappointment. 9 to win off 4. Diamonds desperate to join Stars on 4 wins from 6. More down the ground, straight to long off though. That will be just 1, so 8 to win off 3.
Well, it's an obvious thing to say, but they need a boundary from one of these deliveries.
Burns is going back to the plan she had for Dunkley previously in the over. All 4 out on the onside, all 5 up in a ring on the offside. Straight back to Burns, who drops the difficult low court and bold chance. They want 2, they're going to try for 2, surely they won't get it. And run out. Sophia Dunkley has run out. How cruel. Sophia Dunkley has run out for a brilliant 129. And now the South East Stars need 7 to win off the last 2. Dunkley's run out, having turned and briefly thought of the possibility of a second.
She didn't ground her back, did she? And Erin Burns did the business. Oh, Michael.
Well, Burns could have had her caught and bowled. It was a very tough chance. It was testament to Burns' excellent fielding to get down for it. And then coming back, Dunkley just couldn't make it. He's warmly applauded off, having been on the verge of finishing off this epic run chase, which is still very much live, of course.
Bethan Miles.
And now it will need an unlikely hero out of Bethan Miles and Kalia Moore. 7 to win off 2. So you would think, bar something highly improbable, that one of these last 2 balls has got to go for 4 or 6. You see again Dunkley meeting it on the half volley. Burns unable to take the caught and bowled chance, but alert to the second possibility. And doing well to take the throw that was at an awkward angle and just about run Dunkley out. So 7 to win off the last 2. Burns in, swiped away through the covers. Has beaten the inner ring. May think of 3 here. They'll get at least 2. And they will try and come back for the 3rd. And they will get there as well. So 4 to win off the last ball. Moore gets 3, so it means that Miles, having not faced a ball at all, Bethan Miles will now face the final ball of the match with 4 runs to win for the South East Stars. Experienced Burns has kept her composure really well in this final over. The Aussies bowled a quite magnificent final one so far.
Bethan Miles is a good number 10, I would say that, but the pressure is on. Your first ball of the innings and you've got to smoke it to the boundary.
He's going for the same plan as for Dunkley. All 4 out on the onside, all 5 up on the offside. It's smashed away. It might have gone for 6, but it hasn't quite. It's caught at deep mid-wicket and the Diamonds win it. What an extraordinary game of cricket. And it is the Diamonds who win it by just 3 runs. Erin Burns keeps her composure. Bethan Miles is out to the final ball of the match, the first that she faced. She was only about 5 yards or so from hitting it for 6 to give the South East Stars a women's List A world record run chase, but it's not to be. Sophia Dunkley's outstanding century is all in vain, and the Diamonds join the South East Stars on 4 wins from 6 so far in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. After an incredible contest here at Beckenham, your winners by just 3 runs are the Northern Diamonds.
Amazing. Sophia Turner with the catch, and remember, it was she who went for all of those runs in the penultimate over. Cricket's got a funny way of changing things, and it looks so close. It looked like it might be on. We have to praise Sophia Dunkley, 130 from 136, a massive hand. The next best, the 41 from Cranstone, and then extras. It's a real valiant run chase, and they've come within a boundary of chasing down 312 to win this. Lovely sporting round of applause being given by both sides as they make their way off here at the county ground in Beckenham. It's been a fantastic game of cricket, it really has, and again, it's the sport that's the winner. What an opportunity to come here and watch live cricket for free. Lots of people have enjoyed themselves. We wish you a safe journey home if you have been with us here at the ground. If you're with us on the stream, thank you so much. The match summary there, Northern Diamonds winning a classic by just 3 runs. They put 311 for 9 on the board, and the South East Stars rounding up 9 wickets down with the score on 308. Burns held her nerve. She did remarkably well to finish with figures of 2 for 62. Cricket the winner though, on a very hot day. Summer has well and truly begun. Congratulations to Northern Diamonds. It was a real thriller, and they come out on top, winning it by 3 runs. Thanks to each and every one of you for joining us wherever you've been. We wish you a safe and enjoyable rest of the day. But from everyone involved with the South East Stars stream, we bid you a very good evening. Bye for now.